Well, a very warm welcome, everybody, to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo just outside the great city of Valencia for the Iberian Racing Festival. A great lineup for you here today. Welcome, everybody. My name is Andrew Mather. I'll be your English commentator for all of the racing on display here this afternoon on your Alpha Live broadcast. It's great to be bringing you racing once again from the Race Ready organisation. There you can see the scene on the grid. The first broadcast race of the day will be the first race of the weekend for the Carrera 80 competition. Fantastic display of various different touring cars from across the golden era of touring cars, across the 80s and the early 90s. They had their qualifying session yesterday. They will have their first race of the weekend, as I say, just starting at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock local time for their 40-minute race. First of two races for Carrera 80 today. But don't forget as well, plenty of other categories here with us in Valencia. Supercars, Iberia, they've got two races today. The real main headline act of things here at Ricardo Tormo. They'll be having two 50-minute races going from 11:05 and 16:05 local time here in Spain. The Historic Endurance Championship as well, that will be on circuit at 12:15 local time for their second race of the weekend. Single-seater series as well at 1:25 in the afternoon. And yeah, plenty for us to get our teeth into. The grid forming up then, or has formed up for the start of this one. The qualifying yesterday looked a little bit like this. Should have on pole position there. We'll keep a course of all of the different categories as well. The T-Max category, you can see on the right of your screen there, the BMW M3 from RP Motorsport. Jose Paradella and Paolo Lima will be starting on pole position for this one. But a real mix of different styles of cars here. 9 cars in total will be on the grid for this one across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories.
variety of cars from, let's say, the 1980s through into the 1990s. Small engines, big engines, lots to talk about across the course of this first race of the weekend for this category. Earlier on in the season as well, of course, they raced not that long ago in the earlier part of the summer back at Jarama, where we saw Lucas Gonzalez Andriao take the win on that particular occasion in race 1 in his Porsche 968 CS. All of the details you can look over on the website to get yourself up to speed with this championship. It's the second meeting for this category across the course of this second half of the year. Racing at the Algarve and Estoril still to come between now and the end of this calendar year. Just start to see the final preparations being made, the last minute boards in the air. Let's have a look through the grid then for this first race for Carrera 80. So it will be the BMW number 7 of Paradella and Lima starting on pole position, a 152.9 from that team yesterday put them at the front of the grid. As I say, some very different machinery across this field. Second on the grid will be the Ford Escort RS2000 at the 508, another one of the RP Motorsport prepared machines. Pedro Teixeira de Mello and Ricardo Pereira running that one this weekend. Interesting story on row 2 as well. Carlos Tavares, a very familiar name to those in the automotive industry, the former CEO of the Stellantis group, keen racer himself, will be on the inside of row number 2. Tavares is there in the second of the BMW E30s, so that's third on the grid, another one of the runners in the T-Max category. Fourth on the grid will be the F-Car team, another one of the BMWs, this one being an E36, will be starting fourth on the grid. Row number 3, the number 20 of Alonso Boras, the first of the Hondas. That's a quintessential Honda Civic, the first of the T2000 category cars in that one. Sixth on the grid, David Piendo will be in the first of the Citroen Saxo, to 2 minute 15 yesterday from the runner of the number 48. Then the first of the Datsuns, two Datsuns 1200s in this one, starting 7th and 8th. The 503 of Velasco and Freitas will be first, and then Casas and Fernandez going 8th on the grid. And then last but not least, another one of the Ford Escort Mark IIs of Manuel Ferrario will go from 9th on the grid. And that is your complete list for this first race of the weekend. Great circuit this, Ricardo Tormo. Very popular with a number of international racing series. And as I say, just in the hills above Valencia. Great drive out of the city. And come here to this well-known track. As I say, will be 40 minutes, apologies, 40 minutes for these drivers. So just on their formation lap at the moment. Last preparations going on for the drivers. Good driving conditions as well for everybody out there. You can quite clearly see it's a nice sunny day. Not too much to worry about in terms of the weather out there today. Nice 24 degrees Celsius in the Iberia region. There at the front of your grid. Great qualifying yesterday for Jose Paradella. In this RP Motorsport lockout of the front row. Drivers will form round into this middle part of the circuit. It is almost your quintessential Spanish high-grade circuit here at Ricardo Tormo. Big long straight to start with. Running anti-clockwise though, it's probably the more unique feature of this circuit. Through this infield section, expect a good amount of overtaking. These Carrera 80 entries celebrating the real golden age of touring car racing. To put on quite a show for us to get us going here for your Alpha Live broadcast. There's, of course, one of the Datsun 12, both of the Datsun 1200s on your screen there. Those are your second and third runners in the Group 1N category. We'll get you up to speed with those classes as we run across the course of this 40-minute race. Paolo Lima in the BMW E30 M3 will be due to get us going here for 40 minutes around the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Carrera 80 race number 1 here this weekend. Argo, it's a lightning start from the BMW E30 that streaks into an early lead. Ricardo Pereira there in the RS2000 Ford Escort, immediately into second place. Then Carlos Tavares leads the chase group in third. Good start from all out there on the circuit, nice and clean. It's exactly what we want to see in a side-by-side moment straight away between two of the BMWs. The E36 of Teo Perez trying to find a way past Carlos Tavares there in the E30. Tavares holding on at this moment. We were expecting to see two drivers in that number 4 machine, but Tavares will race it alone. Tavares' teammate has pulled out. The Honda Civic has a good look down the inside there. Juan Alonso Boras on the attack in the early stages of this race. The Honda Civic, the sole runner in the T2000 category. That's for cars running up to 1993, around then. Obviously for cars with 2-litre engines or less. Had a bright start here for the Carrera 80 category. Just a note for a couple more cars that were on the early entry list, but unfortunately will not be in this race. The Cherry 400 of Jaime Cleveland will not take part for the simple reason the car wasn't ready to race here this weekend. Also the BMW 325 of Jaime Artayo Dineo and Jaime Artayo Navarrete, that also will not be racing here today. But unfortunately has had an engine failure, has down the inside. Well, this is what we want to see. This is good racing straight away. That is Manuel Ferraio in the second of the Ford Escort Mark II RST. It's the Mark II version. But that is a great start from the single Group 2 runner in this category. The older cars in this field. Ferraio having started at the back of the grid. This is already up to 5th place. So end of the first lap then. Paolo Lima and Jose Paradella's BMW M3, that leads this race by 1.3 seconds. Ricardo Pereira and Pedro Teixeira's RS2000 Ford Escort is second, 1.3 seconds back. Then Carlos Tavares in the number 4, second of the BMWs, has held on to 3rd place right now. I should mention the top 2 are, of course, respective leaders in their categories. So the number 7 in the T-Max category and the 508 machine leading in Group 1N. 4th place, Teo Antonio Perez, 10 seconds off the lead at the moment. The 36 BMW, it's the leader in GTC. And then Ferrao for that great start. That's a bold bit of overtaking as well. The Mark II Escort is up to 5th place and has demoted all of the following drivers. Ferrao also leading the Group 2 category as mentioned. Number 20 Honda Civic. And Alonso Boras is at the wheel of that one at the moment. That is your leader as well in T2000. In 6th place. And David Bernardo in the Invitational Citroen Saxo 7th, and the two Datsuns, which will hopefully battle throughout the course of this race. Casas and Velasco winning at the moment, I think about 6 seconds apart, as there is a move for 4th place on your screens. And once again, it's Ferrao on the charge. Well, whatever happened in qualifying yesterday for Ferrao was clearly not representative of how much pace that Mark II Escort has got, because that is now only Group 2 car in this field. But nevertheless, that is a really positive start for Manuel Ferrao to overtake half the field in the early stages of this race. So the Group 2 cars are category for any touring car that was covered under FIA homologations up to the end of 1982. That mix of cars running into production dates into the early to mid 90s, and is one of the older cars here in this category. The question is there going to be any more progress from Ferrao? Well, last time around, 2:04 4.293 for the number 12 car, which is pretty much on the same pace as Carlos Tavares in 3rd place. At the very front of the order, not a surprise to be seeing the number 7 running very, very quickly. It's the first car under the 2-minute barrier for a single lap, 1 minute at 58 last time around for the lead E30 BMW. Good level of elevation change around this circuit. A lot of the drivers will be enjoying in these early stages as the machines feel nice and fresh, with 33.5 minutes to go. There is the 3rd place number 4 BMW. That is the gap then. Back to Ferrao in 4th place. Once again, the two drivers, Tavares and Ferrao, pretty similarly paced. 2:04 4.1 for each of them last time around. So we'll keep on top of that situation. Just saw a car going into the pits in the background there. It's not an early problem for one of our runners. There is the number 20 Honda Civic, running in 6th place. I think the car that went into the pits may have been the Citroen Saxo of David Bernardo. The number 48 is showing on our timing screens in commentary position as in the pits. And we'll give an opportunity then to the 2 Datsun 1200s to move up through the field. There's number 503. Might be Guillermo Velasco at the wheel of the 503 at the moment. He's losing a little bit of ground to the other of the Datsuns, the number 18. 28 that time around, and yeah, you can see on your timing screens now as well in the top left corner. That's, yeah, unfortunately that is very much an unscheduled stop for the number 48. Relatively late entry into the races here this weekend. There is the scene in the pit lane for Leonardo. The fastest lap of the race has just gone in from the race leader, a 1 minute 55.937 from the car of Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella. Now means that the number 7 has a sizable lead, 7 seconds ahead of the 508 Ford Escort. Well, the good news is the Citroen Saxo is back out on circuit, so a little bit of a check over. The driver just felt something in those early stages. Don't want to push things too hard and cause any unnecessary damage. But the team behind this entry, happy for it to go back out. Of course, these drivers, these teams all have 2 races here today. Don't want to have an early end to things here at Valencia. But the race leaders are going to have a little bit of traffic to deal with in the early stages, maybe a little bit earlier than they were anticipating. RS2000 Ford Escort of Pereira and Teixeira. That is into the 1 minute something. So first time that we've seen the 5:08 into the car, but not an actual 5:08 running out of the circuit. We haven't got any of those today. 1 minute 59.967 then has got things going for that team. See a good number of the spectators here round this circuit. Looking forward to plenty of the racing that we've got in store for us here today. There is another new fastest lap of the race from the race leaders. Looking sweet and straightforward at the moment for Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella. 1 minute 55.875 extends their lead to now 12.7 seconds over the Ford Escort, the 5:08 there of Teixeira, Mello and Pereira. We're also now into the stage of the race where the leaders are dealing with lap traffic. Good driving there from both the driver of the 5:03 Datsun, Guillermo Velasco, and Ricardo Pereira in the Escort to navigate that situation nice and safely and get about on their way. They are in the same category, the Group 1 ends, the two Datsuns, and then the RS2000 on your screens at the moment. The Group 1 ends for any car up to 1993. Homologated Group 1 touring cars, plus any that ran to Portuguese Group 1 regulations, so at a national level. And, the Escort RS2000 and Datsun 1200s, very much typical cars that you would have seen running back in that era of touring cars. Got to say, that 5:08, I'm a bit of a personal Ford fan myself, but looks absolutely resplendent there in that bright blue paint job. It's coming around the far end of the circuit, downhill into tight hairpins on the infield here. Meanwhile, here's the other Datsun. Quite nicely at the moment in the hands of Daniel Casas. This time around a 2 minute 20.1, 1.2 seconds off the best pace that we've seen from this car so far in this race. Running some nice tidy lines there through sector number 1. Moment in the battle between those two Datsuns. I think it's now up to a 40-second gap between the number 18 and the 5:03. So this is really, really good going from Daniel Casas in that car. This is another one of the cars that's being shared today. We've got Eugenio Fernandez possibly in that one later on in the day. 13 minutes of this race already gone, 27 remaining on the clock. If you're just joining us, live coverage of Carrera 80 Race 1. First broadcast race of the day for the Iberian Racing Festival here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, just outside Valencia. The race is being run, of course, by the Race Ready organisation. Variety of different options as well in terms of which language to listen to for the commentary today. So here on Alpha Live, you've got your English commentary. It's got services in Spanish and Portuguese if you're requiring that. And the top end of the circuit staying here with the number 18, or Daniel Casas. And brakes once again down into, say, around turn 8. Yeah, turn 8. Sweeping immediately into 9 and 10. Where car setup can be really important for a number of the teams. Escort there. Going for the move. This isn't full position. Nicely dealt with there by Ricardo Pereira. Continuing to circulate. It's just dipped back outside the 2-minute marker in terms of lap times at the moment, but still running a good steady pace and extending the gap over third place. That is, I'll try and do some math there, about 23 seconds between the 508 and the number 4. I've just seen a new personal best go in last time around from Teo Antonio Perez. In fact, Perez has just done back-to-back personal laps. So the E36 BMW and the number 35 running pretty nicely now. Was that another pit inboard for the number 48? I fear it might have been. Pace has been decent for David Pinado, but team clearly dealing with something that's ailing them in the early stages of the first half of this first race of the weekend. So we'll keep an eye on that one as to whether the number 48, the little green Citroen Saxo, goes back in. Oh, look at that beautiful drift out of the right-hander there. Ricardo Pereira clearly having a lot of fun in the Escort RS 2000. Again, just coming down, I apologize, I said this was turn 11, but it's quite clearly the last corner of the circuit. So you come over the brow of the hill, through turn 14, and then on to long pit straight here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. That time, that's a time, 2:0, so say good consistent pace from Pereira in 508. 2-litre engine, of course, inside that machine. I do believe, yeah, here is your race leader, car number 7. Paulo Lima has not put a foot wrong so far this weekend in the conjunction with his teammate Jose Paradella. 2.3 litre E30 M3 running very, very nicely indeed. Understandably, he's backed off the best pace laps that we saw earlier on in this race. In the 1:58 right now. That doesn't need to be running any quicker than that, as now I think we may have another car in the pits. Oh, and unfortunately it's Teo Antonio Perez. So just as we were saying, well, how often do you see this in motorsport, that a car does its fastest lap, gets really quick, and then something befalls it? Into the pits comes Teo Antonio Perez. Just a quick check on the rear right there. Hopefully we will all see that E36 back out on circuit, because there were some good times starting to come in from the car that was in 5th place. In fact, quite a few cars coming in now, so maybe just a bit of quick checks and more routine pit stops going on at this stage of the race. Because Paulo Lima now into the pits as well. Number 48 Citroen Saxo is also in, so yeah, more routine stops going on at this stage. So if the Escort continues, which it will, this will hand the lead back. Not back to, because we've not seen the RS 2000 in the lead earlier on in this race. Ricardo Pereira back into where he wants to be, at least, in the lead of this race. Back with the first of the Datsuns. How's Daniel Casas getting on? The final corner. To continue on, so driver change going on, of course, as well. So if I'm understanding the entry list correctly, that is going to be Jose Paradella getting in for the second half of this race. All looking nice and calm at the moment for the team there, the RP Motorsport team running that car. the number 12, the second of the escorts. This is the Mark II RS18 1800, of course. Manuel Ferrao. This is the car that started the race very, very quickly indeed. Moving up from 9th place, has been solidly in the top 4 for the last 15 minutes or so. Cheste going on there for drivers head back out onto circuit. I believe we've got the number 4 in the pit lane as well. Minimum pit stop time to serve at this stage. So engine fired up again for the former race leader. There is the 503 in the pits. So that's the second of the Datsuns. It's going through its routine service. Back out to track goes the number 7. Apologies, no, that's the number 4. That's the Carlos Tavares car. That's not, of course, had a driver change. We noted earlier that Tavares is driving solo for this one, so extra work for Tavares, who I think I'm right in saying is going to be out in one of the other categories as well, in the single-seater category, for their race later on this afternoon. Don't go anywhere, of course. We've got the first race for Supercars Iberia, the main headline of this Iberian Racing Festival weekend. Their first race going off from 11:05 local time for the first of their 50 minutes challenges here in Valencia. There is Ricardo Pereira going back out, so we know that officially now. See the race helmet there. That's well, we'll assume hand the lead back to the number 7 as the 508's been in. Number 20 Honda Civic has also been in for its expected pit stop. So expect things just to cycle back through over the next minute or so. Don't panic, followers of the number 7. See it down on the timing screen in 5th place rather. As far as we're aware, everything's been going fairly straightforwardly to expectation. That car should cycle its way back up to the top of the order. David Pinado there in the green and yellow Citroen Saxo. He's been in the pits twice now, of course. Whatever the triggers, whatever the ailments were for that car coming into the pits earlier on, seems to have passed them by. Honda Civic number 20 there, continuing to do pretty good things. It's one of the cars prepared by the Eficar team. 1.6 litre engine for the single runners in the category for the T2000 class. Juan Boras and Jose Antonio Zarria. Good time out there. Could well be on for a top 5 finish in this race. There's the RS2000's Escort. Now with Ricardo Pereira at the wheel, so it will have been Pedro Teixeira de Mello, I think, taking the early stages of this race. Maybe, in fact, Ricardo's doing the first race and Pedro's doing the second. We'll try and confirm that in due course, but either way, running very quickly indeed. Now, I'm just trying to track here whether we have seen a change for the lead. RS2000 going very, very quickly out there. There's the number 7 in relation to it. It's 11 laps completed now for at least on our screens at the moment, showing as the race leader. Civic goes through. 48 Citroen Saxo as well. And there goes the Escort past the second of the Datsuns. So I do believe, yeah, we've got everybody back out on, or should have everybody back out on circuit. I do think that the number 7's had a, in fact, I think the number 7 may well be back in pit lane. That's just showing on our timing screens. I've seen it visually on the TV screen at this stage. So is there a developing story here regarding the former leader of this race? If it is, that is very good news for Ricardo Pereira there in the Escort. Through on off the track position goes the Honda Civic. Okay, so there is the number 7. I think it has been in the pits. It's showing us on an outlap at this stage. Well, that's not good news for the team of Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella. Looked in good control of this race, but now have got some work to do. There'll be quite a lot of work to do in the remaining 14 minutes of this race. Looking quick out there. It's a bit of a mystery at this stage as to what has happened. Let's just have a quick rundown then of how things are standing with 14 minutes of this race to go. So a change of leader. Pereira now in the RS2000 Escort at the front of the field. Carlos Tavares in the now first of the E30 M3s. He's now running in second place. Both of those runners their respective class leaders in Group 1N and T-Max. Manuel Ferrao, well, we talked about whether we could see the number 12 moving up further after that bright start. We can. It's now running in third place overall. First of those in Group 2. Really good work from Manuel and the whole team running that Mark II Escort. In fourth place now is this car on your screens. Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella's BMW E30 M3 that was leading this race early on and leading it fairly comfortably. We'll see whether the pace has come back to it, because it was running in the 1:55s and it's just gone purple through sector number 3. So that confirms things. Yes, there is still plenty of pace in that car. So it's not done yet, but he's 1 minute and 23 seconds behind the race leader. Further 8 seconds back in 5th place. Another of the BMWs, the E36 325i version of Teo Perez. That's now running in 5th place. Changed for 6th recently, the number 20 Honda Civic that we've seen a fair amount of in recent moments. That's just got back past the first of the Datsuns. So that's the number 20 of Boras and Zohia. Now back up into 6th place. Now, as I say, it's just got by the first of the Datsun 1200s. I think that's because it's just had its expected pit stop at this middle phase of the race. So the number 18 with Daniel Casas piloting that one. That is up to 7th place. And we've just seen a move for 8th place as well. So little invitational Citroen Saxo that has had a spot of bother in the early stages of this race. David Pinado is back up to 8th place. That's dropped the Guillermo Velasco number 503 that's being shared with Francisco Freitas, the second of the Datsuns, into 9th place. But the positive for that car, it has just done its personal best lap of the race. So that's your rundown with just under 11.5 minutes to go, and I think we're about to see a battle for 3rd place here, because Manuel Ferrao is being caught quite quickly by the number 7 BMW that's just gone and put in a 1:51.783. So there is plenty of pace still in this car. Down the inside goes the number 7 and back into the overall top 3 it goes. Just think there's not going to be enough time on the clock for this car to catch back up to the leader. I think we could still have a chance of catching
Carlos Tavares there in the number 4. But wow, what a story in this race for that car. Apologies, not got the full news of what's happened there in the middle phase of the race. We've seen in the pits twice. Once as an expected stop, and then later on, it's really changed the potential outcome of this first race of the day for the Carrera 80 series. They will have a second race, of course. That will be running at 3 o'clock local time, so 2 o'clock if you're watching in the UK. Sorry, yes, 2 o'clock if you're watching in the UK. Sorry, I got my time zones mixed up for a moment there. It'll be another 40-minute race for our drivers and teams that we're seeing out on the circuit at the moment. We'll have the build-up as well a few minutes before that one gets going. Next gap up to the number 4 is about 16 seconds. Ooh, I hope that's not a sign of a problem. The exhaust is, I don't know, looking a little bit more smoky than it did in the early stages of this race. So 1 minute 51.783 last time for the number 7. This time around, a 1 minute 52 are still pretty quick out there. 7 seconds now, the gap between second and third. 9 minutes remaining in this race. That's a good enough amount of time for the Lima and Paradella car to catch up to Tavares. Continuing to run well, but here is your race leader, Ricardo Pereira. 14 laps done, 1 minute lead. Really good work from the RP Motorsport team. Now, I'm just hearing in my ear, I think the potential reason the number 7 came back into pit lane was to get Wade, so maybe just to check over things. Get more on that situation. I just wonder that, yeah, if they've had a driver change, maybe a seat change, maybe some ballast that needed to be checked to make sure that the car is still running to the minimum weight required by the technical regulations. That's what I'm hearing in my ear, that the number 7 came in for a quick check over to make sure that they were running to the required specification of the regulations for the series. Well, that is true. Better to do that, make sure that you're good, than carry on and potentially feel the wrath of the race officials if you had got it wrong, only found out at the very end of the race. 7.5 minutes to go then. Change for second place has occurred, so as expected, the Lima and Paradella number 7 has continued in its quest to get back up the order and has got through past Carlos Tavares for that position. Swap between the two E30s. I tell you what, I don't think this number 7's done yet in the hands of our driver here. That was a 1 minute 52.5 last time around, so right now running about 8 seconds quicker than the Ricardo Pereira RS2000 Escort. I still doing the maths. I don't think there's going to be simply enough laps left in this race for what is now a 59-second gap to close all the way down to 0 and then find a way through. But if in doubt, flat out, I suppose. Quite probable the driver of the number 7 does not know at this stage of the race that the gap is quite a sizable distance, so they'll keep pushing on in the hope that they will at some point in the next 6 minutes start to see that bright blue Escort RS2000 in the distance and then be able to catch and overtake it. As I say, with the news and the numbers that we've got, power of data of course, I don't think that's going to happen on this occasion, but it's not going to stop them trying. Good news as well for another of the BMWs, just spotted on the timing screen, although
last time I said this, I think it all started to slightly unravel. Teo Antonio Perez has just done another personal best in this race in the E36 BMW, 2 minutes 6.697. Now was that the number 7 once again heading into the pits? There was definitely one car, and it was. So yeah, so more unscheduled, unexpected visits to the pit lane for the number 7. Now what is the drama here? Driver's door open. It's been a very entertaining run for us here from Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella. Made quite a story in this race, but I think, well, this is definitely now chances of a race victory and potential for a class victory as well. I think it's going to slip away, because that is going to hand the lead back in the T-Max category to Carlos Tavares. And for this car here, Ricardo Pereira, the Ford Escort RS 2000, 4.5 minutes to go, probably 3 more laps then. As Pereira wants to finish this one a little bit early, because it's such a lead now, over a minute in the back pocket for the RP Motorsport team. At the moment running around 2 minutes a lap. That was a 1 minute 59.967, so 2 more laps will take us down to around 30 seconds to go. 3 more laps, including the one that they are on. Side-by-side moment there between another of the BMWs and one of the Datsuns. So if I've got my eyes plugged in today, that's going to be the number 35 Teo Perez BMW. Yes, it is. So that wasn't a change of position. It's simply drivers and cars lapping each other. Good driving there from both Perez and from Pereira, keeping out of each other's way. Looking to bring these races to a close. Just keeping an eye on as well on the gap between 7th and 8th places. 2 minute 20.7 last time around from Daniel Casas. And that's the first of the Datsun 1200s. And then David Pinado in the Invitational Citroen Saxo, 2 minute 14. Now there is a bit of a gap between them. So again, I don't think there's going to be enough laps, enough corners, enough time for the Saxo to catch up to the Datsun. Saying that, Pinado has just done a personal best. 2 minute 13 is only 21 seconds behind. Okay, there may still be a change of position there for 7th. The number 7, meanwhile, is back out on circuit. But if the information in front of me is correct, I think he's now down to 5th place. He's dropped back behind Tavares. He's dropped back behind Ferrao. And now Perez has got through as well. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. 2 minutes and 6.4 for the race leader. This might actually be the final lap, because that Escort RS 2000 has backed off a fair bit. Bit of exhaust out the back there for Carlos Tavares, who has run a very tidy race in this one. Kept a good pace. Been very, very consistent in those 2 minute 2s, 2 minute 3s, pretty much every time I've glanced at the timing screen. And is on course for 2nd place overall and a win in class. Manuel Ferrao has as well. Thought for Ferrao in terms of the battle for what's ended up being 2nd place here. Started a little bit too far back in the field. Once Ferrao had expertly got through the rest of the order. Simply not enough delta speed to catch up to Tavares. Pereira, I think, knows the situation. Don't think there's any problem going on here for the Escort RS 2000. This is simply a case of just ensuring that this race will go to a checkered flag on this lap. So, well, for the number 7, Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella, they were hoping to see the little blue Ford later on in this race, but to overtake and retake the lead. In this case, it's to unlap themselves 40 seconds remaining on the clock. The pace of this car, we've seen throughout the most part of the race, it needed to scrub off about 15 seconds to see the checkered flag on this lap. I think they'll have done that now, and again, they don't need to worry too much about going too slowly. They had a 67-second lead going on to what should be the penultimate lap of the race. A very professionally done job here by Ricardo Pereira. Out of the final corner, 4 seconds remaining on the clock. Keep an eye out for that checkered flag coming out on the gantry there for Ricardo Pereira to take the checkered flag and win race 1 in Carrera 80. Sometimes they say you've got to be in it to win it. A really solid start from second place on the grid, and once problems befell the number 7 of Lima and Paradella, it's the Pereira and Teixeira Ford Escort that picks up the pieces, picks up the first victory in the category here today for Carrera 80, and do it in some style. It's going to be a bit of a wait, but a wait that's going to be very pleasant for the team running Carlos Tavares in the number 4. The Roller Classica team and their BMW E30 M3 take second place overall and the victory in the T-Max category. And well, I can clearly see there that Carlos very pleased with the work. An enjoyable 40 minutes completed. The Honda Civic comes over the line, and the number 20 finishes in 6th place. Good result there for Juan Boras and Jose Zorrilla. Over the line comes Manuel Ferrao into 3rd place. Oh, look, just holding on there is the number 18. So Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez are holding on at the end by only 6 seconds ahead of David Pinado. Just crossed the Citroen Saxon today, but a good run nonetheless. Over the line there comes the number 7. A story of what might have been. Very quick pace, 1 minute 52.7 last time around there, but 4th place in the end for the pole sitter. And Teo Antonio Perez will be the last car over the line in 5th place, and the last car on the lead lap. Well, job done then for the Carrera 80 field. Their second race will be out at 3 o'clock local time. Will be once again a 40-minute display from the classic touring cars. And the question ahead of that one will be a repeat victory for the Ricardo Pereira and Pedro Teixeira de Mello Ford Escort. It wasn't the fastest car in this race, but it was the most consistent, and in the end, 49 seconds to the nearest second was the advantage for them in the 508 Escort RS 2000 over Carlos Tavares there in the first of the BMWs. The E30 M3 coming home in 2nd place. Manuel Ferrao lit up the timing sheets and gave us a lot of entertainment in the early stages of that race. A good run to 3rd in the end for the Mark II Escort, the RS 1800 edition there, to a win in the class in Group 2. All of the top 3, by the way, won their respective classes. Well, one of the big stories in this race, the Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella BMW E30 M3, runaway leaders in the early stages of the race. But 3 visits to the pit lane means they finish in 4th place. Well, they'll have some things to think about between now and 3 o'clock. First of the FE car team entries, Teo Antonio Perez, very consistent pace across the course of the race as well, coming home in 5th, the last of those on the lead lap, and of course winning in the GTC category. A class victory as well for the number 20, the Honda Civic, also prepared by the FE car team. So Jose Zorrilla and Juan Boras will be happy with their work here this morning. And then a good story at the end of the race. Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez in 7th place, just ahead. Them in the first of the Datsun 1200s, just ahead of David Pinado, who was another car that we saw in the pits more than once. The Citroen Saxo comes home in 8th place, and then Guillermo Velasco and Francisco Freitas 9th place, the second of the Datsun 1200s. Well, that completes things then for the first race of the day. We'll take a short break here on comms and be back in a few minutes' time for the start of the build-up for the first race of the weekend for Supercars Iberia. Welcome back, everybody, to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo for the first race of the day for the headline act here this weekend for the Iberian Racing Festival. It is, of course, Supercars out on circuit. This is due to be one of the busiest races of the day. More than 40 cars ready to head out onto circuit. Great array of machinery. See that the pit lane very, very busy at the moment as the cars start to head out for their reconnaissance laps. We'll hopefully be able to bring you down to the grid walk in a few moments' time. Very busy qualifying sessions yesterday, of course, across both the GT4 categories and the GTC categories. For the 4 qualifying sessions in total, 2 for each of the groups, to set the grids for our races here at Valencia. Of course, the latest story in the championship as well, as the drivers, the teams really start to get into the run-in, start to focus in on what they can achieve between now and the end of the season. Circuit, all of our cars. It is going to be the Toyota GR Supra of Mora and Abreu who will be on pole position for this race. Really good work once again, as expected, from the Toyota Gazoo Racing efforts running them. But we're going to have lots of attention from the likes of Matteo Martin and Roberto Faria in the first of the Aston Martin Vantage AMRs, and keep an eye as well. Bit of a pleasant surprise to see the Arroyo Competição number 7, another of the Aston Martin Vantage AMRs, Bruno Pereira and Gonzalo Arroyo. Oh, now what's happening there? That's not what you want to be seeing on a reconnaissance lap. That looks to be problems for one of the Ginettas. That is not factory spec. As we say, that is the 128 Top with Motorsports Ginetta that is going to be hopefully competing fully in this race by Gracie Mitchell and Lucas Staccini. But
That is a lot of smoke. However you put it, that car is, I would presume, going to be pulling back into the pits, or no, I think it's going to be going on to the grid. But early drama for that car. He's meant to be starting, I think, around the middle of the pack. 24th on the grid. But that will have caught the attention of several people round the circuit. So the grid now starting to form up for this first race of the weekend for supercars. It will be a 50-minute race for the drivers and teams in this one. First of 2 races of the day for them. I do hope you can be with us for the entirety of it. If you do have to go anywhere, don't worry, you can watch all of today's broadcast racing back at your leisure here on the Alpha Live platform. And earlier on in the season as well, the other events put on by Race Ready that have had the broadcasting, Harama of course, and others earlier on in the season. I'll actually run you down what the situation in the championship is going into the racing here today. It's tight at the top, 3 points the difference between the duo of Roberto Faria and Matteo Martins. They've got 41 points from the first 2 races of the season. Both of them held at Portimao earlier on in the year. Just behind them, as I say, by 3 points is the team of Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu. Very well positioned, of course, at the front of the field for today, and looking to get back on top as they did in the second race at Portimao. It's close as well for third place, only a further point back. Cesar Machado and Rafael Lobato are both on 37 points here today, going into today's competition. Thomas Guedes and Jose Carlos Perez are next up in the championship in 4th place. A pair of 17-point scores from Portimao leaves them on 34. And then 5th place just to round out the top 5 heading into this one. Enrique Ventura Oliveira and Lucas Savu on 28. That's, of course, the situation in GT4 Pro. GT4 Pro Bronze looks like this at the moment. It's tied at the top between the teams of Guillermo Asso and Philip Vava. 41 points in the category apiece for them, virtue of a full 25 score in the first race at Portimao, and 1 point from qualifying, 14 from the race, and a best lap point as well from race 2 at Portimao. But as we say, they are tied on points at the moment with Nuno Afonso and Alexandre Aria. 2 points is the gap that they've got. So as I say, 4 drivers, 2 squads locked at the moment at the top of the table in GT4 Pro Bronze. 3rd place for Bruno Perez and Mark Kastelich on 39. We'll keep you up to date on more of the scores in terms of the championship, but I do think we can now head down to the grid walk.
Bom dia, estamos aqui na grande partida da primeira corrida de Valência do Iberian Supercars e do Supercar Espanha. Uma grande partida com 45 carros. Temos já aqui o carro que vai partir do segundo lugar da grande partida, neste caso o Aston Martin de Roberto Faria e Matthew Martins. Roberto, uma boa qualificação ontem, uma luta feroz pela pole position. Hoje o teu objetivo é ganhar, ou a penalização ou o handicap que vocês têm poderá ser determinante para o vosso resultado?
Sim, com o handicap vai ser tudo um pouco mais complicado, mas a gente tem esperança que com um carro bom, que nem o Aston Martin está esse final de semana, e com o trabalho da Hakkar e o pit stop perfeito, a gente ainda tem chance de brigar pela vitória. Então vamos para cima com tudo e continuar na liderança do campeonato.
E o arranque será importante para vocês? Achas que pode ser um momento decisivo na corrida?
O arranque é importante, mas o principal vai ser o desgaste dos pneus, que no segundo stint vai ser complicado. Quem gerir melhor o pneu no primeiro stint vai determinar quem vai ser mais rápido no segundo stint. Então o objetivo vai ser poupar pneu no primeiro stint para no segundo stint ir para cima com tudo.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. E era Roberto Faria, que está no primeiro lugar com Matthew Martins em ambos os campeonatos. Vamos falar agora com Francisco Mora. Francisco fez a pole position e está no segundo lugar do campeonato. Portanto, os dois primeiros classificados do campeonato estão na primeira linha. Francisco, foi um bom resultado ontem na qualificação. Para hoje, o objetivo é ganhar.
Sim, ainda por cima nós temos aqui do nosso lado uma boa vantagem, que é não termos handicap para esta corrida, e aí tentar maximizar e depois tentar recuperar na segunda corrida, se acontecerem as coisas que nós esperamos que aconteçam.
E qual é para ti o maior desafio desta corrida?
Vai ser tentar fazer uma corrida limpa. Nós sabemos que acho que existe grande possibilidade de safety car, é uma questão de quando, não se, é uma questão de em que volta é que vai aparecer o safety car. E acho que isso pode cair aqui, ter aqui um fator muito preponderante nesta corrida.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Vamos movimentar-nos agora na grelha de partida e vamos ver aqui o Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4 Evo da Araújo Competições, que é pilotado por Bruno Pereira. Neste começo de corrida, o Bruno ontem fez o terceiro lugar da qualificação e o melhor tempo entre os pilotos da GT4 Pro bronze. Bruno, foi um grande resultado ontem.
Foi, correu bastante bem, foi uma volta limpa, fiz um erro ali na curva 11, mas mesmo assim consegui fazer um bom tempo e agora estou preparado para a corrida.
E diz-me, o vosso objetivo, vocês estão a correr na GT4 Pro, bronze, o vosso objetivo passa por vencer esta divisão? Ou achas que podem ir um pouco mais além e votar pela vitória geral?
Eu acho que o nosso foco é mesmo a nossa classe, mas visto o que tem acontecido neste torneio, que é os Toyotas têm ganho tudo, nós queremos algo mais, queremos ir mesmo à geral, que vai ser muito complicado, há aqui pilotos muito bons e vamos ver o que é que conseguimos fazer.
Okay. Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Vamos continuando a movimentar-nos aqui na grelha de partida, temos aqui José Carlos Pires, que é também um dos contendores ao título e arranca do quarto posto da grelha de partida e terceiro lugar da GT4 Pro. José Carlos, foi uma qualificação muito disputada ontem, com andamentos muito nivelados, mas tiveste um bom resultado.
Sim, foi um bom resultado. Acho que temos de ainda melhorar e reduzir o gap, digamos, para aquilo que é a pole position na Q1. Nós neste momento, a nível de GT4 Pro, estamos em terceiro. Temos aqui o Bruno Pereira, que pode fazer, digamos, um bom arranque, mas vamos tentar conseguir ir logo com o grupo da frente, tentar fugir de problemas e fazer a nossa corrida.
E está muito calor aqui em Valência, então são 11 da manhã, mas já está muito calor aqui. Achas que o calor poderá ser um fator na questão do desgaste dos pneus ou até mesmo no funcionamento dos carros?
Eu acho que o calor é um fator, pelo que nós vimos nos últimos 2 dias, nós temos algum bom race pace com o carro mais desgastado, portanto também estamos a confiar mais nisso, nisso nós também pensámos. Mas sim, o calor tem um fator importante, ainda é de manhã, a da tarde vai ser um bocadinho mais, acho que ainda mais dura, mas sim, é preciso preservar os pneus.
E o vosso handicap, vocês têm um handicap de 10 segundos, devido à vitória que conquistaram em Vila Real, e será digamos que uma montanha para ultrapassar.
Vamos tentar ganhar o gap. À nossa volta há um ou outro piloto com handicap também, vamos tentar ganhar a nossa vantagem o mais possível, para fazer uma segunda parte de corrida, a ver se conseguimos chegar na melhor classificação possível. Portanto, sabemos que temos 10 segundos, é muito tempo, 10 segundos é mais de uma reta aqui no circuito, ou é quase uma reta, e portanto vamos tentar maximizar essa vantagem, ou ganhar essa vantagem no primeiro stint, para que no segundo seja mais simples.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Vamos continuar, vamos ver se ainda temos tempo para fazer mais algumas entrevistas. A corrida está a menos de 5 minutos do seu início, portanto vamos ver aqui, temos aqui mais um Toyota da Speedy Motorsport, que neste caso é o do César Machado. César Machado, que é também é o campeão em título. César, ontem foi uma qualificação bastante complicada, com muitos carros na luta pelas melhores posições e até algumas surpresas. Achas que hoje vais conseguir recuperar até aos lugares do pódio?
O objetivo é esse. Ontem a qualificação não nos correu nada bem. Temos umas falhas que originaram a qualificação não correu tão bem quanto desejaríamos. Daí arrancarmos agora em quinto e na próxima corrida também. Mas o objetivo é claramente lutar pela vitória, não só o pódio, mas lutar pela vitória. Vamos ver se é possível. Ou agora na próxima corrida, com os handicaps, pode ser que a gente consiga lá chegar, e acho que vamos estar com andamento forte.
Ok, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. E vamos ter que sair agora da grelha e passamos a emissão para o estúdio. So, back to studio.
Good to hear from some of the drivers down there on the grid. Marshall's clearing the grid ahead of this first race of the weekend for Supercars Iberia. The second meeting for this jam-packed field of more than 40 cars ready to go racing here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo for 50 minutes. You can see as the grid clears the side to the number 26 Toyota GR Supra, the Evo 2 that will, I believe, start with Francesco Mora at the wheel for them. So that will be the car on pole position. Matthew Martins, the first of the Aston Martins, the Aston Martin Vantage, number 77, starts alongside on the front row. Bruno Pereira in another of the Aston Martins is on the inside of row number 2. That is the lead car in GT4 Pro Bronze. Next up, Jose Carlos Perez, the number 5 Speedy Motorsport Toyota GR Supra. That starts P4. And Cesar Machado in another of the Toyota GR Supras, third of them on this grid, starts 5th overall, 4th within class. Another of the runners in GT4 Pro Bronze is up next, the first Mercedes, the NM Racing number 36 of Guillermo Asso, starts P6. Vasco Oliveira in the number 79 Aston Martin is alongside Jose Cartella. In the first of the McLarens, the Artura GT4 starts P8. Running down onto the 5th row of the grid, another of the NM Racing team Mercedes. It's the number 10, starts P9. That's Max Hubert at the wheel for the start of this race. Jose Milagros in the BMW M4 GT4, first of the BMWs. That starts inside the top 10 for the number 81 rather, Promotion Motorsports entry. Next up on row 6, Henrique Oliveira, another of the Aston Martin Vantages. That's the Yakaar Motorsport number 78, is alongside Miguel Naves in the number 58 Toyota GR Supra. That's row 6. Alvaro Libera and Miguel Cristovallo go from row number 7. They will be in, respectively, the McLaren Artura and the Porsche Cayman CS. Next up on row number 8, Manuel Bertolin and Kayan Portes. That's your two drivers in 15th and 16th places. Bertolin in the BMW. Next up, Louis Leveo in the CV Performance Mercedes, number 85, starts alongside another of the NM Racing Team Mercedes entries, Ricardo Costa in the number 97. Completing the top 20, it's the Speedy Motorsport Porsche number 6 that starting at the wheel of that one is going to be Luis Torres. Completing the top 20, another of the GT4 Pro Bronze entries, Andreas Martis goes in his Toyota. Outside of the top 20, starting on row number 11, it's the Lema Racing Mercedes of Mark Kastelich, and last of the main bulk of GT4 runners, Nuno Alfonso's number 44 Toyota starts P22. There has been drama already in the GTC categories. Starting on pole in the GTX category, it's Henrique Oliveira in the number 47 BMW. That's all okay, but we have seen a bit of a smoky issue, shall we say, and potential engine problems before we get going for the 128 Gracie Mitchell piloted Topquith Motorsports Ginetta, so keep an eye on that one. JM Smurg starts the Promotion Motorsport BMW number 19. It's next followed up by the 430. That's the Adam Fawcett Cup Porsche. Next up is the number 38 of Paulo Macedo and Sergio Atavredo. That's your 14th row of the grid. Angel Santos and Alba Vasquez take us down to 30th place. The first of the Ligier JS2Rs running their P29. Another one of them is immediately behind. The 124 Perrin Marquez starts alongside Pedro Bastos Rezenda, taking us down to 32nd. Antonio Almeida and Pompeo Simeo starts on row 17. Then Vincente Dazi and Alex Wendt going from the 18th row of the grid. 707 Aston Martin of Antonio Lopez. It starts alongside Alvaro Fontes in the Lema Racing Porsche number 15. 39th on the grid, Angel Laranches, one of the Cup entries, another one of the Cup Porsches, starts just inside the top 40 that's completed by Stephen Curtin. Another one of the Ginettas out there in the GTX category. It's an all-Cup row 21, Vitor Costa and Marcus Fothergill alongside in there. Porsches, Olivia Mertens starts 43rd alongside Boya Hormigos on row number 22, and it's a 45-strong field completed by Rui Marietta, the last of the Porsche 911 Cup entries. Plenty of cars, plenty of teams, plenty of stories to be told then for the next 50 minutes here in Valencia. Ricardo Tormo is about to be entertained by the supercars here. Supercars Iberia Race 1 about to get underway. Green light, away we go then for 50 minutes. It's a long, long run down towards turn 1. It's a good start for Francisco Mora in the first of the Toyota Supras. 3 wide as they go into turn 1. Are they all going to make it through? Keeping it clean at the moment. Early stage of this race surely got to be about survival. The majority of the GT4 runners looking good at the front of the field. A really good start then from pole position for Mora. Got the jump on Martins in the Aston Martin. They run 1 and 2 through the exit of the first sector here on lap number 1. Oh, another one of the Toyotas in the background there, having a bit of a squirrely moment on cold tyres perhaps. There's a piece of bodywork in the middle of the circuit as well in the early stages of this one. Leaders running over the top of the hill then into the infield. One of the McLarens looking down the inside of the Aston Martin. More bits of carbon fibre, and there is the number 22 McLaren already in trouble, already out of the race. Well, that is a real shame for the SMC Motorsport entry with Alba Vasquez starting that one. Went all of about 45 seconds. I think that is down at T3. Was a brief yellow at turn 3. That may well be one car already out of this race at the end of lap 1 then. Francisco Mora has a lead of 0.7 of a second over Matthew Martin. Cesar Masado's had a really good start there in the number 4 Toyota. Started, I want to say, around 6th place on the grid, but either way is up to 3rd in the early stages of this one. Also moving up the order in the early stages, Vasco Oliveira has taken the lead in the GT4 bronze category in his Aston Martin Vantage. Number 79 is up to 5th place. Got past Bruno Pereira in the 007 Aston Martin Vantage. That is still your lead car in GT4 Pro Bronze. Plenty of action to get our teeth into. Just to note, where is that 128 Ginetta that we saw having, well, it's not started. Okay, so that is a development then for the what was meant to be early leader in the GTX category. That's unfortunately Gracie Mitchell and Lucas Ticini are not, according to our timing screens at the moment, running in this race at the moment. We talked about the number 22 McLaren 570S of Alba Vasquez that is out of this race. I think there's also been problems for one of the... Oh, as there's problems definitely there for 2 of the GT4 runners. One of them is potentially one of the NM Racing Mercedes. And this is the problem. We talked about the early stages being about survival and don't have problems. It is such a big field that if you have some form of issue, you've got to wait for all of those different drivers and cars to pass on by. We'll update you. I think one of the cars involved, I think it may have been the 79 of Vasco Oliveira and the 36 of Guillermo Arce. So that's 2 cars that were running high up the order in the early stages of this race. that are now going to have to fight their way not just through all of the GT4 traffic, but all the GTC and the Cup entries and the GTXs as well. Just to note, I was about to say before that incident that the problem for the number 44 Supra of Nuno Afonso. Well, thankfully, it's just a transponder. The car itself is actually fine out there, so is circulating. Incident noted at turn 11 between cars 36 and 79. So, as expected, yet the NM Racing Team Mercedes of Guillermo Arso and the 79, the Racco Motorsports Vasco Oliveira piloted Aston Martin Vantage, and that was at turn 11, one of the tightest parts of the circuit in the infield. It's not good news for them at all. Move in the early stages. Looks like Manuel Bertolini is up the order. Past protest there, number 24 past the number 3. Quick run-down who's leading the respective classes in the early stages of this race. So, of course, Francesco Mora leading in GT4 Pro in the early part of this race. Bruno Pereira was held onto the lead in GT4 Pro Bronze. Alvaro Libera, the number 11, now leading in GT4 Bronze in the McLaren Artura. A little bit further down the order, that is your leaders in the GT4 classes. Enrique Oliveira leads in GTX. That's the number 47 BMW M4. Is GT4 car base, but classified in the GTX category. GT4 AM, sorry, so there are more leaders in the GT4 categories to come. Pedro Bastos Rosenda leads in the 777 Aston Martin Vantage, it's now 23rd overall, and into your Cup categories. Adam Fawcett's had a really good start then. In the number 430 Porsche 911 Cup car, 25th place overall, and leading in that category. That is all of your class leaders in the early stages of this race. Good scrap going on here between the McLaren and the BMW. The infield once again, over the top of the hill is Manuel Bertolini in the lead of those two BMWs in the middle of the pack. Alvaro Libera in the number 11. New fastest lap from the race leader, 1:41.584. Pretty close at the front of the field. Second difference. Now this is your battle for 7th place. Max Hoover's had a decent start in the number 10 NM Racing Team Mercedes. That's another one of the black and red entries. There's a look from the BMW of Clown Patez going round the outside there for a moment. Apologies, no, it wasn't Patez. Patez in one of the BMWs. Sorry, Mercedes. Bertolini was having a go there, and the BMW ran the outside of Alvaro Libera. Long way to go in this race, of course. The drivers have got through the first phase of it, getting into a good rhythm. Just a quick update on cars that we've seen having trouble. So number 44 seems to have at least fixed some of the timing issues. That's now circulating again, as I think is the 128 Gracie Mitchell and Lucas Taccini Ginetta. That is showing as now at least have completed one racing lap of the circuit, so that is some positive news, but a real shame for that car, having been put in a decent position. All that work from qualifying yesterday rather has been undone. Down and out of the final corner. Good battle going on there. I think that's for around 12th place. The number 3 of Caen Portes and the number 13th place Toyota of Miguel Naves. And number 58. Looks like that number 58 car is down the inside. Nice move on the brakes. Little bit of tyre smoke, no problems though. Through will go the Toyota Supra, and that's the Gianfranco Motorsports car up a position. We have a safety car, according to the information on our screens. Now there is a yellow flag at turn number 12. If I've got the corners correct, that's just coming into sector number 3. But the race is neutralised for the first time since the green flag. That's going to bring everybody together with 14 minutes of the race to go. Just a quick note as well: no further investigation for an incident between cars 22 and 164 from earlier on in the race. We saw the number 22 SMC Motorsport McLaren at the side of the road back on lap number 1. The 164 being one of the Ligiers, the JS2Rs, that being the Petrogold car of Pere Marquez at the wheel of that one. But the race, as I say, is under safety car for the first time in this one. Tidy start from Francesco Mora. Had a lead of about 1.1 seconds, so been able to fully break away from the field, but he's done the first job of this race of converting pole position into an early lead. Majority of the field had a good start to this race. We'll just run through your order as we are under safety car. What I believe is an event that the marshals are dealing with at turn 12. There was a yellow flag at turn 12 notice about 10 seconds, 15 seconds before the safety car notice came out. That's the only bits of news that we have at the moment, but what we do know is it is the number 26 Toyota Supra, Francesco Mora, leading this race. Second, good start as well for Mathieu Martins in the first of the Vantages. That's the 77 Aston Martin Vantage in second place. Cesar Machado, very good starts in the number 4 Supra. All of these runners in GT4 Pro, of course, and then at the moment it's a 1-3-4 for the Supras, because it's the number 5 of Jose Carlos Perez at the wheel at the moment. Right, that is why we've gone under safety car. Snatch tractor out there for the Ligier at JS2R of Pere Marquez. So, well, that was the other car that we noted as previously noted by the race officials. So, maybe going 2 and 2 and getting 5 here. I wonder if that is a little bit of a secondary effect from any early moments in this race for Pere Marquez. But either way, that is one of the GTX runners out of this race. And a bit of work to do, perhaps, between now and the second race later on in the day. Good pick up there by our camera operatives around the circuit. Let's continue on your rundown of the early order of the field under this safety car. So we've done our top 4. Bruno Pereira has held the lead in GT4 Pro Bronze in the 007 Aston Martin Vantage. 6th overall at the moment, Henrique Oliveira in another of the Aston Martin Vantages. That's the number 78. 7th place at the moment for Max Huber. Good start for Huber in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Number 10 in 7th place. The 81 Jose Milagros in 8th for the BMW M4. Jose Cartella 9th in the McLaren Artura, the first of the McLarens there, and 10th Manuel Bertolini into those battles in the early stages of this race. But I do believe we, whilst we're under safety car, can head down to the pits for a quick interview one of our competitors.
Estamos con José de los Milagros, o dos pilotos de BMW BMW Motorsport España. José, ha sido una calificación difícil ayer, pero hoy están ganando posiciones.
Bueno, al final es lo que estamos haciendo siempre en este campeonato. Nos está costando poder luchar por las pole position, aunque sabemos que luego siempre tenemos un ritmo para estar en la lucha del podium. Nos gustaría poder estar en la lucha desde la salida, pues siempre nos toca ir a la remontada y eso es más arriesgado, pues porque al adelantar pues siempre hay un riesgo de tocarte con alguien.
Pero ahora está en otra posición, octava posición. ¿Piensas que es posible para intentar un lugar en el podio, una vez que hay pilotos, coches que están a vuestra frente que tienen handicaps?
Es muy difícil, los rivales son muy duros, están muy fuertes. Las prestaciones de los coches de los rivales en este momento, debido al BOP, creo que están un poquito por encima del nuestro. Nos han bajado la potencia después de la victoria del Jarama, así que está siendo bastante difícil. Sé que Nerea ahora empezó en la posición 10, luego se fue un poquito para atrás a la 12, pero ya estamos octavos y está en tiempos del cuarto más o menos. Así que si sigue así, podríamos estar luchando cuarto, quinto, o si hay algún golpe como ha pasado ahora, pues a lo mejor de repente pues llegamos al tercer puesto, pero tenemos también un hándicap de 5 segundos por el segundo puesto de la última carrera de Jarama, que eso también, estando tan apretada la parrilla, seguro que perdemos un montón de posiciones y no sé si podré adelantar tantos coches como sean necesarios en mi turno para poder lograr el podium.
Okay, muy bien, muchas gracias y suerte.
Gracias a vosotros.
Back to studio.
Good to hear there from the team running the number 81 Promotion Motorsport BMW M4. Safety car in this lap is the notification that's just appeared on our monitors, and indeed it's going to be back over to Francisco Mora to get us back to green flag running then, with 34 minutes remaining in this first race of the weekend for the Iberian Supercars. Back out onto the main straight, and you can see as well Matthew Martins pulls right into the middle of the road, does not want to give any kind of toe down towards turn 1 for Cesar Machado, who had a good start on lap 1, very close through turn 1 there. So this is good news for Francisco Mora. Mora's going to be able to break away. The Aston Martin Vantage under a bit of pressure here for second place as we've gone back to green. A bit more news on the Ligier. It does sound like it had a crash down at turn 13, so not necessarily, well, it could have still been a mechanical issue that caused the crash, but either way, crash and a little bit of quick barrier repair is why the safety car needed to come out, and of course we saw the snatch tractor involved as well. Good start for Francisco Mora. Straight back on the pace. Matthew Martins has held off the array of Supras immediately behind in that battle for second place. So back into the rhythm then for this one. It's the first race of the day. Oh, a bit of a wide moment there for one of the Porsches. Very, very easy to get things wrong in the infield section on those sequence of tight turns through from turn 7 to turn 11, side by side again between the Porsche and the Toyota. Back towards the front of the order. Good second half of the restart lap for Matthew Martins, so the Aston Martin Vantage may be a little bit susceptible in the early stages after a safety car, but has gathered things up and means only behind the race leader by 9/10 of a second. On the lights there is going to be the number 81 of Jose Milagros, first of the BMWs. Behind number 10 and number 24, Max Huber and Manuel Bertolini going wheel to wheel. And immediately behind them of the McLaren Arcturas to the SMC Motorsport prepared machines. So whilst there's been problems for that team for the number 22 entry in GTX, their GT4 Pro Bronze runner with Lorenzo
Montero in for them. No, Lorenzo will be in later on. It will be Jose Cardella in for them right now in the number 23. As mentioned, the Alvaro Labera number 11. Pretty well right now. Looking machines, those Aaron Arturas. The grunt immediately behind in the form of the 119. As all round there, well, that's another one of the NM Racing Mercedes. We've seen one of their cars round at that point of the circuit, and that is going to be the number 10 of Max Huber. Now, that was a car fighting for 8th place with Manuel Bertolin in the BMW M4. Interested in another look at that one and whether that was a case of Huber losing it on his own, or, as I think it was, a bit of physical encouragement from the BMW. Once again, it's the infield section catching drivers out. Very tempted to go for an overtaking that part of the circuit, and well, it's not been a happy hunting ground for NM Racing so far today. Car number 30 on our notification screen is under investigation for a part of the safety car procedure. So that is the GT4 Bronze running Mercedes AMG PCR Sport number 30 of Gente Darzi. Now, where is Darzi at the moment? I think that's a car a little bit further down the order as things stand. Yeah, down in 32nd place at the moment. So we'll keep a weathered eye on that one. Pit window is now open. So 20 minutes of this race have gone by. The pit window is now open for everybody to come in, driver change, do what they need to do, get back out and circuit. It can often be a stage of the race where things change a fair bit. I'm just trying to see, where did Max Huber get back into after that spin? Well, it's gone into the pits. That's quite understandable now that the pit window is open. Get in, check the car over, check that it's all right after that turnaround down in the infield section. Get a driver change done, get back out onto circuit with some clear road. Flag briefly out at turns 4 and 5. Clears now, and now comes back again. There's going to be something happening a little bit further down the field. What's going on there? I think that might have been the number 2 Porsche Cayman CS of Pompeo Simenez and Angel Santos in another of those JS2R Ligiers going side by side, coming over the crest of turn 13 into 14. Now on his screens is another car that's had a dramatic day. The 128 of Gracie Mitchell. There's a bit of tyre smoke that time into the final corner. This was the car that was meant to start on GTX pole position, but if you've just joined us, had a very smoky run to the grid. The issue has clearly now been fixed, but it's really set Gracie and the Top Whip Motorsports team back. Yellow flag safety car again. Now, some cars are already in the pits for their mandatory stop. Should also note, it's not a massive surprise to see incident involving cars 10 and 24 under investigation. The 10, of course, being the NM Racing Mercedes of Max Huber that we saw round a few laps ago, and yes, indeed, the number 24 being the Manuel Bertolin GT Corsa BMW. It's at least got into very close proximity to the number 10. We'll update you on that one as and when we receive more news. But right now, safety car for the second time in this race neutralises things once more. And Francesco Mora, once again, has seen his lead that was nicely around a second diminished for, as I say, the second time in this race. So at the moment, we'll try and update in. Well, we have seen an incident at turns 4 and 5. So I wonder if we've had a problem in that region of the circuit. It is the double right-handers just as they're coming towards the end of sector number 1. As we'd expect, plenty of drivers in the pits at the moment. Including your former GT4 bronze leader, Alvaro Libera, and the number 11. So I should give you another quick rundown of how things are looking at this stage. So Mora, as you know, leading this race in the number 26 Supra. Matteo Martin's still second in the number 77 Aston Martin. Well, there is closer. Was that Marcus Fothergill's name I just saw across the screen? Yeah, I think this is the cause of our second safety car of the race. Marcus Fothergill's number 69. This is one of the Porsche 911 Cup cars. Is not circulating, quite clearly. So is sadly out of this race. That's a car that's had a bit of a tough weekend so far. Started further down the order. Unfortunately, didn't proceed forward in the manner that Marcus would have liked. So that is the cause of our second safety car of the race. Just continuing our run down the order then. I think we've got to third place, Cesar Machado in the number 4 Supra. Fourth place for the number 5, Jose Carlos Perez Supra. Another one that Supra's doing nicely in this race. First, third and fourth still as we stand. Bruno Pereira continuing to do good things in the GT4 Pro Bronze. 007 Vantage, 5th overall at the moment. Enrique Oliveira in another of the Aston Martin Vantages. The number 78 this time is in 6th. Jose Milagros is up to 7th place in the first of the BMW M4s. That's the number 81. 8th place at the moment for Jose Cartella in the first of the McLaren Arturas. We saw a good scrap going on there as safety car is going to be in this lap. We're going to get back to green running in a moment. Manuel Bertolin in 9th place, but is under investigation, as we noted a few moments ago, for that incident with the number 10 Mercedes of Max Huber. That is inside the top 10 as things stand. Miguel Naves is wrapping up the top 10 at the moment in another of the Toyota Supras. Just to run down the rest of your class leaders before we get going again. Enrique M. Oliveira is leading in GTX. Adam Fawcett up to 17th now, leading in the Cup category. Vincenzo Darzi. Oh, is this problems for another of the Mercedes? That is the number 30 PCR Sport, and that is a class leader. We were just about to mention them. That is your GT4 AM leader that has come to a halt by the looks of things as we go back to green. Yellow flag at turn number 12. We'd assume for the number 30 Mercedes, but what has happened there to Vincenzo Darzi, as off is another one of the Mercedes? Well, it's really not a day to be in a three-pointed start. That, I think, is the number 3 of Lema Racing. Apologies, no, it's the number 15 Lema Racing Porsche Cayman that's gone off the road. The number 30 has now got going again, but definitely not. That's why it's had a problem. That's why it's come to a stop. Significant damage on the rear left of that car. Sorry, I thought I saw the number 3 off. We did, yes, the number 3 Lema Racing. That's what confused me for a moment there. Is off at turn number 1. Now, that's beached. That's not going anywhere. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a safety car again in another moment's time. Kayan Portes, who was having a good run in this race, was just outside the top 10 as we got going, is stuck in the gravel at turn 1. But as we noticed, is there a number 15 off the road as well in the early parts of this? Yeah, the number 15 is missing out on circuit. Was 4th place in GTX. Well, motorsport, it can all be going well for a team, and all of a sudden, not one but 2 cars for Lema Racing in a spot of bother there. So Porsche Cayman off the road or in trouble. And you often say that yellows breed yellows, and unsurprisingly, we are under safety car. Now, the pit window is going to be extended, of course, after the safety car. This is turning into quite a challenge for the strategists on the pit wall, especially for our race leaders. Well, we won't count Francisco Mora as losing his lead for a 3rd time, because he didn't really have the chance to build it back up to a 2nd
before the safety car came out once again. Into the second half of this race now, 21 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. The third safety car period in this race. This time for multiple incidents requiring intervention around the circuit. I say that's a real shame for Kayam Patez and what was a very good run up to that stage for another one of the GT4 bronze efforts. Of course, slide down the order, but well, at least this gives us a little bit of an opportunity to update you on what's happening in the middle of the field. Top 10 we won't run down again because that, unsurprisingly, hasn't changed in the half lap of racing that we had between the last safety car and this safety car. So Jonathan Engström is now up to 11th place in the number 85 Mercedes AMG. The 888 Porsche Cayman, the first of the Caymans, currently at the moment with Miguel Cristobal at the wheel. So that's in 12th place overall, currently on the podium in GT4 Pro Bronze as well. Andres Prieto is next up in 13th place, another of the AMGs there. The number 79 of Vasco Oliveira, the 79 Aston Martin Vantage is 14th. Enrique M. Oliveira is, as we mentioned before we went back to green briefly, is your leader in GTX. So that's the F82 spec BMW M4 GT4. That's number 47. Top 15 at the moment overall for that car. Adam Fawcett is in 16th place and currently your Cup leader. Has got good advantage actually in the Cup category. Has not been into the pits yet, of course, but the 430 Porsche Cup car is 16th overall. The number 2 of Pompeo Simers is second in GTX at the moment in the Cayman. Number 2, 17th overall. Luis Tavares in another one of the GT4 Pro MGs. A bit of a tough race in the number 6 Porsche Cayman, 18th overall. Really good progress in the early phases of this race. I say early phases, we're properly into the mid phase of this race now. From Rui Morita. This is the car, I want to say, started right at the back of the field, the number 33 Porsche Cup car, and is now up to 2nd place in class. And 19th overall. That is, again, partially down to the fact that a number of the cars have already pitted in this race, done their mandatory stop, but good progress nonetheless, and is in good shape for a strong finish, at least in class here. 19th overall, top 20 completed by Borja Hormigos in the top 5 at the moment in GT4 Bronze. That's another one of the runners in the BMW M4s. We'll take you down the rest of the order later on, but once again, let's head down to the pits.
Estamos com Bruno Pires, que está neste momento, é colega da equipa do Mark Kestelwich aqui no Mercedes da Lima Racing. Arrancaste quinto, entregaste o carro em terceiro para o bronze, e foi um excelente stint.
Muito bom. Depois de ontem as coisas não terem corrido tão bem, não consegui uma grande qualificação. Parti muito atrás do pelotão, acaba sempre por ser mais difícil depois, mas pronto, também eu gosto desse tipo de condução, sempre um bocadinho ao ataque, e consegui fazer ultrapassagens muito interessantes e entregar o carro em terceiro lugar.
Bem, e o facto de vocês já terem feito a operação de troca de pilotos, agora com estes safety cars pode-vos deixar numa situação bastante vantajosa no que diz respeito à classificação geral.
Vamos ver, isto agora só aguardando quando se começar a fechar para se perceber em que posição que na realidade nós estamos.
Mas o vosso objetivo continua a ser vencer a vossa divisão?
Claro que sim, nós estamos a trabalhar para isso. Agora, claro que se nós estivermos cada vez melhor na geral, também é sempre positivo.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, Bruno.
Obrigado, Bruno.
Boa sorte. Back to studio.
Thank you very much down there in the paddock. Just getting more reports to say that was a very busy part of the race between the previous safety car and this safety car. I think there's been problems for James Smurg in the one of the GT4 AM cars. This is the number 19 BMW M4. Reports of a puncture. So that has been in,
but not for its mandatory stop, because you can't serve a mandatory pit stop in this category during the safety car. So, well, either way, that is a pretty race-ruining moment for James Smug and Javier Macias in that entry. Is back out on circuit, I believe, but down in 39th place. So 16 minutes of this race to go. Under safety car conditions at the moment. The pit stop window will, of course, be extended, or is being extended after this safety car. So I suspect that once we do go back to green, the next time around, the pits is going to get rather busy. Of course, we'll get confirmation in due course of when that pit stop window will close. Very fluid situation at the moment. Whilst these safety car periods have been out, we've been doing a bit of a run down the order of how people are getting on up and down the order. We've done the top 20. Let's carry on with Stephen Curtin at the moment, on for a GTX podium. The number 126 out on circuit, running 21st at the moment, being shared, of course, with Jonathan Ellsworth. That's another one of the Ginetta G55s. So the 126 being run again by Tockwith Motorsports. That is in third place in GTX, 21st overall. A couple of cup entries, 22nd and 23rd. So it's Vita Costa in the number 73 and Angel Langchares in the number 12. Third and fourth in class at the moment, 23rd and 24th overall. Nuno Afonso. Now we're starting to get into teams and drivers who have been in. So the Nuno Afonso Alexander Araya at number 44 Supra, that has been in. Not fully clear at the moment which of these teams have served their mandatory pit stops and which ones haven't, because the safety car's been that busy in this race. Been quite hard to keep on top of. 25th at the moment, top 25 wrapped out by Andreas Simaratis. We're going to have to stop there because the safety car once again is in this lap, and fingers crossed we can get back to green racing and remain green between now and the end of the race. 14 minutes to go, and for Francisco Mora, well, Francisco's getting pretty practiced at this here today, backing the field up, effectively becomes the safety car, and will look to get another of those great launches. He's done it twice already today. Didn't really have the opportunity to do it the third time. Can he do it here at the fourth time of going back to full speed, or going to full speed at some point in this race? Looks like he's dropped the hammer now, and that is a brilliant restart from Francisco Mora. Once again, Matthew Martins is going to be under pressure here from Cesar Machado. Now, they can't overtake and change position yet. Onto the pit straight. Once again, Mora is gone up the road, looking to develop his lead once more. Martins is going to be watching the mirrors down into turn one as we go back to green. Looking around the outside, there is Machado. That's a brave move through turn one, out onto the curb. He'll have the next corner to the advantage of the Aston Martin into turn number two. If Machado can make that work, that's one of the overtakes of the race, and he's done it. Brilliant stuff from Cesar Machado off the restart, round the outside, through turn one, through turn two. That is going to please the team in the Speedy Motorsport camp. 10 out of 10 for Machado. And once again, Matthew Martins in the Aston Martin Vantage, looking vulnerable off starts and restarts. Well, Machado's done one move. What can Jose Carlos Perez do now in the next of the Speedy Motorsport Supras, in the number 5? Just receiving word that the pit window will close at 11:51 local time, so that's less than 4 minutes away. To say, I suspect we're going to be seeing a lot of these GT4 runners in the pits for their mandatory pit stop at the end of this lap. Francisco Mora, once again, I mean, this is such pressure to be able to do this not once, not twice, but thrice. Have this really, really quick restart lap after a safety car. Now, will we see Francisco Mora come in at the end of this lap? Rest of the field running down through turn
12. And yes, here they all come. This is going to be one of the busiest pit lanes that you will see this season. Not everybody coming in. Jose Carlos Perez has gone round. Now I wonder if that's simply because the teammate car in the Speedy Motorsport team, the number 4 of Cesar Machado, was immediately ahead. That could be quite a wise move. They have got a bit of time to play with here. The drivers, the teams who have stayed out, a bit less to do for Speedy Motorsport than trying to do mandatory pit stops on 2 cars at the same time. And you never know if drivers and teams get held up in the pits during this mandatory pit stop window that's been extended due to the safety cars. Could do a bit of an overcut here. Probably about half the field in the pits at this moment. So driver change, of course, going on. Cesar Machado, after that fantastic move round the outside, will hand the car over to Adrian Ferrer. Oh, now is that another one of the Ginettas potentially in trouble there? That was a car definitely not at full racing speed. All looking very routine down there at the moment in the Speedy Motorsport pit. I'm hearing that yes, it was one of the Ginettas having a problem. Was that indeed the Gracie Mitchell, Lucas Ticini car that we saw in trouble right at the start of the race? Focused look for Adrian Ferrer. Definitely a podium on the cards for Speedy Motorsport here today. More drivers and teams doing their mandatory pit stops now. Jose Carlos Perez is in. So this will take a few moments for the pit stops to cycle through. Francisco Mora has handed the car over, we would assume, to Francisco Abreu. 26, Toyota Gazoo, Portugal entry back out on circuit. Just look like wondering which car had gone round. It's one of the Cup entries, the Angel Lantres Cup car, which seems quite strangely at the moment. I think he's going to be in the overall lead now. It's going to have the pace to stay there. Of course, this is one of the cars that served its mandatory pit stop before the safety car window. I think it's going to be quite a complicated one for the race officials to check through and make sure that anyone who was pitting early in the pit stop window when it opened with 20 minutes of the race completed, because it was one of the safety car periods, like pretty much on top of that. So teams making legitimate decisions of like, yep, the pit stop window is open, we'll get the pit stop done early on, and then as they were completing their pit stops, the safety car came out. So I'll be checking through that all of those stops were done correctly, both from a pit entry and a pit exit perspective. The big question for me is that run from the number 5, Jose Carlos Perez, handing over the car to Thomas Guedes. With a slightly quieter pit lane, has that gone in their favour? The Ginetta that we've seen having some problems in this race, that was a bit close with one of the NM Racing Mercedes. So I'd assume that Lucas Ticini, very experienced racer on the British club scene, is back out on circuit. Battle between two of the Aston Martin Vantages here, and just again going past the Ginetta. 7 minutes of this race to go. Down towards us once again. I believe that may be 007 out there on circuit, which will have been handed over to Gonzalo Araujo. Great work from Bruno Pereira in the first half of this race and in qualifying yesterday to get that car high up the order. 6.5 minutes of this race remaining. Just checking down on any other cars that have had issues that we've not noted yet. I don't think we've noted that the 707 Antonio Lopez Felipe Vidiera car, this is one of the Aston Martins, is in the pits. The stop window has now closed. Just seeing as well on our screens, more dramas for the number 10 Mercedes. This was the car that we saw unceremoniously facing in the wrong direction, shall we say, in the hands of Max Huber earlier on in the race. That is now under investigation for a safety car procedure. Thomas Ganzella at the wheel of it now. So 5.5 minutes remaining in this race. Quite a mixed up order now. I think this is all down to teams who made their mandatory pit stop before the either first, second or third safety cars in this race. Because right now, being scored as the race leader is one of the Porsche 911 Cup cars. It's Angel Lanchares who's doing the solo mission here today. Leads from Nuno Alfonso in one of the GT4, so at the moment, second, third and fourth and fifth, all overall are all GT4 Pro bronze entries. So Alexandra Araya, Karel Stout, Marek Kastelic and Philip Vaber. 1, 2, 3, 4 within that category. 2 Supras from 2 Mercedes AMGs. Where is the first? Well, yeah, Francesco Mora now showing down in 6th place overall. 14 seconds behind Nuno Alfonso. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how this has happened for the Porsche 911 Cup car, but the timing and scoring on my screen is showing a lead of over a minute. As I say, I think this is going to be one of those race results with a capital P at the front of it. Blue flags out there for another one of the Porsche 911s. Four minutes of this race remaining then in what has been at times slightly chaotic first race for the Supercars Championship. And I dare say as well, this is going to be one that changes things in the championship standings. Still a lot of racing to go, of course, across this season. We noted at the top of the section of the broadcast just how close it is in all of those different categories for championship points. We've got the vast majority of the field running out. I believe we've got 37 cars running out on circuit. Warning flags coming out for track limits as well. That's one of the moments. That's one of the Ligiers having a bit of an unscheduled meeting with one of the Porsches. I imagine that is going to be, well, the Ligier will be now in the hands of Alejandro Ribas. That is your GTX leader. It's managed to pick its way through all the happenings of the last 48 minutes or so. Great cars, those Ligier JS2Rs. Very good on corner entry and mid-corner. Here's the race leader then, so the number 12 of Angel Lanchares. I wonder if they really know what's going on here. The gap is of course coming down, as you'd expect. 51 seconds is the gap. And Angel does a wise thing there, just lets the faster traffic through, because the advantage at the front of the field is still some 50 seconds or so. 1 minute 50.492 last time around there for Lanchares. So yes, running 6-7 seconds off the pace of those behind, but well, do the math. 90 seconds to go in this race, 50-second gap. 6-7 seconds a lap being lost. Well, this quite simply, once again today, not going to be enough laps for the chasing field to bring this one back. Beautifully prepared machine, of course, and have potentially played a bit of a blinder here with the strategy. Just looking further down the order, no changes. It's still that run of GT4 Pro bronze entries. Nuno Alfonso, Andrew Zamaitis, Bruno Perez and Guillermo Also. Well, they've all handed over to the following drivers: Alexander Herrera, Karel Stout, Mark Kastelich and Philip Vava. Now, just seeing on our screens, I actually just knew that there was something up. Car 12 and car 169 must do their mandatory pit stop. Angel Lanches, I don't think is going to be able to keep this position on the road with only 30 seconds remaining on the clock. There's been a bit of confusion here with all the safety cars that have been in, out, and shaking it all about in this race. But the number 12 does not have a legitimate lead here. That is going to hand the lead over to one of the supers. It's going to be the number 44 Gianfranco Motorsport entry, with Alexander Herrera now at the wheel of this race. He's going to be effective leader of this race. There goes the number 12 into the pits. Well, this is almost reminiscent of the Formula 1 at Silverstone a few years back, that the race leader has come into the pits on the final lap. Checkered flag is out, or will be out in a moment. On timing, Angel Lanches has taken the checkered flag, but we saw that notification on our screens about 60 seconds ago to say that that car must serve its mandatory pit stop. Now we wait for the number 44 Toyota Supra to come round the final corner to potentially take the race victory. But if there's one car that's had problems with when they've taken the mandatory pit stop, there could be more. Over the line there goes Alexander Herrera. Either way, it's a great result for the GT4 Pro Bronze team. They got things right here in this first race of the day at Valencia for Supercars Iberia. Third place on the road. As I say, just reading this as it's on our timing screens, this is quite a strange culmination to a motor race. Oh, and that's the 007 off the road. That's the Araujo Competizione Aston Martin that had been doing really, really well in this race. More drama here in the first race for Supercars. That car was running well inside the top 20. Has gone for an unscheduled beach holiday on the last lap of this race. And more confusion here at Valencia. Andreas Zamaitis third with Karel Stout. So Karel Stout brought that one home nicely. Second as things stand in GT4 Pro Bronze. Mark Kastelich fourth overall in the Mercedes AMG number 119. So that very well could be at least a class podium for Lima Racing. That will be a little bit of solace after they lost two of their other cars in this race off one of the many restarts over the last 50 minutes or so. Looks like, Philip Vava has come home in fifth place in the fourth of that run of GT4 Pro Bronze entries. So Philip Vava is a very experienced driver, done a good amount of karting back in the UK. P5 overall. Got to feel for Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu. Francisco Mora led this race from the start throughout all of the safety car periods, but because the mandatory pit stop had to be served after the final safety car period, at the moment that car is being scored as in sixth place, at least still first of the GT4 Pro entries. Seventh overall, the Rakar Motorsports number 78. That is second in GT4 Pro. So that means that the number 4 is lost out. Yes, it's a little bit further down the order. The SMC Motorsport number 23, Jose Cartella, up in the top 10 as things stand. Ninth was Sergio Azevedo and Orlando Battini in their number 16 machine. That's a car that I don't think we really even talked about at any stage of the race, and right now scoring as a top 10 for another of the GT4 Pro Bronze entries. There is the number 4 in 10th place with Cesar Machado and Adrian Ferrer. Well, either way, no matter what happens in terms of post-race checks and scoring, one of the highlights of this race has got to be that move from Machado round the outside through turns 1 and 2 off the restart to take second place on the road. Just ahead of Mathieu Martins, the car that Machado did that move on. So the Martins and Ferrier at number 77, Aston Martin comes home in 11th. Jose Milagros and Nerea Marti can be happy with their run to 12th place. Scores now being changed to take into account cars that needed to do their mandatory pit stop. So the Porsche that was in the lead of the race just unceremoniously drops down the order. Can't quite work out exactly where it's fallen down to. But Manuel Bertolin, some drama in the middle phase of the race. In the end, well, they had that moment down in the infield. Bertolin and Hubert, the 24 and the 10 that came together in the earlier phase of the race, finished just under 2/10 apart from one another in 12th and 13th place. Jose Carlos Perez had a good run as well with Tomas Guedes in another of the Speedy Motorsport cars. They were really unlucky, had good road position after the last safety car, but had to go round for another lap before serving their mandatory pit stop. 15th and number 38, Veloso Motorsport entry of Paulo Macedo and Luis Calderos. 16th for Miguel Narvaez and Andre Narvaez in the number 58. Really tough race for NM Racing Team. A number of their cars in trouble across the course of that race, but at least number 97 of Andres Prieto managed to get home in the top 20, just to run down toward the GTC runners. In the end, it was the 125 top with Motorsports Antonio Almeida, Thomas Roca run machine that took the win in GTX, narrowly ahead of Angel Santos and Alejandro Iribas in the Petrogold 133. So 1 and 2 there in the GTX category. As things standing, I think Cup category very much up in the air as to who has taken the win in that one, because Angel Lanchares, that number 12 that found itself overall in the lead but hadn't served its pit stop, its mandatory pit stop, drops all the way down to 30th place as things stand. If that stands, and that is a very big if, that hands the Cup win to Rui Morito in the number 33 that finished 25th overall. And just to run down and see if we've got any more of our class leaders in the further of the order. Now we've got them all complete. And there we're now into the runners who had their problems, numerous safety cars, lots to talk about, lots to unpack from that first race of the day for supercars. And if you enjoyed that, well, race 2 will come up later on today. We'll have the grid walk from 10 to 4 local time here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We will head down though for our post-race interview down in the paddock.
Nuno, foi uma corrida dura, com muito calor e com muitos safety cars. De que forma é que a vossa corrida vos correu e de qual foi a forma que vos permitiu chegar à vitória na GT4 Bronze? Para o bronze.
Nós arrancámos da 11ª fila, portanto o 12º. Nós tivemos problemas na qualificação porque tínhamos um furo num pneu e não conseguimos qualificar-nos bem. Fiz o melhor, com muita cautela no princípio, recuperei, 6, 7 posições e saímos logo a seguir ao safety car. Depois entrou o Alex, também recuperou. Entretanto, beneficiamos do facto dos nossos adversários não terem feito a substituição nesse período e acabámos por vencer a corrida.
E Alex, isso foi uma questão estratégica? Vocês decidiram antecipar a paragem das boxes, dado a possibilidade de haver safety cars à volta da janela de troca de pilotos?
Foi exatamente essa a estratégia. Já ontem achamos que estava toda a gente um bocadinho agressiva, o plantel está muito competitivo e decidimos como tática para parar cedo, e essa tática veio a dar frutos. Depois da segunda parte da corrida foi gerir ao máximo, aguentar os pneus e levar o carro até ao fim, graças ao trabalho que o Nuno fez no primeiro stint.
Então com este resultado vocês dão um bom pulo no campeonato?
Sim, estamos em primeiros, acho que agora ganhamos uma pequena vantagem. Agora vamos para a segunda corrida com o prémio dos 10 segundos de handicap, que é habitual, não é? Portanto, vamos ver como é que corre agora a segunda.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
Obrigado.
Back to the studio.
Well, good to hear from home languages there from our winners, Nuno Alfonso and Alexander Herrera. As we say, that's a very provisional result. We'll bring you up to date with more of the news as and when we receive it. 3:50 for race number 2 for supercars. We'll take a short break here. Next out on circuit in a few moments' time, it's the Historics.
Estamos aqui com uma das duplas mais jovens do campeonato, Lucas Savo e Henrique Oliveira, e que hoje conseguiram um segundo lugar na GT4 Pro. Foi um excelente resultado. Luca, how was your race? You had some fights in the beginning, but then you showed some good pace.
So we started P11 and 7 in class. At the start I moved up in 6th place, and then we had the first safety car. Then 2 other drivers crashed from my class in front, so I gained, no, one was from my class, the other no. So I moved that to P5, took the pace there and stayed also after the second safety car and third safety car. Luckily no track limits, no penalties, and I could give Henrique the car very good, and he could push.
Henrique, foi no teu caso foi um segundo stint em que estavas no segundo lugar da vossa divisão e, portanto, havia uma certa pressão sobre ti.
O carro estava perfeito, eu tinha uma distância entre os carros de trás, ou seja, tinha muito espaço confortável para conseguir lutar pelo carro da frente. Na última volta consegui ultrapassar o Aston Martin, o que nos garantiu o segundo lugar. Por isso tenho que agradecer à equipa e ao Luca, que fez um excelente trabalho nesta corrida.
E como é que é para um jovem piloto conseguir um pódio num campeonato e numa divisão tão competitiva?
Eu não tenho palavras. Eu simplesmente estou muito feliz e agora vamos atacar para a segunda corrida. Foco, não podemos nos distrair agora no pódio, é foco geral para a segunda corrida, conseguimos a vitória.
And for you, Luca, just a young guy with such a strong field as this, what's the feeling of getting your first podium?
Well, it's really great to get the first podium, even after the disappointment in Villarreal, where we couldn't finish the races, and also double P4 in Portimao, so close to the podium. So hopefully now for the next race we could fight for the P1. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for the next race. How much time do we have?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Well, more stories coming out from after that race for the supercars. Just seeing on our screens, 165 seconds added to race time for a mandatory pit stop infringement. A couple of minutes before we get ready then for our next race out on circuit. This should be another one of the highlights of the weekend. We had them race yesterday. Their second race is coming right up. Historics Endurance is back in a few moments' time. Welcome back, everybody, to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo and getting ready for our third race of the day. It's the historic endurance category out on circuit next. This is their second race of the weekend, and the sights and sounds of a really, really eclectic mix of race vehicles will be out on track very, very soon. Let's actually start with a bit of a rundown of what we saw yesterday for race number 1 here at the Iberian Racing Festival. Not a surprise to see the number 5 Ford GT40 of Paulo Lima and Jordi Puig at the top of the classification at the end of their first race, 23 laps. We saw them do very, very well, of course, back at Jarama for the previous meeting for this category. And it was a 9.5 second victory over the other of the Ford GT40s, Olivier Meutens and Bryce Pinot, in the 265, running 1 and 2 in the GS category. Taking the win in the 1965 category in third place overall, it was the 273 of Laurent Jaspers, that beautiful Jaguar E-Type running around to class victory. A few seconds ahead of the next class victor, the 1976 class victor, was Robin Ellis yesterday. 2.8 litre RSR 180 for Robin Ellis, Rui Maia and Pedro Maia completing the top 5, also winning their class in the 1971 field in their BMW 2800 CS. So that's the main headlines from what happened yesterday. Let's take you through the grid in a moment then for race number 2. Paulo Lima and Jordi Puig start on pole position, of course, in their Ford GT40. Olivier Meutens and Brice Pinot second on the grid in the other of the Ford GT40s. Laurent Jaspers, the Jaguar E-Type, third. Robin Ellis, fourth in the 180 Porsche. Fifth for Rui Maia and Pedro Maia in their BMW number 33. Paul O'Reilly will start this race from 6th place, was second yesterday in the 1965 category. So the Lotus Elan will be out on circuit looking to go on better in class than yesterday. Starting 7th will be the shared Porsche 911 of Antonio Castro Ortega and Jesus Escribano. That's starting on the inside of row number 4. Also sharing that row with another one of the Porsche 911, so the 2.5 litre on the inside of row 4, the 3 litre on the left. Carlos Brazido and Miguel Lobo racing in that one. That's one in the 1976 category. First of the invitational cars is Jeremy Clark in the Lotus Elan S4, starts P9. Manuel de la Torre starts inside the top 10 for the AEC-D team. That's another one of the runners in the 1971 category. He was on the podium in class yesterday, third in class, 10th overall. Next up, the number 74 of Jose Rida Ortiz and Pablo Munoz, the Ford Capri, fourth in class yesterday for the number 64. And then the sights and sounds, one that I'm really looking forward to, Guillaume Hubert in the 1965 Ford Mustang will start P12. Next up, another one of the E-Types. This is in a lightweight version of the Jaguar E-Type. Timothy Mahapatra starts 13th. And, well, we had the Mustang one row ahead. The Shelby GT 350 for Max Huber will start P14 in this one. A couple of Porsches next up on row number 5. It's Antonio Sainz running in the 1971 category, alongside the GDS category winner from yesterday, Nuno Nunes, starts the 327 from 16th on the grid. We've got one of the Alphas, the Alfa Romeo GT-AM from Roberto Diaz Rincon, starts P17, alongside on row number 9. It's another one of the teams that was on a class podium yesterday, the third of the GS runners. So the Lotus 23B of Xavier Grascanieres and Jerome Playat on 18th on the grid for that one. Manuel Dominguez starts P19 in that Ford Escort RS 1600. That's another one of the runners in the 1971 category. It's joined by Richard Bateman and Roger Barton in their Lotus Elan to complete the top 20. The BMW 1800 TISA of Alberto Velez Grillo and Tomás Velez Grillo starts P21. The Porsche 911 3-litre that was on the podium in the 1976 category yesterday. Rafael Alcala and Eduardo Sanchez going in that one. That's number 65. The Datsuns are, of course, back out in this one as well. We've already seen them earlier on this morning. So Guillermo Velasco and Francisco Freitas, third in the GDS category yesterday. They start 23rd in their 503 machine. We, of course, saw them running earlier on in the Carrera 80 class. Another of the Datsuns starts alongside on row 12. Davide Marquez and Rui Castro go in the 323. As I say, all shapes and sizes in this one. We've got Mustangs, we've got GT40s, we've also got a Mini Cooper out there. Antonio Escalante starts 25th in this race in the number 53. Keep an eye out for that. Is sharing that 13th row of the grid with the Porsche 914 of Carlos and Nuno Matos in the 207. Francois Guérin in the Lotus Elan starts 27th on the grid, having had a few issues yesterday in the first race. Is joined by Pedro Bethencourt and Jorge Nogueira Pinto in the Chevy Corvette L88. It's two runners in the 1971 category. And two drivers, two teams who did not start yesterday. So questionable whether we will see these on the grid. But if we do, Piero Dalmaso, Jose Cavalhosa, and others in the Porsche 911 2.5 ST, and Jorge Santos Alcides Petiz in another of the Alfa Romeo GT AMs did not start yesterday. But if we do, it means we'll have 30 cars on the grid. But say 30 cars on the grid, because you can see quite clearly to the left-hand side of your screen that one of the Ford GT40s is not on the dummy grid. There's still a couple of cars just waiting to form up for this race. So that may be an early bit of news, that one of the front runners from yesterday, I wonder whether they will be able to start this race from the front of the field. In fact, neither of the Ford GT40s are on the grid at the moment by how we're looking at the cars that are at the very front of the field. Neither of those, one is a Porsche and one is a BMW, so neither of those are, of course, your drivers, your teams who are due to go from the very front of the field. Order of events then for this race. This will be another 50-minute race. The formation lap underway. At least from that view, I think we're missing the E-Type as well from the front of the field. Not quite sure what's happened there. We'll just look at some of the messages from race control to see if we've had any updates. Not at this moment. But either way, we're underway with the formation lap. Great sounds, as ever, from Historics Racing. So, effectively, I think we're going to be calling this as Robin Ellis at the front of the field in the classic Porsche 911 2.8 RSR. So that will now inherit the lead for this overall battle, and of course hold the class pole position as well in the 1976 category. Let's actually, whilst we've got this formation lap, just give you a quick rundown if you're new to this championship, the different categories. So the GDS category, the Gentleman Driver Spirit. So these are any cars pre-1965, up to 2-litre engines. An MGB plus an Porsche 911 SWB can run in this one, and also pre-1976 special touring cars. So again, like the Datsun 1200s, Mark II Minis, all of that description. 1965 historic category, pretty explanatory. Those are all special touring vehicles, GT cars. They must have been homologated production dates before the end of the calendar year 1965. 1971 is everything from 1966, 1st of January 1966 through to the 31st of December 1971. 1976, you get the picture. That's 72, 73, all the way through to 76. GTP and sports cars, historic GTP and sports cars,
again, special Grand Touring cars, in addition to sports prototypes running, and of course the invitationals as well for cars that don't fit any of the pre-described options. I say, absolutely fantastic to be having, I think, at least 24 cars running out on circuit, just looking at the timing information and who is ticking through the sectors at the moment. Neither of the 4 GT40s are that we were due to see at the front of the field. Lauren Jasper's 1963 E-Type is, but it's not at the front of the field. So keep an eye if the 273 has joined the back of the field. That could be flying through the order based on the pace that we saw yesterday. And we'll be seeing who else from having problems yesterday, because effectively the starting order for this race, for those out there, is in the order that they finished yesterday in race 1. So if you did have problems yesterday, this is a good chance to finish with a flourish and come back through the order. So the Historics Endurance field just about ready to go then for their second race of the weekend. The modern side to the safety car will pull to driver's right into the pit lane, and it will be over to Robin Ellis to get us going. Finished 4th yesterday, but the top 3 from race 1 not present at the front of the field. We are racing for 50 minutes and down towards turn 1. Good solid start for Robin Ellis. Good start as well for the BMW of Rui Maia and Pedro Maia. Now I would suspect that we see, I think it's the Paolo Lima, it's the Olivier Mertens and Bryce Pinot Ford GT that is going to join the field from the back of the order. So keep an eye out for the 265 very quickly coming through the field. So we've got 23 cars running in this one. But Ellis leads, Maia in second place, and I think it's been a good start as well for the Carlos Abrazido and Miguel Lobo Porsche 911. The red and white machine there is already up to third place. One of the newer Porsches within this context is one in the 1976 category. So heading round the infield on this first lap. Robin Ellis leading this one nicely. Good slide there from Rui Maia. Has a yellow flag out at turn number 8 that we'll try and catch up with in a moment. There's also one at turn number 6. Moments for drivers running wide, and nothing is going to neutralise this race or see anybody out of it. See any of these Historics having an early end to the day. But out of the final turn, let's count them through at the end of this first lap. A little bit of a different sight at the front of the field to what we were perhaps expecting 20 minutes or so ago. Ellis leads, Maia second, but for how long? Because here comes Carlos Abrazido straight into second place. There's the extra power of the 1976 class Porsche 911 through into second place. Jeremy Clark is running in 4th. Paul O'Reilly there in 5th place. And also making quick work, I think we just saw, yes indeed, the Lotus 23B there, the machine in British Racing Green. Javier Rascaneres up a lot of positions. I say a lot because I can't count how many of them he's actually gained on that first lap. But he's up to 11th place in the early stages of this race and leading GS Machine. Also just to note, the GT40 has changed the lead as Abrazido goes down the inside, takes that position away from Robin Ellis. Well, we suspected that this may happen. Bit of a mixed up grid from the race result yesterday.
and Carlos Abruzino, sharing that number 75 machine with Miguel Lobo, has gone off very, very quickly here in the early stages of this race. There's the Lotus Elan of Jeremy Clark. He's had a nice run of things as well. It's in the invitational class, so it's not. It's one of those cars that's not in any of the pre-described grouped categories from the mid 1960s through to the mid 1970s. Either way, Jeremy Clark up for a good race here, as I think Rascanieres is continuing to move up through the order. So don't be surprised to see green yellow 23B appearing in the background in the not too distant future. But end of lap number 2 then. New race leader confirmed. Carlos Abruzino, Porsche 911, 3.3 litre RS, is now 3.2 seconds ahead of Robin Ellis. Rui Meyer third, Jeremy Clark fourth. Start procedure infringement. So unfortunately, there's going to be some cars heading for an unscheduled run and a drive-through penalty. The number 64 is one of them. So that's the Jose Ortiz Ford Capri that's caught the eye of the race officials, and unfortunately as well the 221. This is the Velez Grillo car. This is the BMW 1800 that is currently running in 20th place, but that has had a start infringement as well. So we'll be heading to pits. The battle on your screens. Well, I said there were going to be cars that had difficult days yesterday coming through, and sure enough, a Chevy Corvette with, I believe, Pedro Bethencourt at the wheel at the moment. Number 73, beautiful white machine, sounds great as well. Already up to 8th place. In terms of what happened yesterday, didn't see many laps from this this car at all. I think it only did 1 or 2 before it expired or had problems that meant it had to be withdrawn from the race. Good work overnight means that that one is running pretty well in the early stages of this race. Jeremy Clark there in 4th. A decent start for the Lotus Elans. 2 of them in the top 5 as things are at the moment. Still not sure what happened to Laurent Jaspers, as mentioned, because on our timing screens we did see the Jaguar E-Type 63 as noted as in Sector 3. Now whether it did the reconnaissance lap and then came in, it's a bit of a mystery at the moment, but either way, it's a shame not to see that car out there. Same with Paolo Lima, Jordi Puig GT40 that won yesterday, that is also not running, also not out there on circuit. The Ford Mustang 366 of Guillaume Hubert is not circulating. The Porsche 914, the Matos Giro 1, is also not running. The Lotus Elan of Garin, the Alfa Romeo GT Am of Santos and Pettis, that didn't run yesterday, and the Porsche 911 of Damaso and Gavalos. So those are the cars, if you were expecting to see them run in this race. Sorry to report that they are not. This car is, though. What a sight, what a sound. The Ford GT40 in the hands of Olivier Mertens and Brice Pernot. Started from pit lane, is already up to P12. So don't count that car out for a race victory yet. Still with 42 minutes of this race remaining. Not received news yet here at the Commons position as to why the car that finished second yesterday started from pit lane, but either way, it's out on circuit, looking glorious, sounding glorious, and starting to pick off cars ahead. And actually, it's a good marker to have directly ahead there, because you just saw there the Lotus 23B of Rascanieres in the 146, and who else have we got in that car? Jerome Peyrat. They have also started pretty quickly from the back of the field. They could work together and move up into the top 10. Chevy Corvette news. Well, it's continuing to progress up the order. Number 73. He's just taken fifth place there. Indeed, so it's just gone past Paul O'Reilly's S1 Lotus Elan. Down towards turn number 1. You see how the front end snaking around under braking. Great commitment there into turn number 1. A couple of cars into the pit lane. The Ford Capri of Jose Rueda Ortiz is showing on my screen as in the pit lane. That's the number 64. That's one of the 1971 class runners. And unfortunately, Maxi Bear, I think the GT350, the big Shelby, is well, at least coming into the pits in the early stages of this race. So we'll try and keep on top of the situations going on down in pit lane. Richard Bateman running there in the 150. Another with the Lotus Elans going wheel to wheel with, I believe that's going to be the short wheelbase Porsche 911 of Nuno Nunez. So that's all over 14th place on the road. No other news from race controls. Are just those 2 drive-through penalties. Okay, that's why we've seen those 2 cars coming to pits, of course. Then, so that's that is the Capri serving its drive-through penalty, and I think as well we've seen the BMW of Velas Grillo, the 2 Velas Grillos, in for its start procedure infringement drive-through penalty as well. So. Not good news, but at least it's not good news of the mechanical nature, and they get back into the race. So Richard Bateman now ahead of Nuno Nunez, and just trying to pull away for what is now 14th place. Just had a quick sight there of the Porsche 914 ahead. That is in the hands of Manuel de la Torre. Yellow flags out at turn number 14, apparently on our screen. So does that mean that someone's had a problem down at the far end of the circuit? Can't quite see anything from that angle. That was the 174 of Antonio Ortega in 12th place. And there you can see the Mertens Ford GT40. So more positions being gained now. The GT40 is up into the top 10 in this race. Not good news again for Jag fans out there. Unfortunately, I think we've lost the other of our E-types. Timothy Mahapatra in the lightweight version is not circulating, as here is a move for position on track. Through goes there, the number 43 Ford Escort RS 1600. So that is some more good progress for that car. That's Manuel Dominguez currently running, and potentially on at the moment. I know there's a long way in this race to go, but in the top 3 in class right now. Change as well between the 2 cars coming through the field. So the Ford GT40 has got ahead of the Lotus 23B. So that's Mertens past Rascanieras and into 9th place. But again, I would expect to see those 2 cars continue to move up through the order. That is also a change in class lead as well. So that's going to be the GS class lead now into the hands of Olivier Mertens and Brice Pernod. Finished 2nd yesterday, of course, and continue to work their way up the order. 37.5 minutes remaining. So yes, we were mentioning that the E-Type lightweight 161 of Timothy Mahapatra is out, or looks to be out of this one. It's not circulating at the moment. I think we mentioned already that the Shelby GT350 of Max Huber is also not running right now. Here's an entertaining battle. This is Paul O'Reilly in the number 17. Number 43 once again of Manuel Dominguez. And Manuel Dominguez looking really quick in this this part of the race. This is over 6th place. This is something that you've... Oh, Dominguez gets a huge slide there. Well controlled out of the right-hander. This is what you've got to love about Historics Racing. Already so much commitment and passion from the drivers and engineers who run these machines, but just look at the size difference between these two. As through goes Dominguez. Takes the Escort up to 6th place. And those two cars in different classes, of course. So Dominguez running in the 1971 class. Paul O'Reilly running in the 1965 class and leading in that class at the moment. So good work from both drivers and their support crews, and nicely running their way into the middle part of this race. So 36 minutes to go of the race. Carlos Brazilo and Miguel Lobo there. Porsche 911 still leads this race and has in fact got the gap up to 17.3 seconds ahead of the BMW 2800 of Rui Maia and Pedro Maia, both of them leading their respective classes in the 1976 and 1971 categories. Jeremy Clark, the single invitational entry here, is 3rd, a further 5.5 seconds back. Pedro Bethencourt has made some good progress in the first 15 minutes of this race. His Chevy Corvette L88 is up to 4th place, 2nd at the moment in the 1971 category. Robin Ellis, who inherited the pole position because the top 3 didn't start the race from the front of the pack. One of those 3 has now re-entered the race but started from pit lane. Robin Ellis still running well. It's just set his fastest lap of the race so far, 2 minutes 0.8. That's the car currently in 5th place, another of the Porsche 911s. Just seen Manuel Dominguez take 6th place away from Paul O'Reilly. So 6th and 7th for those two now. 8th for Olivier Mertens in the recovering GT40 that now has the lead in the GS category. Antonio Sainz has just been overtaken in his 1971 as, oh dear, the Datsun 503, which we've seen running earlier on today. Well, that looked very mechanical in nature. That's not a driver just pulling over for a bit of refreshment. Unfortunately, Guillermo Velasco seems to have had some form of problem. Pulled that over at turn 5, I think. And it's out as well is the BMW, the 221. That's the Velez Grillo car that is stopped somewhere, I think, in sector number 2. So 2 yellow flags out then at turn 2 and turn 5. Actually, no, I think that BMW's broken down in sector number 1. Well, this is another element that you can sometimes see in Historics Racing. Reliability is a factor. Is that a change again? No, that's just for the Corvette putting a lap on, I've got to say, very, very pretty Carrera Porsche there. That's with, I believe, Rafael Sanchez Alcala driving at the moment. Going in 18th place. 3rd, though, in the 1976 category. So definitely something to compete for there, for the team running that car. Looks like the incident at turn 5 has been cleared. As I say, I think that was for the 503 of Velasco, Guillermo Velasco. Hopefully we will see that car, because that is one that we, I think, would expect to see in the Carrera 80 Championship as well. Or the competitions, the races. There's still the second one of those later on today. So hopefully it's not the last time today that we see Datsun. 18 minutes of this race, or there or thereabouts, just gone. There is a change for 3rd place. Pedro Bethencourt passed in the Chevy Corvette, passed the Lotus Elan of Jeremy Clark. Just looking at the times as well, 1:58.8 last time around from Bethencourt. That is, of course, a change overall, but not necessarily in class. As tell you what, I thought Jeremy Clark was going to try and draw back alongside the big Corvette there, but a bit of a trick with the cameras, perhaps. But keep an eye on the battle for class lead in the 1971 category. As mentioned, 1:58 for Bethencourt last time around, and the Rui and Pedro Maia BMW just a little bit further up the road. There it is.
What times is that car doing at the moment? 2:0. So yes, that could be a battle for second place and the leading class in a few laps' time. So 19 cars running out there at the moment. Rui and Pedro Maya, I think they're quite happy with this. Running a good pace. Have dipped below the 2-minute barrier earlier on in this race. Right now, I'll just be concentrating on running nice and steady and hold on to this second place. Qualified 6th earlier on in the weekend, and then moved up one spot across the course of the race yesterday. Bit of traffic for them to deal with. It's the Davide Marquez and Rui Castro Datsun 1200. Now did I see, or were my eyes deceiving me there, did I see the other Datsun just crawling back to pit lane? 503, if I did, well, that's at least a little bit of good news that that car can get back and get repaired and potentially be back out later on today for the second Carrera 80 race. That's the Velasco Baesi and Freitas car. Not seen this car earlier on in the race. This is the Roberto Diaz Rincon Alpha. Running right now in 16th place and 8th in class as well. Pit window is now open. So same as we talked about with the modern machinery, with the supercars. At 20 minutes into the race, the pit window opens for those mandatory stops. Driver changes for those running in a shared vehicle. There is your race leader, Carlos Abrazido. Started a bit further down the order, made those decisive overtakes, used the power of the 3-litre Porsche 911, and has continued to use the the speed and performance that that car has got here today. 27.5 seconds is the lead right now for Carlos. Just another notification on our screens, 3:27 track limits for Nuno Nunes. Well, track limits in terms of running wide and onto tarmac wasn't a problem back in the 60s and the 70s, but it is in the 2020s. So even though the track layouts and the track furniture may have changed, the rules have changed as well, of course. So track limits for the 327, but just a warning at this moment. So Carlos Abrazido has started to put some competitors off the lead lap. There's Manuel de la Torre, the 914 Porsche. Running 7th at the moment within class, within the 1971 category. We are now starting to see some pit stops. Manuel Dominguez is in, so first stint done in the Ford Escort. Everybody has to make a mandatory pit stop, of course, irrespective of whether they have a driver teammate or not. The GT40 is in as well. Olivier Mertens judging at least if the first name on the entry list is the first driver. We'll come in and hand that car over to Bryce Pinot, having got the lead back in the GS category. Started from pit lane. Still continuing round though. Now in 3rd place. Pedro Betancourt there in the Chevy. Just backed off the pace a little bit the last lap also. So back outside the 2-minute mark for a single lap of this circuit. 2:0.8. Carlos Abrazido actually just set the fastest lap of the race so far on that last tour. 1:55. That 911 is absolutely singing right now. Jeremy Clark not giving this one up as well. To say, Betancourt's pace in the Corvette has slowed a tiny bit. Meanwhile, Jeremy Clark has just done a new fastest lap, or personal best of the race so far, 1:59.7. So took a second out was the advantage for Bethencourt last time around. Other cars that are in the pit. Good news on the 503 front. So Guillermo Velasco has managed to get that car back to the pits, with the information in front of me. Well, I'm interpreting the information in front of me correctly, so fingers crossed. I don't think we'll see that car again in this race, but hopefully we can see it get repaired and back out for the second Carrera 80 race later on today. Roberto Diaz Rincon in the number 47. That car is out of the pits now. It's just gone back out on circuit. So currently running in 16th place. Antonio Escalante and the Mini Cooper. That car is also in the pits right now for its mandatory stop. And a bit further up the order, number 94, Porsche 911, the Antonio Sainz car. That was running in 8th place. That has also come in for its mandatory pit stop. Ooh, as the Corvette runs a bit wide there. Into the pits goes Jeremy Clark. In the pits as well is the car that this Corvette has been chasing. So the Rui and Pedro Maya BMW is in for its mandatory stop, pretty much at halfway. 25 minutes of this race gone, 25 remaining. Checking back in now with the GT40. How is that getting on with, I believe now, Bryce Pinot at the wheel. We'll drop down the order a bit. Yeah, drop down to 11th place. As there is the scene in pit lane. Mandatory stop ongoing for Nuno Nunez there. 327 Porsche. Bonnet up. I believe that is on one of the Datsuns. Out goes the Mini Cooper. Served its mandatory pit stop. Antonio Escalante back out on track. What's the pace looking like for the GT40? Well, its best at the moment is a 1:58.6. Just going to compare that to what we saw. Yeah, that car is not. Whatever's happened to it, it's not running at 100%, or it's not being sent to 100%, because we did see the GT40s, both of them, run sub 1:56 yesterday. Manuel Dominguez there, back out on circuit. So I think that's been a change actually, yeah, between cars that have done their mandatory stop. I think that Dominguez number 43 has lost out to the GT40, which is understandable. A Ford Escort will not beat a Ford GT40 in a straight fight, no matter how sideways it is driven, how enthusiastically. But still running in 4th place in class is Manuel Dominguez. Leader is in as well. Carlos Abruzino, really good first stint. He's built this lead up to the best part of 30 seconds. He's had to do some overtaking as well. So, not really any one following that car. This is perfectly normal. Back with a couple of the Porsches. 914 versus 911. The most different looking Porsches in the history of the brand, of the company. Running nicely in this race as well. In 13th place now, just ahead of Nuno Nunez. There is Manuel Torre. I wonder if all the way from the commentary position, I wonder if the words of the GT40 not running as quickly as it did yesterday has reached the driver in there, because it's just gone purple through sector number 1. So Bryce Pinot, yeah, and it's just at a 1:56.332. Well, at the same time, it could be that a driver change has got the pace going in that car. So with 22 minutes of this race to go, don't count that car out. It can still come through to potentially win this race once all these pit stops have been served. Bethencourt is in the Corvette. Tell you just off of screen, and Jose Rido Ortiz is also in the pits in the Ford Capri. The Maya Duo BMW cycles back through to 2nd place. So in fact, that tells you how much progress the GT40 has made in the last few laps since the pit stop and through this pit stop phase. We're talking about this car being in around 7th or 8th place before the stops. It's now, I think, running up in 3rd place. It goes past the Nuno Núñez Porsche 911. That's not for position. Similarly, this move on the 914 will also not be for position. So the GT40 starting to come alive. Did a 1:54.9 last time around. That's one of the quickest race laps that we've seen of the weekend so far here for the historic endurance entry. The car of Olivier Mertens with Bryce Pinot, we believe, now at the wheel, is definitely pushing on. The story it would be, having started from pit lane, to get through all the way to making another GT40 win in this series. Of course, we saw back at Jarama for the previous event back in late May, early June. It was a double win for the Paulo Lima Ford GT40 on that day. So currently, Ford GT40s on a 3-race winning streak, including the first race, which was also won by Paulo Lima yesterday. And there is your change for 2nd place. So through goes Pinot. This is again looked like a very quick lap from the GT40. Nothing that Meyer could do there to stop that car going through. And now the gap is 39 seconds. Now we've not had a lap time through yet post driver change for the race leading 911. So we'll wait and see as to what the real-time gap on pace. Oh, that tells you as well how hard the driver of the GT40 is pushing there. Little bit wide through turn number 2. Just got out of the area of where all the rubber has gone down across the weekend here in Valencia. Had quite the slide. Saw the Lotus 23B go through shot there. Has effectively lost the lap through this pit stop phase to the GT40. Those two cars were together. But still running well is the Lotus 23B. Just served its pit stop. It's still inside the top 10. At least on sector times. Still pretty close, I'd say. So that's good news for the 911 and the number 75. At least on sectors, yes, they're losing time, but we're talking tenths of seconds, not full seconds, which with 19 minutes of this race to go, right now the gap of around 40 seconds is a manageable one between now and the checkered flag. Cooper on your screens there. It's up to 17th place, so a few positions gained for the number 65. 22nd yesterday, so potentially moving further up the order. Right now, here's going to be the telling moment. 2:02 last time around for the 911, which has had a driver change, and the new driver may not quite yet be up to speed. At that rate, I think we're going to see a change for the lead. That was 6.5 seconds gained for the GT40 last time around. Apologies, number 53 for the Mini yesterday. 25th, I don't think it finished the race yesterday, no, because it finished, I think, after 13 laps. So a better run this time for Antonio Escalante. 3rd at the moment in the DDS category. So for a potential podium. Where is the next car in that category? A little bit up the road. Best part of the lap up to Davide Marquez and Rui Castro in the front-running Datsun 1200. We already have seen this kind of setup of a story in the Carrera 80 category earlier on today. A much faster car in 2nd place, trying to close down a leader with time ticking on by. It did not go the way of the chaser in the first broadcast race earlier on today. There is another move from the number 43. Manuel Dominguez wasn't full position. That was it going past the bright yellow 914 to put a lap on it. Manuel Dominguez currently running in the top 5. Oh no! Is that a problem for the Corvette? Oh, I think it might be. As this is the car that was up in the top 3 earlier on in this race. It's fallen down the order and has considerably lost a lot of its speed there. Well, that would be a real shame. I think it's Jorge Pinto driving that car at the moment. We did say it had problems yesterday. It finished. Well, it didn't finish it. I think it retired after a couple of laps of yesterday's race. And sadly, I think there's more problems for the GM machine. The other side of the Detroit divide, easier for me to say. New fastest. Oh, spin! Oh, spin for the GT40. Was just about to say it's done the fastest lap of the race, a 154.145. Clearly pushing hard. And a spin for Bryce Pinot has kept the engine running and gets back going again. Well, that could be a race-defining moment for Olivier Mertens and Bryce Pinot, because if they lose this race by a matter of 3 or 4 seconds, they're going to look back to that spin there as the moment where they didn't quite deliver 100%. It was well recovered, as there is the stranded Corvette. That is a real shame to see. It's not in an easy place to recover as well for the track safety team. Obviously yellow flags out there, that's why Pinot was just holding back before going past another one of the back markers there. How much time did the Ford lose there? Was continuing to take chunks of time out of the race leader. You know, it sometimes can happen in historic racing, driver pairing. Enthusiast runners, the second driver in the 911, not quite as quick as Anne. We've got, oh, now this is disaster. This is disaster for the race leaders. We've gone safety car. Understandably why, because the big Chevy is stranded on driver's right in a very precarious position. But unfortunately, well, this is going to be a bit of saving grace then for Mertens and Pinot and the GT40. They had lost time. They lost a lot of time with that spin. They probably lost the best part. Forget 4 or 5 seconds. That was more like 20 seconds they lost. Well, they have, actually, to think about it, they have done part of this lap in a safety car. But either way, that 35.5 second gap is going to close now with the safety car out. And, well, as long as it doesn't take 13.5 minutes for the track safety team, the marshals, to clear that Corvette, which I'm sure it won't. They're a brilliant team here at one of the premier circuits in Spain. Oh, you've got to feel for Brazino and Lobo. They've done brilliantly up to this stage. May still win this race, of course. We've seen mistakes from the GT40 earlier on in this race, but you've got to think that this is going to hand a big advantage to the 265 now, once the field is closed and bunched up. The hardest thing, I think, for Bryce Pinot will be whether there are cars between themselves and Miguel Lobo. If it is Miguel Lobo on the wheel of that car. So, safety car out if you're just joining us. 12.5 minutes there or thereabouts of this second and final race of the weekend for the Historic Endurance Series to go. And a race-changing moment triggered by the demise of the number 73 Chevrolet Corvette, which had had a really good race up to that point where it then expired. Disappointing moment for the Aurora Motorsport prepared machine with Pedro Betancourt and Jorge Pinto. 5th in qualifying earlier on in the weekend, but it's a double DNF. And now this safety car that will pick up the race leader now and reduce the arrears for Olivier Mertens and Brice Pinot, who started this race from pit lane if you're just joining us. Just had a spin as well before the safety car. pushing on really, really hard. But they're going to be handed a bit of luck from the racing gods here, because there is now nothing at the number 75 team. This is the Dr. Bayardemar Auto car of Miguel Lobo and Carlos Brasido. Finished 8th yesterday. I would have been really, really hopeful of a race victory at the pit stop window. There go the marshals to start the process of retrieving that Corvette. It is in a really, really tricky position. That's a fast part of the circuit, running through turns 6 through into turn 7. Heavy on the brakes into turn number 8. So absolutely understandable why the safety car has been deployed. Absolutely the correct decision by race control. It's just a bit of a shame for us neutrals, because I was really looking forward to seeing that GT40 reeling the Porsche in, and whether the Porsche could hold on. And as I say, it may still turn the way of the Porsche being able to get back to the speed that we saw earlier on. But unfortunately, I think this is a case of second driver is not quite as quick as first driver. Not a problem with that. As I say, great to have enthusiasts out there. In terms of the story for the race battle, it's not the one we want to. We want to see a dramatic finish. Or we may still see a dramatic finish. Right, let's do a rundown. We did a few of these, of course, during the previous race, and we'll do one again here whilst we've got a bit of time to get you all up to speed. 18 laps completed. Carlos Brasido and Miguel Lobos, number 75 Porsche 911, leads this race behind the safety car. Did have around half a minute. It will not be that anymore. The car second in the train is not second in the race. So that's a car that I think is going to be, it's going to be the Antonio Castro Ortega 174 that's being shared with Jesus Escribano. That is a lap down and in 10th place. So in second place overall, it's the Oliver Mertens Boris Pinot Ford GT40, as mentioned, started from pit lane, has fought back brilliantly. Lapped car is being allowed to overtake the safety car, so that makes the job potentially for Pinot in the GT40 even easier, because he now doesn't have to clear traffic to get to the race leader. Third place, still running really well, is the BMW number 33. That's been at the front of the field, or in the top part of the field for the majority of this race. It's the RP Motorsport prepared Rui and Pedro Maia machine, so that is in third place. It's also leading in its category, all of the top three leading in their respective categories of 1976, GS and 1971. Robin Ellis is still there in fourth place in his 911. The 180 car is second in the 1976 class. We'll have the spirited Manuel Dominguez all over his rear axle off this restart, because Dominguez in the Ford Escort RS 1600, second in the 1971 class, is there in fifth place. Jeremy Clark's had a good race, the first of the Lotus Elans, the S4 version, the Invitational car, that's sixth. Paul O'Reilly seventh in the other of the Elans in the top 10. That's the S1 edition, that's one of the oldest cars in the field, that's leading at the moment in the 1965 category. In 8th place, the number 64 of Jose Ortiz and Pablo Munoz. That Ford Capri is third in its category at the moment in the 1971 category, and will have quite an advantage now. Or actually, no, it depends on how quickly the lapped car has been able to get back around. But Antonio Castro Ortega's number 174 that's being shared with Jesus Escribano is next up, but was a lap down before this safety car period. But 9th overall, 4th in class for that Porsche 911. The 914 is in the top 10 at the moment, 5th place in category, also in 1971 class. The 153 of Manuel de la Torre. The Lotus 23B, which started this race really, really quickly, but it's just kind of hovered then and around the outskirts of the top 10. Now it's in 11th place, 2nd place in GS at the moment. That's the one being shared between Rascaneras and Peat for Team Rascaneras. We're going to have to stop there because the safety car is in this lap. So this is now the moment
for the Porsche 911 to go 1v1 with the Ford GT40. We go back to green with 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Can Miguel Lobo hold off Bryce Pinot for what will be, I think, 3 or 4 laps? Yeah, 4 laps at full race speed. Well, no, here it comes. The GT40 is going to go through and take the race lead. Well, it's been a great fight back from Bryce Pinot. It may still have happened anyway with the relative pace difference between these two cars, these two driver combos before the safety car. Yeah, the safety car has made things a little bit easier, to say the least. That is a change of lead. That's what we expected based on what we were seeing before the neutralisation of the race. And, well, as long as there's not any problems for the GT40, that should be the decisive moment in this race. Penalties coming in, though, not for any of our race leaders, but it's not good news for Robin Ellis, unfortunately. I think the turnaround for the mandatory pit stop, which does have handicap time taken into account, was a bit too quick because it's the drive-through penalty notification on our screens for less time handicap for number 180. That's Robin Ellis as mentioned. The number 64 of Ortiz. We'll come back to that because the safety car has triggered a complete restart of everything here. This is the third place number 33. This is the Maya BMW going wheel to wheel, not for position. No, this is for position. Manuel Dominguez, well, we said he was spirited in the rundown. He's already taken 4th place. Dominguez now looking down the inside for 3rd and has got through. Great driving there in the Ford Escort. The Lotus Elan, as mentioned there, is going to be headed in, as is the Porsche 911. No, sorry, the Porsche Elan is not going to be coming into the pits. That's Jeremy Clark, who's found a second wind. Oh, this is a real shame for the Maya BMW, because it looks like they're being another victim to the circumstances of the field being closed up for understandable reasons. We're running comfortably in 3rd place before the safety car. I reckon now going to be outside of the top 5. More penalties coming in. This time driving, overtaking under the safety car for the 174. So there's a lot for the race officials to unpick here in the latter stages of this race. Change for 3rd again. Clark has gone through. So the Lotus Elan goes through past the Escort. Dominguez throwing that car around. Will not like the sight of that. This is not for class position, but it is for overall and 3rd place. We've already seen those two go back and forth earlier on in this race, and I think we're going to see it again. Robin Ellis goes back through past the Maya BMW, so it's up into 6th place. And the safety car has really lit this one alive. That middle run from 3rd place down to 10th, but sadly for some of these drivers, I think there are going to be problems with safety car infringements. More drivers with penalties for overtaking before they should have, under investigation, I should say, for overtaking at the safety car restart. Cars 47, 146, and 153. So 47, that's going to be Roberto Diaz Rincon in the Alpha, but further down the order at the moment in 13th place. We'll come back to that because there's so much overtaking going on there. That was the Porsche 914 trying to hold on at the moment for 9th, 10th place. And side by side with the number 65. Porsche 914 also has got one of the 911s on its tail. That's not for position, that's the Robin Ellis 180. Apologies, it wasn't the 66, it was the 64 of that's the Ford Capri. So that has gone up another position. That's got past the BMW. I've got a feel for the Maya BMW.
they were on for a podium. Now, not even in the top 6. Not seen too much of this this Ford Capri. That's a tricky place to be. Around the outside, the 914 off of turn number 1. And this car, the number 64, being shared between Jose Ortiz and Pablo Munoz. So I would assume it's Pablo at the wheel now, because Pablo is the second listed driver on the entry list. The car in front is in 4th position, but the car behind is. Just over a minute of this race to go then. Race at the front, I think it's pretty much been decided since that move for the race lead. Pinot has extended the gap to 12.6 seconds at the front. I think we are going to see some of these penalties be converted to drive-throughs. The Capri getting down the inside of the 914. That got very close into the hairpin. Capri's going to try and use the horses to draw alongside. The 914 is going to try and take its weight advantage to keep itself ahead. This is brilliant racing. It's not for position, but very entertaining nonetheless. And the Maya BMW is an interested party in all this, because knows it can still nip through and take a position overall and in class. Remember, both the Capri and the 2800 are both the 1971 category. Leaders have gone over the line to start their last lap of the race. Will the Capri now be able to get a bit of a switchback power through? Oh, look pretty even out of the final corner. Now the Capri will join alongside, have the inside line for turn number 1 and get through. Oh, that was hard work for the Capri there, but finally through. Pablo Munoz will be happy to see the back of the 914, and in turn has put the 914 between himself and the chasing car for position in the race. But here is your race leader. Well, what a story. Started from pit lane, finished second yesterday. Had a fairly quiet first part of the race. Gradually moved its way up into the top 10. And then with the driver change, really start to set the timesheets alight, closing down on the lead portion. Then had that spin, lost probably about 10 seconds, but the safety car played into their hands. Bryce Pinot out of the final corner is going to make it 4 wins in a row for Ford GT40s in the historic Endurance Series. First one of the season for Olivier Mertens and Bryce Pinot, and a very well done job indeed to take victory here today. Second place is going to go to Carlos Abrazilo and Miguel Lobo. A grand effort in their Porsche 911. They will think, oh, what could have happened if the safety car hadn't come out when it did, took away their 30-second plus lead, but still they can be very, very proud of that run in the number 75. The Dr. Bayard and MR Auto team have extracted a lot of performance from that car here today. Third place over the line, Jeremy Clark. Great run in the Lotus Elan S4. Very good in the latter stages of that race. Very quick after the safety car, as was Manuel Dominguez there in the Ford Escort RS 1600. All 4 of those cars, their relative class winners as well in GS 1976, Invitational, and 1971. Over the line there in 5th place, the Ford Capri of Jose Ortiz and Pablo Munoz. That is going to be in 2nd place in the 1971 category, and holds off as well the Rui and Pedro Maya BMW 2800. Another team that may be just thinking, oh, if it wasn't for that safety car, we could have finished a little bit higher. But it's still a top 3 in the 1971 class. Robin Ellis 7th on the road, and I think that is a car that will have some form of time penalty at the end. There are a flurry of cars that are flashing up on my screen as either overtaking at the safety car restart before they should have, or not serving full handicap time for their mandatory pit stop. So this is a provisional result. None of the cars' numbers that are being shown on my screen are any of the key runners at the very sharp end of the field, just to be clear. So I think at least our top 5 are looking pretty good. But Ellis finishes 7th on the road in his Porsche 911 2.8 litre, just ahead of the 174 of Jesus Escribano and Antonio Ortega. For Aurora Motorsport, they come home in 8th. Manuel de la Torre in the Porsche 914 comes home in 9th place in the top 5 in category as well. And a quiet race for the number 65 Porsche of Eduardo Munoz and Rafael Alcala. They finished, to say, inside the top 10 in their 3-litre Porsche 911. But on the podium, though, in the 1976 category. Good results for them. Really bright start for Xavier Ascaneras, 11th place in the end, though, showing that Carodrome, Peyrat, and say the Lotus 23B shone in the early stages, just didn't quite have the pace in the second half of the race. There is your provisional results after 24 laps here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Really entertaining race for the second and final time this weekend in the historic endurance category. Stories up and down the order, but no story bigger than your race winner by 24 seconds in the end, Olivier Mertens and Bruce Pinot. From the back of the field, started in pit lane, came all the way through, got a little bit of a helping hand, of course, with that safety car, but you've still got to deliver the goods. That is exactly what Mertens and Pinot did here today, taking the win from Brazilo and Lobo. Clark, Dominguez, Ortez and Munoz in the top 5. The double Maya BMW 6th, Ellis 7th, Ortega, Escribano, De La Torre, Alcala, and Sanchez Munoz all in the top 10. Rascaneras, Peyrat mentioned 11th. Davide Marquez and Rui Castro, 12th place for them today. And I think that's a class win. Yes, it is, in the GDS category. So good work from them in their Datsun 1200. 13th, Roberto Diaz-Roncon in the Alfa. Nuno Nunez in 14th place, second in the GDS category in the short wheelbase Porsche 911. Another class winner in the 1965 category. Good race from Richard Bateman and Roger Barton. Finished 2 laps down in Lotus Elan, but first of those in the 1965 category. So congratulations to them. Antonio Escalante up next, a podium within the GDS category for the Mini Cooper. Ran steady, ran strong through to 16th place. Paul O'Reilly started well, in the end second place in the 1965 category for his Lotus Elan S1, 17th overall. Tough race as well, but I do think they continued on. The Velasco and Freitas number 503. Hopefully we'll see that car again later on today in the Carrera 80 competition and then into your retirements. The key one being the Chevy Corvette of Pedro Bethencourt. That was the car that triggered the safety car that very, very much changed the story of this second race of the weekend for the historic endurance series. And, well, really good to see those cars in action. Very much look forward to seeing them in their next event. We'll take a short break here on the commentary. We'll be back in a few moments' time for the second race of the weekend in single-seater series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, getting ready for the second race of the weekend for the single-seater series. So a good field here, really interesting field of a variety of different single-seaters out on circuit. As I said, this is their second race of the weekend, their last race of the weekend. It'll be a 15-minute display of four-wheeled fun for our 8 cars out on circuit. Let's actually give you a bit of news from yesterday and what we saw in race number 1. Pretty close affair at the front of the field, just 1.2 seconds the gap between first and second at the end of 9 laps, but it was Fernando Gaspar who took the race victory in his Tatus FR2000, as I say, by 1.2 seconds ahead of another one of the Tatus. It was a Tatus 123 in the PT4R category with Andre Pardal and Duarte Perez completing the podium. Carlos Tavares, we saw Carlos out earlier on today, of course, in the Carrera 80 competition. He's out in this one as well, the former Stellantis chief exec. 4th yesterday in his Chevron B47, just a single Chevron running in this category. 5th place was Francisco Azul in the German minutes 7. They were all on the lead lap. And then it's a shared car, the Merlin Mark 17, the Alberto and Tomas Velez Grillo entered car. Had problems, I think, actually. I think it retired with about 5 laps to go. So that car was classified in 6th place. And then the 2019 Fun Speed of Christopher Kirby Higgs was 7th. That was another car that I don't think we saw finish the race yesterday. One car not classified was the Van Damon Dalmo Pereira Jr. piloted car, but I do hope that we see that one in competition here today. 8 cars ready, safety car running off on its safety check lap. Let's take you through the grid then for this second race of the weekend for the single-seater series. We'll see on pole position Andre Pardal in the number 86 Tatus, a 138.201 in qualifying, over 3.5 tenths clear of Duarte Perez. So can Pardal and Perez keep hold of those positions? If they can, they'd go each one better than they did yesterday, ahead of yesterday's winner, Fernando Meyer Gaspar. Starts on the inside of row number 2, and based on those qualifying lap times, I think we're going to see another very close race here between those 3 Tatus FR2000 machines. Carlos Tavares starts 4th on the grid in his Chevron B47. I say it's something a little bit different for single-seater racing. It is a multi-class single-seater event. So the Tatus is in the 138s, the Chevron on a 147 yesterday for Tavares. Francisco Azul in 5th place on the grid for this one in the German M97 on a 149 yesterday, in qualifying, I should say. Christopher Kirby Higgs will start on the outside of row number 3 in the Fun Speed on a 152.8 in TQ. Then the Velez Grillo, 2 drivers sharing that car this weekend. I don't think we're going to see a driver change within this race. I think Alberto did the first race, and I think Thomas is doing the second race, but 2:02 in timed qualifying for the number 1 car. I do think that is a car that was previously listed as the 21 car on entry lists. So if you are particularly following that, just note that one, that it's not the 21 anymore. It is now the number 1. And last but not least, the Van Damon of Dalmo Pereira Jr. 2:2.292. Very close, actually, between those last 2 cars in terms of timed qualifying for 7th and 8th places on the grid. So for these drivers, it will of course be a 15-minute race. This is their last race of the weekend, due to get going for at least the formation lap at 1:25. So that is a few minutes away for us here in the commentary position and around the circuit. Big thanks to all of our Alpha Live camera ops. Remember as well that if you're wanting commentary in either Spanish or Portuguese, that is available for you
on different services with the same pictures, but different services. That is all prepared for you and available from the Race Ready organisation. It's a really interesting group of cars here. So it's all about the single-seaters, some with wings, some without wings, and will be good to see them in racing action here around a big circuit for them as well. So Ricardo Tormo, one of the highest grade FIA circuits in Spain, and particularly with those long straights down towards turn number 1. I'm expecting to see a good amount of slipstreaming and back and forth across the course of these races. This is the third meeting, I believe, of the year for this category. They've raced early on in the year at Estoril and at Portimao. I think they're going back to Portimao again later on in the season, then finishing their season at Estoril. You also notice as well, it's not just different types of single-seaters in terms of wings or no wings, but different eras as well. Those 3 Tatas machines, far more modern. Pretty much, yeah, they are old Formula Renault 2-litre bits of kit. And the Chevron B47, just clearly by the look of it, from a few years back. Winners so far this season, back at Estoril, we saw victories for Duarte Perez, 2 races for Duarte Perez that weekend. And in the July events as well, Pradal took a race victory, shared the other one. The other one went to Duarte Perez, so that was a share of the spoils across the course of the season so far. Those visits to the Algarve. What was that? Massive results. I was just reading out for the first set. The results at Portimao earlier on this year. Duarte Perez took the first one, and Duarte Perez took the second one. So in fact, it was the exact same formation as the first round in 2024. So Pradal and Perez will be looking to once again add to their tallies of race victories so far this season. With yesterday's results, it does mean that all 3 of the Tatas runners have had at least 1 race victory in this series so far in 2025. The formation lap is nearly complete. Last opportunities to get a bit of temperature into the tyres, temperature into the brakes. Good to see the number 10 machine out there. That's the Van Diemen Dalmo Pereira Jr. car. So Dalmo Pereira, who, at least looking for the race results, had problems yesterday. Hopefully we get all of these cars running, circulating and completing. Well, again, I would expect to be around 9 laps for this race. Lap times for those top 3. Expect them to be some of the quickest that we see here this weekend. 1:38 in timed qualifying, so they'll be looking to do at least 8 laps with the 15 minutes available. Last few cars forming up then. So, Andre Pardal has pole position. Duarte Perez looking to get another race victory on the books. He hasn't had a race weekend in this category in 2025 without a race victory so far this season. Green flag has been flown. We are up and running for 15 minutes in the single-seater series. Long run, of course, down towards turn 1. It's a very good start for Pardal. It's a good start for Fernando Gaspar as well, who's up into second place in the early throws of this race. So Duarte Perez drops down to third. The 3 Formula Renault cars will break away from the rest of the field, and look immediately, Perez trying to go around the outside, runs wide out of turn 2, but Andre Pardal has the early advantage in this one. As, oh, big catch there for Fernando Gaspar. Nearly lost it on the curb, but gathers it up and still stays there in second place. Over through the far side of the circuit then.
Fernando Meyer Gaspar won the first race yesterday, but not by a great amount of time. He's having a look, though, for the lead. It's a bit too far back on that occasion to probably get it down the inside. Immediately, Fernando Meyer Gaspar is looking quicker here than the race leader. Round turn 13 on the brakes again. This is going to be a crucial corner throughout the course of this race for these three. Let's count them through at the end of lap 1. The starting procedure is under investigation. Now, has someone gone a little bit too early? Pardal leads the race, but for how much longer? Because here comes Meyer Gaspar down the inside for the race lead. Oh, tight line to the inside of turn number 1, but Fernando Meyer Gaspar has got the move done. Pardal's going to now have the challenge for second place. Duarte Perez down the inside into turn 2. There wasn't the greatest of starts for Duarte Perez, but here early on lap number 2 is up to second place. But the early pace really being set here by yesterday's winner. Let's also have a little look down the order. Who else has changed position? Francisco Azul has got up to 4th place in the German, so it's got past Carlos Tavares, who now sits in 5th place. Christopher Kirby Higgs has held 6th, and then there's been a swap between the two cars starting on the 4th row of the grid. Dalma Pereira is through past Velez Grillo for 7th place. So into the infield section once again. This is where, particularly on lap 1, the race leader looks pretty good. Bit wide there from Perez and a touch into the gravel. There's not much grip out there on the painted curbs, even less when you start touching the stones. Andre Pardal unable to take advantage on that occasion. Through turn 14 once again. Nice line there from Fernando Meyer Gaspar. Out onto the pit straight once again. Half a second was the advantage. It's now gone up to 0.8 of a second, 139.0 for the first proper flying lap of this race, not from a standing start, of course. The top 3 will get into a rhythm like they did yesterday. There, I think, is that a change for 4th place again? We'll just see confirmed through in a moment. Yes, it is. So Carlos Tavares in the bright yellow Chevron B47 has overtaken Francisco Azul on that second lap of the race, and is back up to where he started earlier on in this one. 4 minutes of the race already gone. Christopher Kirby Higgs holding still there in 6th place. Bright start for Christopher Kirby Higgs, and he's already gone quicker in race trim than what was achieved in front speed yesterday. So 1:52.8 was the fastest lap that we saw from the number 12 less than 24 hours ago, and well, immediately into the 1:51, so that's good progress from Christopher Kirby Higgs. Back with the race leaders. Bit status quo at the moment. Fernando Meyer Gaspar leading by 0.8 of a second. Duarte Perez doesn't look fully comfortable with the car to me at this stage of the race. We've seen him run wide a couple of times in these early laps. You know, he's got race-winning pedigree, of course, in this category. Right now, he's got a bit of a challenge on his hands. Looks good through sector number 1, but then the twisty stuff of sector number 2, and then the mid-speed corners of sector number 3. Definitely to the advantage of Fernando Gaspar. I wonder if that's a bit of a setup decision to make sure that that the number 2 car isn't too vulnerable on that long run down towards turn number 1. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader, 1:38.426. That is just a couple of tenths off the fastest pace that we saw from yesterday's race. Meanwhile, here's the scrap for 4th, 5th and 6th. Tavares, Azul and Christopher Kirby Higgs. Still pretty close together there. See the front speed FS19, very different looking car to the rest of the competition. There's the driver in 7th place, Dalma Pereira Jr. already going better than yesterday. That car only did 2 complete laps in the first race of the weekend, so so it's done 3 now, is leading in that KT competition. So the 2 cars in the KT competition, KT class, on your screens right now. The Velez Grillo number 1, already down to a 2-minute 0.324. Back at the front of the order. Well, soon we're going to get another element of this race coming into play. We've just seen 8th place running there through turns 1 and turns 2. So with a 22-second delta in terms of lap time, the 3 Formula Renaults, 2-litre Formula Renaults, are quickly going to be upon some of those slower vehicles. It's still the same order. Fernando Meyer Gaspar ahead of Duarte Perez and Andre Pardal. Pardal has just set the fastest lap of the race though, 1:38.207. That is not far at all off the pace that we saw from Pardal as the fastest lap in race number 1. A whole 0.006 of a second. So we'll see whether there is going to be an opportunity for either Perez or Pardal to change things up once the leader catches the back of the pack. We are seeing though, oh, now this will change things. Plus 5-second time penalty. And it's for a jump start for car number 2. That is your race leader. Well, we said it was a good start for Fernando Meyer Gaspar, was able to draw alongside with 2nd place off of the start. That's why it was too good a start, and that is really going to change things. That is going to make things very hard now for Meyer Gaspar to win this race. Can still win this race, but has got to get 5 seconds down the road with only 7 minutes on the clock. That is a decision that's just come up on our screens from race control, and that is massively going to affect how the next few laps of this race. Oh, and this is going to change things as well. This is at turn 10 possibly, a spin. That is the Velez Grillo car, number 1, which was running in 8th place. It's the Merlin Mark 17 that is well stopped and potentially stalled. So this could change things also in terms of, if we've already seen it today, if there needs to be a race neutralisation to get that car out of the way and to a safe position. Well, this is doubly potential bad news for Fernando Meyer Gaspar, because a safety car is the last thing that the race leader needs at this point. His car in 4th place, Carlos Tavares. Slipped down to 5th in the early stages, but has fought back nicely, winning this classic Chevron B47. Leaders now catching up to Dalma Pereira. Dalma Pereira holds 2 drivers right. Good driving. Lets the 3 leaders through and on their way. Still just yellow flags. I think the safety crew's just trying to neutralise a couple of corners. There is the car. He's in a bit of a tricky spot, just on the inside of the corner there, but local yellows dealing with that situation at the moment. But yeah, I fear Velez Grillo has stalled the car and, well, will not be able to get that one going. It's locked in gear as well, and it's not going to be the first time today. It's going to be a bit of a tricky recovery for the marshals. Only 5 minutes of this race to go then. Effective race leader right now is Duarte Perez. Well, we said before this race that Duarte Perez so far this season hasn't had a winless weekend. He took both races at Portimao. He took the 2nd race at Estoril. Right now, virtue of that 5-second jump start penalty for Fernando Meyer Gaspar, the run is going to continue through this 3rd event of the season. He doesn't need to do any more than just sit behind the number 2, ahead of the number 86, and this race victory is going to be his. 4.25 minutes remaining on the clock. Still inside of the number 1 car is having got going again. We also know what the
yellow flag has now been cleared, so either he has got going and gone back to the pit lane, or great work from, yes, oh, it's fantastic work from the marshals. They managed to drag that car back off to driver's right and keep us green, keep us running. That is very, very good work by the crew here at Ricardo Tormo. 3.5 minutes to go then. Oh, this must be a bit of a frustrating position for Fernando Gaspar, because apart from that race start just going a little bit too early, reacting too early to the lights, Fernando hasn't put a foot wrong in this race. Would still be on the podium, of course, because the gap back to Carlos Tavares is more than 5 seconds. Duarte Perez now with the fastest lap of the race. A little bit wide there, out of turn number 1. Starting to apply the pressure. I'm sure Duarte Perez will not necessarily, he'll be happy with a race victory, but he would much rather win this one on the road and not have to rely on a +5 second penalty. He's just done the fastest. Oh, it's running what? Well, yes. If the question is he pushing? The answer is quite simply yes. A 1:38.118 last time around. That's the quickest race lap that we've seen from these drivers this weekend. But whilst I say he won't want to win in virtue of a penalty, he does need to make sure he doesn't throw it off the road and put it in the gravel trap. That was very, very close for the second time in this race. The number 29 running wide and on the power. Andre Pardal playing this quite wisely at the moment. He is losing ground to the top 2. As long as he stays within 5 seconds of the race leader on the road. If there's any kind of dramas in the last 2 minutes of this race, Andre Pardal is nicely positioned to still potentially take a race victory here. They had one win earlier on in the season at Estoril. A bit of traffic for the race leaders to deal with as well. That will be the fun speed of Christopher Kirby Higgs. There's a yellow flag out at turn number 6. So let's just come up on our screens. It's not Christopher Kirby Higgs, because we've just seen him go through. There he is, just ahead of the race leaders. So, by process of elimination, has there been a problem for Tavares? Has there been a problem for Azul? Has there been a problem for Pereira? Still yellow flags out at turns 5 and 6. Race leaders go past the fun speed. All looking good at this stage. Oh, it's the Van Diemen. It's Dalma Pereira. Oh, this is the car that didn't see the end of the race yesterday. Well, it will be classified at least today. And it will be classified as in first position in KT. But, I really wanted to see that car get to the finish. But unfortunately, Dalma Pereira's equipment has given up a little bit too early in this one and will not see the checkered flag. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. This is going to be a 9-lap race for our front runners. I'll tell you what as well, I wondered whether Andre Pardal was just playing the conservative game and not making too many or taking too many risks. But I'll tell you what, he's at a risk here if the last lap isn't the quickest, of falling out of the reach of that 5-second penalty for the race leader. Last lap board is going to be out now. The race leaders cross the line with, what was that, about 3 or 4 seconds remaining on the clock. Duarte Perez, after putting in that 1:38.1 a few laps ago, having that moment with the gravel, I think is probably just simmered down a little bit and knows now he's just got to get round this last lap, follow Fernando Gaspar in, and it's going to be his victory due to that penalty from earlier on, right at the very start of the race from G-Tech number 2. Into the infield now. Yellow flag still out at turn 5. See on your screen, Jamin. M97 of Francesco Azul. Not seen too much of that car in this race, but I tell you what, it's running pretty quickly. It's just on a 1:49.458. That's the best lap time so far today for Francesco Azul. Piloting that one. I think that might be a fastest lap of the weekend in race trim as well. Not quite. We did 1:49.3 yesterday. Perez still pushing on here to try and maybe put Fernando Gaspar off as we go later into this one. But either way, it's just Carlos Tavares ahead to go a lap down into number 15. Out of the final corner. Not the most back and forth race, but a well put together race from Duarte Perez. Fernando Gaspar will take the checkered flag first after 10 laps here at Ricardo Tormo, so one more than yesterday. But the win, at least provisionally, will go the way of car number 29, Duarte Perez. A 5-second jump start penalty for Mayor Gaspar means that Duarte Perez will be your race winner. Oh, I'm not sure that Fernando actually knows about that 5-second penalty, you know, he's celebrating, understandably so. But as we know, we've got the messages here in the position, the comms position, and yes, the result changes on our screens now. So Perez is your race winner. Andre Pardal is promoted up to second place, as he was within 5 seconds of Mayor Gaspar. Mayor Gaspar in third. Carlos Tavares finishes today in fourth place. Really solid run in the Chevron B47. Francisco Azul fifth. Christopher Kirby-Higgs home in sixth, and then 2 retirements in that race. Dalmor Pereira Jr. and Thomas Velas Grillo sharing that car this weekend with Alberto Velas Grillo. Did not see the end of the race. Well, there we go. That is the weekend done for the single-seater series. They will be racing next, I believe, at Portimao as part of the Algarve Classic Festival. That'll be on the weekend of the 26th and the 27th of October. If you're in the area, do head down for that one. And if you've got a car that's eligible for this single-seater series as well, do inquire with the Race Ready team to potentially get more cars on the grid for this series. And they've also got last weekend of November at Estoril for the Estoril Endurance Festival. All the details over on the raceready.pt website. Drivers will head back to the pit lane, knowing that their work is done for the weekend. Duarte Perez, that will mean that he continues to lead the championship going into those final 2 rounds of the season. Yeah, really good stuff once again to see single-seaters once again here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. The provisional result, of course, let's have a further detailed look at it. Duarte Perez wins by 3.7 seconds ahead of Andre Pardal. The plus 5-second penalty for Fernando Gaspar drops into, in the end, 4.3 seconds behind Perez. Did see the culmination of that 10th final lap of the race. Carlos Tavares has been in double duty this weekend in the single-seater series. We'll see him again out in the Carrera 80 second race later on today. Good 4th place finish for Tavares in that one in the number 15 Chevron. Francisco Azul in the top 5 ahead of the last of the finishers, Christopher Kirby-Higgs. Dalmor Pereira Jr. unfortunately a double DNF in the single-seater series this weekend. Finished with 4 laps to go, and also trouble for the Velas Grillo shared car that is classified in 8th place. Well, we'll take a bit of a break now on commentary duties. Out on circuit is the Group 1 Portugals that won't have broadcasting for this part of the day. Still more action to come, though, as we say. Carrera 80, their second race of the day, will be out on track at 3 o'clock. We will bring race 2 build-up 5 minutes before. And then, of course, the highlight of the day, Supercars Race 2, starts at 4:05. We'll have the grid walk 15 minutes before that. More to come here from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Thank you very much for joining us here for the morning and early afternoon session. My name's been Andrew Mather. We will see you after the lunch break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, just outside of the great city of Valencia for the resumption of broadcast races here for the Race Ready organisation and the Iberian Supercars paddock. 2 more races to go here this afternoon, and we will kick off with the second race of the weekend, the final race of the weekend for the Carrera 80 series, a collection of touring cars from the 70s, the 80s and the early 90s. We saw their first race earlier on this morning. It was a great race to follow, and the results looked a little bit like this after 19 laps of this just over 4-kilometre circuit. Ricardo Pereira's Ford Escort RS 2000 was the race winner, with Pedro Teixeira de Mello alongside. The gap in the end, 48.7 seconds ahead of Carlos Tavares in his E30 M3 BMW. Both of those teams won their respective classes. Manuel Ferrao started very quickly in that first race, went from the back of the grid to finish in 3rd and winner of the Group 2 category in the Ford Escort Mark II. That's the RS 1800cc version, as that was the car that finished in 3rd. Really a lot of stories, of course, though, about the number 7. This was being of course, the BMW E30 M3 that was, to be fairly honest, the fastest car in the field, but it was drive-through penalties. Actually, they had from our view, an unscheduled pit stop, but it was actually a drive-through penalty from the start procedure that demoted that car down the order, and their race really unravelled from there. They were at one point back up to 2nd place, and then had to have further visits to the pit lane. I think they visited the pit lane 3 times, so finished 4th. But definitely keep an eye on that car in this next race, because as I say, the pace from that car was very, very strong across the course of that morning race. A fairly quiet one for the number 35 3 Series, the BMW 325i, the E36 version of Teo Antonio Perez. That was the single car in GTC. That took the class victory, of course, and also a spot in the top 5 overall. Those 5 cars all finished on the lead lap. 6th was the number 20 Honda Civic in the T2000 class, the EFICAR team, with the driver combo of Juan Alonso Boras and Jose Antonio Zorrilla. They finished in 6th place, a lap ahead of the first 2 Datsuns. Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez took 7th place, 2 laps off the overall lead, but just held on to that spot. Really entertaining scrap towards the end of the race, with the Citroen Saxo that can just see at the back of the shot there in the hands of David Pinado. Had problems in the early stages, had an extra visit to the pit lane versus the 1 mandatory stop that we saw in race number 1. 5.9 seconds between 7th and 8th places at the end of the race. And on another day, maybe the Citroen Saxo would have been able to catch and overtake the first of the 2 Datsuns. Say the first of the 2 Datsuns because we did, of course, have the 503 AECD prepared Datsun 1200 that sadly didn't do all of the laps in the race. That was being in the hands of Guillermo Velasco and Francisco Freitas. We did see that car as well competing in another one of the categories and having further technical problems. Hopefully we will see it on the grid, but don't be surprised if the red Datsun 1200, the 503, does not take the race start. Pit lane is now closed, so if cars aren't already out on their reconnaissance laps, they will have to start this race from the pit lane. There at the front of the field, you of course see your race winner from earlier, Ricardo Pereira. Pedro Teixeira de Mello did a brilliant job earlier on today in that bright blue Ford Escort. As I say, it wasn't the fastest car in the race, but it was the most consistent. It was the car that stayed out of trouble, and that is what gave them the platform on which to build. My name's Andrew Mather. I'll be your English commentator for this afternoon's race, and great to be with you here this afternoon and recognise that it is a very, very busy motorsport of weekend
once again, but we're very, very grateful for you to be with us here this afternoon on your Alpha Live broadcast. If you're new around here, do click that subscribe button if you're on the YouTube platform. It really does help us out to bring more motorsport from around the world to your screens free of charge. Glorious day here in the hills just outside of Valencia, up in the Cheste region, here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Temperatures still in the mid-20s. Pretty much perfect track conditions for racing. The heat of the Spanish summer has passed on by, but it's been cloudy conditions with spells of sunshine throughout the day. Just what the drivers want ahead of this classic race for the Carrera 80 competition. Remember, it's an array of different categories as well. It's all about touring cars from the 70s, 80s and 90s. Let's have a look through the grid then to how they're going to line up for this second race of the weekend. As mentioned, the Ricardo Pereira Pedro Teixeira de Mello Ford Escort, that will start on pole position, due to go from the outside of row number 1. Carlos Tavares has been a very busy man today. He goes in his E30 M3 BMW from the outside of row number 1. Manuel Ferrao, as we say, had a very quick start to race number 1 from the back of the grid. Won't need to necessarily do all of that overtaking in this one. Could be a bit of a dark horse for this race. We know that the Ford Escort Mark II RS 1800 version has very, very quick pace off of starts. We saw it after one of the delayed periods in the latter stage of the first race. So yeah, keep an eye on that number 12, and of course keep an eye on the number 7 as well. Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella will be looking to put right the wrongs of race number 1 and take victory from the outside of row number 2. Teo Antonio Perez will be looking for another top 5 there in the FE-Car team BMW. That's the E36 version. That's the single car in GTC. Another one of the FE-Car team prepared machines will be on the outside of row number 3. Juan Boras and Jose Zorrilla, and their Honda Civic goes from P6. 8 cars will be expected on the grid in total, because I don't think we've seen the timing beams triggered by the 503. So it'll be Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez starting from the inside of row number 4 in their sole Datsun 1200 in this race. Unless I am mistaken, the grid will be completed by David Pinado in the number 48 Citroen Saxo. So the formation lap begins here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo, one of the premier racing circuits in Spain. Great to bring this race-ready paddock from across Iberia to the east side of Spain in glorious conditions for this next race. Just outside Valencia, there is the number 18, Daniel Casas, Eugenio Fernandez, Datsun 1200, and yes, indeed, unfortunately, no sight of the red Datsun, the 503. At the back of the field. I would assume that is because of whatever the mechanical gremlins were for that car in the historic endurance race just before our broadcast break. That car did not see the end of the race, and not a lot of time to turn things round, and that car unable, we would assume, to take the start of the race. So field heading on through here. It will be once again, as it was earlier on this morning, 40 minutes for the Carrera 80 field. Brilliant sounds here around this circuit. The Toyota safety car at the front of the field will be pulling off in a moment. Intrigued to see how the top 2 attack the early stages of this race. We know that Manuel Ferrao is going to go for it in the early stages of this race. We saw that in race number 1, and you'd imagine that the number 7 car is going to be pretty quick as well. Could be an opportunity perhaps for Teo Antonio Perez in the early stages of this race to move up from 5th place on the grid. Sunny conditions once again here at Valencia. There you have them, your 8 competitors in this race. And also in terms of recovering from race number 1, David Pinado in the Citroen Saxo had troubles in the first half of the race, but the pace of that Citroen Saxo was pretty good in the second half of the race. So hopefully whatever issues befell that team in the first race, that they've fixed them. They've had a bit more track time. It was a relatively late entry into this paddock. Hopefully they can have a good race and move up from 7th place on the grid. Long run now over the top of the hill through turn 13 and down to the Adrian Campos corner, turn 14, final turn of this circuit, Ricardo Tormo. It looks like we are about ready then for race number 2 in Carrera 80. 2x2 grid formed. Last order of business before we go racing is for the Toyota safety car to pull into the pit lane. It's over to the drivers now to get the run right towards the start line. 40 minutes on the clock. We are racing once again in Carrera 80, race number 2 here today at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Very even start, and it's a quick start once again from the number 7 BMW that will lead in the early stages of this race from the second row of the grid. We said that that would be a team, that would be a car with a point to prove in this second race, and boy oh boy have they started very quickly indeed, taking the early advantage. It's the Ricardo Pereira Pedro Teixeira Escort in second place in the early stages of this race. They won't be too panicky though, I think, at this stage. This is almost a carbon copy of what we saw in race number 1, and they will believe that they can come through and win once again. The number 7 BMW was a good degree quicker in times qualifying earlier on in the weekend as well. So as I say, we know that it's the fastest car out on circuit. The question is can they use that speed to put everything together and deliver a race victory here today. Good start for Manuel Ferrao. You just saw in the bright red Ford Escort up into, was held 3rd place, so yes, dropped behind the number 7, but has got ahead of the number 4 of Carlos Tavares in the early phase of this race. There is your race leader then. Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella sharing that car across the course of this race. Be quite happy as, ooh, now is that a problem in the early stages for Carlos Tavares? This is the car that started on the front row of the grid, lost out to 2 cars that we knew would start the race quickly, but has now lost another position, this time to Teo Antonio Perez in the number 35. So Tavares has done a lot of racing today. This is the 3rd time that we've seen Carlos Tavares out on circuit today. 4th time this weekend for the former Stellantis chief executive. But hopefully that was just a moment that passes by, and the number 4 car will be back up to speed in a few moments. In fact, here comes Tavares down the inside of Perez for 4th place on the brakes. Not an easy corner to get things right is turn 1. We've seen a few thrills and spills through that part of the circuit today, but that was spot on from Carlos Tavares, back up to 4th place. So first lap in the books then. The Lima and Paradella E30 M3 leads. 7.7 seconds already the advantage. 154.878. That is a very quick start to this race. Of course, in the T-Max category, so you would expect that car to be a good degree quicker than the majority of the field. The other one being that number 4 in the hands of Tavares. Ricardo Pereira and Pedro Teixeira running in 2nd place. Manuel Ferrao in 3rd. The 4th has changed. We saw that at the start of the 2nd lap. Tavares now ahead of Perez. And then the duo in the Honda Civic of Zorrilla and Boras. They're running in 6th place at the moment. Good start for David Plinado. Has got ahead of that Datsun 1200, the number 18 of Casas and Fernandez. So the Citroen Saxo in the first couple of laps of this race, running quicker than the Datsun, as we saw at the end of race number 1. Can that little French car start to make any more progress up the field in this race? There is the Honda Civic on your screens, the single T2000 category car in this race, currently running in 6th place. In terms of car eligibility for this series, a variety of different ways of going racing in the Carrera AT series. Truly is a celebration of everything touring cars from the 1970s through to the early 1990s. As I say, in the case of this car here, in the T2000 category, that is one for cars that were homologated up until the 2000. They have to be 2-litre engines, 2000 cc's or less. Here's your winner of race number 1 then. Pereira and Teixeira Ford Escort. 3 cars in this race running in the Group 1 national category. Of course, won that category pretty convincingly earlier on today. The other 2 cars in this category being the 2 Datsuns, of which one unfortunately is not running. And well, that Escort is being pushed on. Car well known for its history, both on track and off track, circuit racing, rallying, anything that was thrown at the Ford Escort back in the day was able to deal with great prowess. And at the moment, in this particular race, running in 2nd place, some great pace though being thrown in from the race leaders. A 1:53.638 last time around. I think that could be the fastest race trim lap that we've seen here today. Here's the fight for 3rd place. Well, Manuel Ferrao is going to have to deal here, I think, with Carlos Tavares. So after a leisurely start for the number 4, that other T-Max BMW E30 is starting to really get into its stride. But we know that Manuel Ferrao from race number 1 is not going to be in the kind of mood to just move over for the BMW. Manuel Ferrao has been very, very good in car versus car combat so far today. Had that great drive from 9th on the grid, had to make his way through a number of the lesser speedy competitors. Did it so very, very cleanly, and was then rewarded with a 3rd place finish. A bit of a smoke out the back of Tavares' BMW. I hope that's not the sign of an impending problem. 7 minutes of this race already gone. Here the tyres being pushed there. It's always the way with a multi-race format across a weekend. When you get to your last race, you know that any maintenance, any work, any repairs, well, they can all be done the day, the week, the month after. Get it all done before the next race. No need to worry as much about mechanical sympathy when you know you haven't got a race coming up in the next couple of hours, as was the case with race number 1. Race leaders continuing to circulate at quite a pace. 1:52.776 that time around for Lima and Paradella, the race leaders. But here's your move for 3rd place. Tavares down the inside of Ferrao and has got the move done. Confidence move there from Carlos Tavares, back up into the top 3. What has Manuel Ferrao got in terms of a response? Down into turn 14 once again, tidy lines from both drivers. We did see a bit of this from the number 4 BMW in race number 1, that it took a few laps to really get going. And over the line there, supporters, engineers for the drivers cheering on their pilots there. Just saw down the pit wall. gap up to the Pereira and Teixeira de Mello escort is sizable now. It's some 19 seconds, 20 seconds or so. And that escort is moving along pretty quickly. It's just set its fastest lap of the race so far, 2 minutes 0.657. Here's the Citroen Saxo on your screens, the number 48 for David Pinardo. What's the pace at the moment like for this car? Solid, 2 minute 13s. It's done that the last couple of laps. 2 minute 13.5 is the best that we've seen from Pinardo so far in this race. And, well, 13.7 last time around. So just keeping things nice and consistent at the moment. Not needing to do anything too dramatic. This is the pace that we saw from this car in the first race as well. Fastest tour of this circuit in a 2 minute 13.1. As we say, we did see in the pits a little bit more than the team would have liked. It had an unscheduled visit early on in the race before the mandatory pit stop. 10 minutes of this race complete then. Lead gap growing for Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella and BMW E30 M3. Just gone purple again through sector number 1 as we continue to have a look here at David Pinardo, the only invitational entry into this weekend. 1.6 litre engine, I believe, under the bonnet of the Citroen Saxo. Privateer run as well, prepared by David himself. Here's the Datsun number 18, one of the FICAR prepared machines. A shame that it's, of course, the only Datsun in this race. We were hoping for 2 of them. A 2 minute 19 last time around for this car. We'll look to once again get to the race finish. Maybe break into the 2.18s as it did in race number 1. But with our 2 drivers fighting over 3rd place, and I've got to say, Manuel Ferrao has not been dropped here by Carlos Tavares. Tavares is getting the laps in today. Not only did we see Tavares earlier on in the first race for Carrera 80, we also saw him make an appearance early on in the single-seater series, second race of the weekend. If you have missed any of the competitive action so far today, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure here on the Alpha Live platform. Plenty more racing to come, not only today, but in the coming weeks and months, as we're really in the run-in now for the 2025 season. Now, I wonder what's the little issue there for Manuel Ferrao. I heard the screeching of tyres, the application of brakes, and Ferrao was just a touch wide through that previous corner. He's lost a bit of time to the number 4 BMW. Gotta love as well how nicely prepared that number 4 BMW is in the proper BMW racing colours. Just coming over the top of the hill now and downhill once again on the brakes into turn 14. Looking to hit that apex, touch wide there for the BMW. That was spot on from Ferrao in the Ford Escort. 27.5 minutes to go. New personal best from Tavares that time around. 2 minute 3.384. Sector 2 was particularly good. A personal best through the tight and twisty bits. All those medium to low speed corners, those hairpins as well. Also similarly on the personal best fronts. Just seen a new PB going from the Honda Civic. So the number 20 now into the 2 minute 8s. Back with the Datsun. Just coming round to complete, or has completed another lap already. In the 2 minute 20s at the moment is this car. 27 seconds behind the Citroen Saxo of David Pinardo in 7th place. Great to see once again a number of Datsuns being run here this weekend. 2 of them in this category. Saw a few in the historic endurance race earlier on today as well. shifting now once into turn number 14. The corner once again. This car, say another one that's prepared by the Epicar team. And on to complete another lap. I say 2 minute 20 last time around. Into the 2:18s now. I say the pace is getting better for the duo of Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez. If I'm right in saying the first driver on our entry list is the driver who starts the race. This will be Daniel Casas in at the moment, and lapping well. I think that car has now gone quicker than we saw earlier on in the first race of the day. Yes, it has. Yeah, yes, it has, because it's now, it's not on that particular lap, but it has done a 2 minute 18.8 earlier on. Ferrao edging back here towards Tavares in third place. Both of them that time around setting personal bests, both in the low 2 minute 3s. 2 minute 3.001 to be exact for the BMW. 2 minute 3.169 for the Ford. Pit window is now open, so expect to see a flurry of activity in the next 5 minutes or so. Everybody has to do a mandatory stop, whether they are sharing the car or not. I should note as well, if you weren't with us earlier to hear the news, that number 4 was meant to be a shared vehicle today with Dennis Guibault, but Guibault not able to compete here today for the Roda Classica team, so that's why it's just Carlos Tavares on his own in this particular race, as he has been all day. Of course, he was the same in the single seaters earlier on. So, does anyone elect to come into the pits at the first opportunity? An argument to say it's a wise thing to do. We've already seen a couple of races today be really turned on their heads in terms of mandatory pit stops by safety car windows. And in the case of the Iberian Supercars Championship, multiple safety cars really reordering the sequence of the cars over the line. Very unexpected result in that one earlier. If you're waiting for the second race for Iberian Supercars, they're up after this as the highlight of the weekend, the second of 2 50-minute races for them. So no visitors to the pits as of this moment. Lead gap for Lima and Paradella, and their E30 M3 BMW now 55 seconds. As I say, they were a good way ahead of the rest of the field before the pit stops in race number 1, but then after their first pit stop had that drive-through penalty, and then it really did start to spiral out of their control in terms of their race fate. I think they're just making sure they know that there's pace in the car. They know that they're just moving it beyond any reasonable doubts that they are going to be the team to beat here in this one. They've just put in another new fastest lap of the race, a 1:52.276. First bit of pit activity then. Number 35 of Teo Antonio Perez is in for the mandatory stop. Won't be a driver change on this one, of course. So the team just checking over with Teo, making sure that everything is going to plan. Quick check of the wheel nuts, making sure that they're all as they should be. And then once the minimum pit stop time is served, we'll see that number 35 on its way. The Saxo is in as well. Much better start to this race for David Bernardo than we saw in the first race earlier on this morning. Not that it was David's fault, of course. Mechanical things, mechanical problems do happen in motorsports, but this time a clean run up to the mandatory pit stop, and away goes Teo Antonio Perez back into the race, looking to hold another top 5 position in his E36 BMW. single runner in the GTC category. Looks like, according to our tracker, that the number 4 of Carlos Tavares is in as well. So as expected, routine, that will hand third place back to this car, Manuel Ferrao. Beautiful looking Ford Escort Mark II. With the red bodywork and the gold wheels. I do like that. That's a nice touch and how that car's been prepared. Bit of clean running now for Ferrao, and potentially actually I quite like that call from Tavares to head in, because as you can quite clearly see, bit of traffic potentially for Ferrao to deal with on this lap. It's the white Datsun of Casas and Fernandez running its own race in 8th place at the moment, but yeah, if Ferrao catches it, it's going to be potentially a bit of time lost, and in a close race as we've been seeing between Ferrao and Tavares, that can be crucial. In the end, not really any time lost at all for Manuel Ferrao. We'll see if the number 12 elects to come in for its mandatory stop now. It's just going through the second sector and into turn 11, and then the speed will build again as the drivers turn right up over the hill, over the brow, long left-hander of turn 13, and then downhill on the brakes into 14. The other Ford Escort is in. There is your race leader on your screens. So second place in the pits now. Ricardo Pereira and Pedro Teixeira de Mello. But another really good start to this race, consistently in and around the 2:0 lap times. Just dropping a little bit there as they prepared for this pit stop. Looks like the race leader might be coming in as well. As I say, at this stage of the race last time, it was all looking good. Hopefully this time, no problems, no penalties, and that number 7 can be on its way in a short moment's time. So our top 3 are all in the pits at the moment. There is the Escort, sounding wonderful as usual. There is your race leading number 7, and driver change going on there, and it will indeed be Jose Paradella getting in for the second half of this race. Good work from Paulo Lima in both races today. Paulo has been very, very quick whenever we've seen that car, that driver combo out on track. And the good news, I've just had a little look of the messages from earlier on in this race. Starting procedure, no further action. So everything good for the start on this particular occasion. What's the pace looking like at the moment for the Citroën Saxo? It's done its mandatory stop, has dropped to 8th place, but that's not a problem at the minute. That's because the Datsun hasn't pitted yet. Datsun, though, to sing its praises. New fastest lap that we've seen from that car in this race and in race trim at all this weekend. 2:18.445. There's Paulo. Job done for today for the Portuguese driver. And the team, the RP Motorsport team, just going over the final moments, serving out the rest of their minimum pit stop time. And they'll be back out on circuit in a few moments. The Escort's already gone out there, as has, well, both Escorts have completed their pit stop routines. The Honda Civic is also in the pits at the moment, if you're keeping on track with that one. So the number 20 up to 4th place, but will drop back down once this mandatory pit stop is served, which should therefore then cycle through Tavares and Perez back into the top 5. Now the question on my mind right now is, yes, has Ferrao been able to leap back ahead? And Ferrao has, so resumption of the battle for 3rd place. Carlos Tavares has got to do all that work that we saw around lap 2 and around lap 3 all over again now to get that number 4 back onto an overall podium.
spot. Race leader heads back out on circuit, and all being well, is on course for victory. It's that stage of the race where I was just trying to track through where the cars are relative to one another. This time, yeah, the number 7 has got back out ahead of the 508. Information on our tracker in the box that, yeah, the number 7 just coming through turn number 6 now. The 508 is just exiting turn number 5. So good stuff there from the team to turn that around. Both cars, in fact, of course, run by RP Motorsports. Very different cars, of course, the 30 and the Escort, but both run to a highly professional level. I've got to say, Manuel Ferrao has got the bit between his teeth right now. It's the sole GR2 runner. Pit window has now closed. Everybody who started the race has served their mandatory pit stop. So all being well, that is the end of the pit activity for the Carrera 80s today. There's still a good amount to be decided, and in particular, who's going to take 3rd place overall. Manuel Ferrao has responded really, really well, having been overtaken by Carlos Tavares in that BMW early on in this race. Had the confidence to go a little bit longer through the first stint. Build a bit of speed on and over those in-laps. It means that right now, that car has been able to jump back ahead without necessarily having to go full send wheel-to-wheel out on circuit. Just to note as well, the Datsun has completed its pit stop as well, so that was the last car to get in and out before the pit stop window closed. There is the Escort. Do you think the Escort is a lot closer than it was before the pit stops? That's understandable with minimum pit stop times coming into effect. So you've got to give it to Ricardo Pereira and Pedro Teixeira. They have kept that BMW team very, very honest today. As I say, they've been able to take one race victory away from them already. As we've seen in a number of categories today, at this level, the car may be able to do a similar pace from one stint to the next. But the driver behind the wheel, well, I always say with cars that are built and are quick, it's one thing to have a fast car underneath you. You still need a driver who's got to pedal it and be able to extract that level of performance lap after lap after lap. The Escort's RS2000 in the hands of whoever has been behind the wheel has been very, very consistent so far today. So we'll see what the relative lap times are between the BMW and the Ford in the coming moments. At the moment, they're both having to deal with one's already dealt with the Honda Civic. Through goes the Escorts. 20 machine, the Boras and Soria FK Honda Civic. It's got a 1.6 litre engine in that one. Still on course for a very good 6th place. Just to note as well that the Citroen Saxo is back up to 7th place. So pretty much apart from that swap for 3rd and 4th, everyone is back to where they were before the pit stop window. 2 minute 6s all round for the first part of this 2nd stint for the BMW and the Ford Escorts. Back with the other of the Ford Escorts. You can just tell by the body language of these two cars. This is a proper race between these two, between Ferrao, between Tavares. Pushing each other on. They're actually the fastest cars on circuit at the moment. 2 minute 3.8 for the BMW, 2 minute 4.5
for the Mark II Escort. Tavares having another look down the inside, but it's not close enough really to realistically have a go down there into turn 1. We did see Tavares take third place earlier on in the race in that same part of the circuit, but that was very much one of those moves where he got a good exit out of turn 14, and then the extra power of the BMW was able to coast the number 4 by. As I say, we've seen Manuel Ferrao be very confident when racing against other drivers so far today, particularly that move up the order. He started 9th in race 1. Before we knew it, we were talking about Ferrao up there in the top 5, top 4, and on the way to finishing in 3rd place once the number 7 had its issues. The driver's been able to make overtakes, and really right now for Carlos Tavares, not an easy car to overtake at this stage. Maybe an opportunity coming up though for the BMW. The Citroen Saxo of David Pinado is not too far ahead. It's coming again through the infield section. Now, what are we seeing on our screens here? Well, this could be a changing matter. We'll come on to it in a minute because Tavares has got a really good run there out of turn number 11, closing in to Ferrao, who's going to have to deal with the Saxo as well. That is lapped traffic. There may be more drama on the way for the car in 3rd place. We'll come on to that in a minute. Down towards turn number 14. Pinado takes a steady line, but Tavares looking to take 3rd place once again. The Escort will pull to the middle of the circuit. He's inevitably going to give a tow to the BMW down towards turn number 1. They both go by past the Citroen Saxo of Pinado, but Tavares not close enough once again. But as we say, developing situation, a notice that has just come up on our screens, and the driver will presumably have seen the information that time by. Drive-through penalty for Manuel Ferrao. I think this is for the handicap time that all of the teams have in the pits, so it's different lengths of minimum pit stop time, was not served. Tavares looking down the inside now, unable to get the move done for 3rd place. Ferrao holds it around the outside. But sadly, for us neutrals wanting to have a really good scrap between these two, I think our party is going to be spoilt a bit by the regulations. You know, rules are the rules. Unfortunately, I think that the reason why we saw these two swap over is that pit stop for Manuel Ferrao and the Mark II Escort was a little bit too quick for minimum pit stop time. Well, we said, all being well, that we wouldn't see any more cars in the pit lane. Fortunately, that number 12... Oh! As Tavares has gone off! Tavares has spun, coming out of the left-hander. Well, was about to inherit 3rd place. Will not inherit 3rd place now, and that is beached. That is race over for Carlos Tavares from 4th place. Yellow flags out, of course. That is going nowhere. The rear-wheel drive BMW has bedded itself and continues to sink into the gravel trap. What a shame for Carlos Tavares. Was driving really well. As I say, I may not have known it, but was about to inherit 3rd place once the number 12 comes in for its drive-through penalty. Now, surely, if you're Ferrao now, you've got to get in and get that drive-through penalty done now, because if you can get it done before a potential safety car, that again, you can see the Snatch tractor is already on the move, off the circuit, of course, but it's going to have to come inside the confines of the circuit to get to Carlos Tavares. I know I've been saying this a couple of times today. That isn't, again, not an easy part of the circuit to retrieve a car from. Say it was out of turn 8, just on the power. The back end of the E30 M3 pitched around, put Tavares into the gravel trap, and sadly out of this race. 6.5 minutes to run then. There is your car in 2nd place. I think these top two know now. This is just about running things to the end. It's noticeable that the number 7 is not below the 2-minute zeros in terms of lap time here. Just running to a pace, not needing to go any quicker than 2-minute 3 to hold on to the race lead. I'll tell you who else that this is going to be a dramatic day for. How about Teo Antonio Perez? Because Perez is now up to 4th place, has just done a personal best last time around of a 2-minute 6.861. So up to 4th place with the demise of Tavares. Could still get 3rd place here because the number 12 has not come in yet. The notification's still showing on our screens here in the commentary position. Car number 12, drive-through penalty, less handicap time. Not the first time we've seen that notification today. Drive-through penalties not served by the end of the race do get converted into time penalties. So we'll see if that number 12 car pulls in. At the moment, it looks like it's continuing on its journey around the circuit. 5 minutes of this race to go, and a safety car has now been deployed. So that's to be expected. Oh, and I wonder, I think the number 12 team have missed a bit of a trick here, because now the whole field is going to bunch up. That is the reason why Carlos Tavares safely out of the car, and that's the most important thing. Actually, no, I think Carlos is still at the wheel of that one, hoping to maybe get back in the race. Oh, real disappointing moment there. As I say, may not have known it, but was on course for 3rd place. But for me, the drive-through penalty, it's been on our screens for a while. If they'd served that one, if the Moutinho Motorsport team had been able to get the car in before the safety car had been deployed, they could have got the drive-through penalty done and then effectively had it negated for a safety car, which, considering how deep in the gravel the number 4 BMW is, it was always very likely that the race director was going to be forced to neutralise the race, to give the marshals, give the safety crews, give the snatch tractor the time and safety that they need to recover that car from the gravel trap. It's in a bit of an exposed position as well. If one car's gone in there, a second one could follow, even under yellow flags. I do think, unfortunately, this is probably going to mean, with 3.5 minutes remaining in this race, the safety crew here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo are one of the best in Europe. We've already seen that in action today, but I think even for them, 3 minutes to get the snatch tractor and that car out of the way, and still have time remaining to get at least one racing lap in, that might be a bit of a tall order. So if you're just joining us, we're under safety car conditions. This is for the recovery of the number 4 BMW in this second race of the weekend for the Carrera 80 Series. Carlos Tavares fortunately had a spin just coming out of turn number 8. And has beached the E30 M3 in the gravel. Means at the moment that Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella at the wheel at the moment of the other of the E30 M3s. The number 7 is your race leader. The car second in the train there is not second in the race. That is the Datsun 1200 number 18. Of Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez. That car is 2 laps down for the F-Car team. Means that, once again, the other RP Motorsport prepared machine, the Ford Escort RS2000, in the hands of Ricardo Pereira and Pedro Teixeira Melo, had the win earlier on this morning. They're in second place, the bright blue machine. Manuel Ferrao still there in third. But again, if you've just joined us, does have a drive-through penalty to be served. And, well, the bigger problem is, even if this safety car was to pull in on this lap, and we've not seen the safety car in this lap notification come up on our screens, there's simply not going to be enough time to either A, serve that penalty, get back out again and recover the positions lost, or stay out on track, take it as a time penalty at the end of this race, and simply not enough time to then build the gap up to negate the time penalty that could be added if the drive-through penalty is not served during the race. "50 seconds to go." Lights, do I see lights out on the safety car there? I think we are going to go back to green. Okay, so we've got one more flying lap here. Okay, maybe there's still opportunity if the number 12 was to peel into the pits now and serve the drive-through penalty, but I don't think he's going to do so. Well, the Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella, number 7, has been handed a bit of a gain here. In fact, Ferrau's going to take second place on the road. Ferrau's going to go down the inside, escort versus escort, take second place on the road, ahead of Pereira and Teixeira. I wonder if there's a bit of an ailing problem for the RS2000 Escort, because on balance, that particular model should be a bit quicker than the number 12, but at the moment, it's subverting expectations, as they say. Still not going to change the final race order, per my understanding of how this drive-through penalty can and will be applied. Similar to what we saw in the single-seater race earlier on this afternoon. As long as the 508, the blue Escort, stays on the rear bumper of the number 12, or reasonably near it, then the number 12 will re-inherit this second place after the race is finished. There's a question, of course, as well, as does the driver of the number 12, Manuel Ferrau, know that he's got a drive-through penalty? These cars not as sophisticated as modern cars in terms of electronics and communications. Either way, though, as what's happened there? A lot of smoke out the back of the number 12. Was that tyre smoke or something more serious? As a big drift for the blue Escort. What a save there from the driver of the 508 and an overtake. Well, that's going to be one of the highlight reels of the week. What a moment for the Pereira Teixeira Escorts to take second place back. No troubles this time around in race 2 for Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella. Paradella comes over the line, takes the checkered flag, takes the race 2 victory. This has been a mighty entertaining finish for the two Escorts. Pereira and Teixeira de Mello takes second place on the road. Ferrau takes third on the road. But to be clear, still the notification on our screens, number 12 drive-through penalty that was not served during that race. Over the line comes the Datsun. 7th place in the end for Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez. 4th for Teo Antonio Perez. And is the only car not to take the checkered flag yet. That was a very close finish, in fact, for 6th place. 5th and 6th place, I should say. In the end, the Honda Civic of Juan Boras with his teammate Jose Zorrilla, they finish in 5th place. Only, 4/10 of a second ahead of David Pianado in the Citroen Saxo. So a much better run for the Citroen Saxo in this second race. There is Teo Antonio Perez. We asked whether something more than a 5th place was achievable. The answer, yes. Good drive there from Teo, who takes the win in GTC and comes over the line 4th, the last of the cars on the lead lap. Well, a quiet race too in the first 20 minutes or so, and through the pit stops there for Carrera 80 that then sprung to life after the pit stops with drive-through penalties being given out, spins, safety cars, and it all finishes like this. Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella win race number 2. They have been the fastest team throughout the course of the day. A well-deserved victory by 10 seconds ahead of Ricardo Pereira and Pedro Teixeira de Mello. It's the BMW E30 M3 from the Ford Escort RS2000, and a mighty close one on the line there, at least on the provisional result. 300ths of a second between the 508 and the number 12. Manuel Ferrau has produced a lot of entertainment here today. Great scrap as well with Carlos Tavares, who unfortunately was not able to get to the end of this race. Fourth for Antonio Perez on the lead lap again. Good solid results there, and the top runner from the Evercar team once again. Fifth place, the Honda Civic of Juan Barras and Jose Antonio Zorrilla. A good result for them, just holding off David Pinado. So once again, at the end of a race, David Pinado closing in on a competitor, not quite able to gain another position, but a top 6 there for the Invitational Citroën Saxo. Daniel Casas and Eugenio Fernandez ran a very steady race, were consistently quicker than we saw in the first race in the mid-218s. They finished P7, 2 laps off the lead. One single retirement from this race. Could have been on the podium, the overall podium again. Unfortunately, Carlos Tavares, that spin out of turn 8, that the recovery of the number 4 BMW triggered the safety car late on. Finishes, or was classified 5 laps in the end. One car did not start the race. That was the second of the Datsuns in the hands of Guillermo Valesco and his teammate Francesco Freitas. Do hope to see that car again very soon. Very good stuff there from the Carrera 80s. That is them done for the weekend. They will next be racing, I believe, later on in the autumn at the Algarve Classic Festival on the weekend of the 24th to the 26th of October. We've got one more race to go here this afternoon at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo just outside of Valencia. Race 2 for Iberian Supercars is next.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo just outside of Valencia, getting ready for our main feature race of the day, the second race for the Iberian Supercars Championship, fourth race of the season. And if you weren't with us for race one earlier on today, my goodness, you missed quite the eventful race. 3 safety cars, numerous penalties up and down the field, and a very, very surprise finish in terms of who emerged at the front of the field after the mandatory pit stops. If you don't want to know what the results was, close your ears now. It was the number 44 Toyota GR Supra, Nuno Afonso and Alexander Arrea. One of the GT4 Pro Bronze cars took the race victory. A number of the GT4 runners managed to get their mandatory pit stop in and legally completed before the, as I say, flurry of supercars. It properly was yellows breed yellows territory. So they were in the provisional result your winners ahead of Andreas Zematis and Karl Stout in the second of the Toyota GR Super GT4 Evo 2s, the gap being 1.6 seconds between the number 44 and the number 8. The number 8, which is usefully positioned in this one for the start of this 50-minute race, but we'll get onto that in a minute. Third place was the 119 Mercedes. This is the Lema Racing entry of Bruno Perez and Mark Kastlich. Lema Racing had a really up and down race. They at the end of safety car number 2 lost 2 cars, one before the restart and one immediately after it, almost simultaneously at the front and the back of the field. Those incidents were the trigger of safety car number 3, but at least another one of their drivers and their teams, in this case Bruno Perez and Mark Kastlich, got an overall podium and class podium. We're still in the run, of course, the GT4 Pro Bronze entries that, as I say, they didn't know it at the time, but played the strategy cards absolutely spot on in the first race earlier on today. Let's talk about a team that really had an up and down race. Guillermo Asso and Philip Vava in the number 36 MN Racing Team Mercedes. Early stages, lap 2, facing the wrong way at turn number 11 after a clash with the number 79 Aston Martin. They pitted immediately or soon after that incident, because kind of thinking, well, we'll get the pit stop done whilst we're at the back of the field. Turned out that it was a move that got them back up to 4th place once everything had shaken out. 5th place was Toyota GR Super GT4 of Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu. Arguably the biggest losers in the safety cars. They were leaders in the early stages, so keep an eye out for them in this race as well. But let's head down once again to the grid and hear from some of our drivers.
Hello, we are here. Boa tarde, estamos aqui no circuito de Ricardo Tormo, em Valência, para a segunda ronda a segunda corrida da ronda de Valência do Iberian Supercars e Supercars Espanha. Vamos aqui tentar fazer uma entrevista com a Nerea Martin, uma piloto local. Nerea, ¿podemos hacer una entrevista? Sí. Estamos con Nerea, que comparte su coche con José de los Milagros. Nerea, estás corriendo frente a tu público, es especial.
Sí, la verdad que estoy súper feliz. Bueno, han venido un montón de familiares, amigos, están todos aquí arriba. Y bueno, es feliz. La verdad que la primera carrera ha sido difícil con el handicap que traíamos del Jarama, pero bueno, contentos. Tenemos muy buen ritmo, así que vamos a ver si podemos luchar por el podio y podemos subir ahí a lo más alto.
Para esta carrera, ¿tienes una estrategia propia para la carrera?
La estrategia es hacer buena salida, tirar a muerte e intentar ponernos en el grupo de cabeza para luchar y a ver si luego en el cambio de piloto podemos aprovechar ahora que tenemos ventaja con el resto de handicap y podemos llegar al podio.
Ok, muchas gracias e suerte.
Gracias.
E vamos continuar aqui pela grande partida. Temos aqui o Toyota da Novotec by Speedy Motorsport com um estreante, um piloto estreante que conseguiu fazer a pole position na sua primeira prova, o Karel Stout. Karel, it's your first time here in the Iberian Supercars, but you start with a great result, with a pole position and second place in the first race. What's your goals for the second race?
My goal is obviously to win, so I'll try my best to give the car in the best position. And pretty sure Andreas will do a good job after that. So.
Do you think that you can win the GT4 Pro Bronze Division?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I have a good feeling about it, so.
Ok, thank you very much. Vamos continuar então aqui na grande partida. Temos aqui ao lado do Karel, temos aqui o Filipe Vavá, que também está escrito na GT4 Pro Bronze. Filipe, was a good qualifying yesterday. In the first race, you were fighting for the podium also. What's your goals for the second race?
I think the plan is simple. It's to stay in the front, hopefully get past the Toyota here in first place to lead the race, and try to create a good gap for my teammate Guillermo so he feels more comfortable and safe to take the win in Pro Bronze.
So your goal will be to win the GT4 Pro Bronze Division, but you think that you can also win the race overall?
It's possible. It just depends on how the race plays out. Hopefully there aren't too many safety car interventions. And yeah, hopefully if the race runs smoothly, we should be able to maintain a good lead.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for the race. Continuando aqui na grande partida, temos aqui no terceiro lugar da geral Matthew Martins, que é no Aston Martin da Racar Motorsport, é o primeiro do GT4 Pro. Chegaram aqui à ronda de Valência na liderança do campeonato, mas com o resultado da primeira corrida passaram para segundo com a vitória de Francisco Mora. Matthew, depois da primeira corrida não terem chegado ao pódio, devido a complicações com o safety car, julgas que nesta segunda corrida poderão estar na luta pela vitória?
Sim, claro. Nessa corrida não temos handicap, já é uma coisa que vai ajudar muito, e agora é só fazer um bom arranque, tentar de guardar essa posição, porque em frente são outros carros que não são da nossa categoria, então estamos na luta para a vitória.
E pensas que está muito calor aqui em Valência, pensas que isso poderá ter um impacto na gestão do carro e dos pneus?
Sim, claro. Temos que poupar pneus. Se lutarmos, se andarmos tudo a fundo, ao fim da corrida, o Roberto, o meu companheiro de equipe, vai estar com problemas. Então temos que poupar os pneus. Sim.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Aqui na quarta posição da grande partida está outro Aston Martin da Racar Motorsport, desta feita pilotado por Henrique Oliveira, que divide o carro com Lucas Savo. Henrique, foi o vosso melhor resultado de qualificação este ano. Pensas que depois dos excelentes resultados que fizeram na qualificação poderão também estar na luta pelo pódio nesta corrida?
Eu sinto que sim. Neste momento temos que estar consistentes e manter a cabeça fria para que depois os resultados apareçam, não é? Neste momento estamos em segundo na GT4 Pro, por isso, na minha opinião, não vamos sair daqui. Vou lutar por esta posição e quando entregar o carro para o Luca, eu sei que ele também vai lutar e esperemos que no fim trazemos o troféu para casa.
E vocês para esta corrida estão com um handicap de 5 segundos, exatamente, 5 segundos. Achas que isso terá um impacto na vossa corrida ou acham que conseguem ultrapassar essa desvantagem?
Esperemos que não tenha impacto, quer dizer, 5 segundos é sempre muito no que toca às corridas. No entanto, se conseguir abrir uma distância perante os nossos adversários que vão atrás, acho que isso sem dúvida é algo que conseguimos ultrapassar.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Vamos continuar, temos ainda aqui dois Toyotas aqui na terceira linha. Deste lado temos o Toyota da Speedy Motorsport com César Machado e Adrián Ferrer. Vamos tentar falar com o Adrián, que é um estreante aqui no Iberian Supercars. Adrián, ha sido una buena estrena para vosotros. ¿Piensas que podrás intentar luchar por la victoria ahora en segunda corrida?
Bueno, yo creo que vamos a tener que gestionar muchos neumáticos si no sale ningún safety car ni nada. Pero bueno, a ver qué tal mi ritmo de carrera y yo voy a salir a por todas.
Este aquí es tu primer weekend en el Iberian Supercars. ¿Qué haces con tu opinión del campeonato?
Pues la verdad que bastante bueno, porque hay 45 coches ahora mismo en pista y la verdad que mucha presión, pero me gusta mucho.
Muy bien, muchas gracias e suerte. Continuando agora aqui para o Toyota do Francisco Abreu e Francisco Mora, os pilotos que venceram a primeira corrida na divisão GT4 Pro. Francisco, vocês para esta corrida partem com uma desvantagem de 10 segundos devido ao handicap proporcionado pela vitória na primeira corrida. Até onde achas que podes ir? Ou podem ir?
Vamos tentar perceber como é que correm também aqui as primeiras voltas. O objetivo é nós também irmos o mais rápido que conseguirmos para a frente para tentarmos minimizar ao máximo esse handicap. Mas agora o nosso objetivo é focado em fazer uma boa prova, fazer uma boa estratégia de paragem e no final esperar pelo melhor resultado.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, boa sorte. Continuando pela grelha, vamos tentar fazer ainda mais uma entrevista. Temos aqui temos ainda o Toyota da Genfranco Motorsport, pilotado pelo Alex Areia, que venceu a primeira corrida à geral. Alex, na primeira corrida correu-vos muito bem, venceram a corrida à geral e também na vossa divisão, GT4 Pro Bronze. Até onde é que achas que podes ir agora ou podem ir agora na segunda corrida?
Eu acho que nós estamos muito bem. Esta corrida vai ser ligeiramente diferente da primeira. Na primeira, quando entrei no carro, tive que gerir a vantagem que tínhamos. Aqui vamos ter que lutar para subir aqui a alguns lugares. Queremos discutir mais uma vez a vitória, como na primeira corrida, e vou dar o meu melhor para tentar começar a galgar posições desde o arranque.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. E com a entrevista aqui à Alex Areia, terminamos aqui a nossa reportagem da grelha de partida. Portanto, voltamos ao estúdio. Back to studio.
Good to hear from the drivers down there on the grid ahead of this second race of the day for the Iberian supercars. It's another stacked grid here in Valencia. Let's take you through how they line up these drivers in order of how they qualified from the second qualifying sessions yesterday. So it's second driver starting for everyone in the field in this one. Means that Carl Stout has pole position in the first of the Toyota Supers that we saw generally in the first race were very, very quick off the start. So it's the number 8 alongside the NM Racing at number 36 with Guillermo Arso and Philip Vava in for that one. Vava will take the start. We heard from him down on the grid. That is your front row. Roberto Faria will be due to go off in the number 77. That's the Racar Motorsport Aston Martin. That was well up the grid in the early stages in the first race. What can it do here from the inside of row number 2? And they're joined by another of the Racar Motorsport Aston Martins. So it's the 77 and the 78 sharing the second row of the grid. First of the Speedy Motorsport Toyotas, the number 4 starts on the inside of row number 3. That spectacular move round the outside in race 1 from Cesar Machado was a real highlight of the first race. What can Adrian Ferrer do from 5th on the grid? He's joined by one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal cars. That was the pole-sitting car from race 1. What can Francisco Abreu do from P6? Nuno Alfonso's Toyota starts on the inside of row number 4 with Alexandra Arreyes, joined by Lema Racing Mercedes 119 of Mark Kastelich for this one. That's an all GT4 Pro Bronze row 4. Row 5, the 007 Aston Martin with Bruno Pereira and Gonzalo Araujo going in that one. It's another of the NM Racing Mercedes in 10th position. Max Huber and Thomas Granzelia going from 10th. Next up on row number 6, Orlando Battini starts the number 16 Toyota Supra, is joined by another of the Speedy Motorsport entries, this time the number 5 Thomas Guedes, due to go off from 12th on the grid. First of the BMWs, a good run for Jose Milagros and Nerea Marti from row 7 in race number 1. What can they do here in race 2? They're joined on that 7th row of the grid by the 888 Porsche. The Veloso Motorsport entry starts 14th. SMC Motorsport had a really tough time in race 1. Their number 23 McLaren starts on the inside of row number 8. They're joined by another of the Racar Motorsport Aston Martins, the number 79. That was the one involved in an incident early on in the race in race number 1. They'll be looking for better fortunes here in race number 2. Next up, row number 9, the 97 NM Racing Mercedes, Andrea Pietro, and the Lema Racing Mercedes number 3. That was the one that had the incident after safety car number 2 in race number 1. Kayan Pontes due to go from 18th. The number 24 GT Corsa BMW, that was involved in a lot of action earlier on in race 1. It starts inside the top 20 with Miguel Nabis in the Toyota 58. Marcus Fothergill and Dave Bennett, they retired from the first race. Their Porsche number 69 is alongside Luis Tavares and Joao Aguiar in the Speedy Motorsport Porsche. That's row 11. Gonzalo de Andres and the number 11 SMC Motorsport McLaren is joined by Louis Leroux, and the CV Performance JP Motorsport Mercedes, that's row number 12. Whipping on through the rest of the order, the Porsche Speedy Motorsport number 2, the Petrogold Ligier JS2R number 164, that's row 13. Veloso Motorsports number 38 Porsche and Antonio Almeida's 125 Ginetta, that's row 14. Montero Competicion's BMW, the number 47, is inside the top 30 with the Ruben Vasquez Aston Martin 777. The JM Smurg Javier Macias Proton Motorsport BMW number 19 starts on row 16, is joined by the PCR Sport Mercedes number 30. Next up, row number 17, the Petrogold Ligier number 133 is alongside the Steve Curtin, Jonathan Hepworth Ginetta. The Gracie Mitchell and Lucas Staccini Ginetta will not take the start of this race. Further engine problems means it's just the number 12 Porsche that starts on row 18. The SMC Motorsport McLaren number 22 was out on lap 1 in race 1. Starts on row 19 alongside the other SMC Motorsport McLaren number 70. The Racar Motorsport Aston Martin 707. The Porsche 430, that completes the top 40. Rest of the order, the 73 Porsche, the 13 Porsche, and others take us down to a 45-strong field, which I think is now down to 43, because the number 15 also does not take the start of the race. That was another one of the cars involved in a safety car triggering incident in race number 1. Well, race 1 was exciting. Race 1 was eventful. What are we about to see here in Valencia for race number 2? Iberian supercars underway then for 50 minutes. Tearing down already to turn 1, and one of the Toyota Supras is already on the grass. 3 wide, more wide into turn 1. We said in race number 1 that you had to survive on this first lap. It's a big field. It can get very tight as one of the Aston Martins is out of control and takes out the number 26 Toyota Supra. That was your pole sitter from race 1. Hoping for better luck here in race 2. Got none of it. That was a big hit. Was that the 007 out of control simply on cold tyres, cold brakes, spearing to the inside? Apologies, it wasn't the 007 that was out of control. It was another one of the Aston Martins. But well, already we're having a safety car procedure. We saw it after a few laps in race number 1, this time turn 2. And that is a real shame. I think it's the 78, apologies, it's the 78 Racar Motorsport Aston Martin. Enrique Villalivera and Lucas Savu, their car was the one out of control before turn 2. Nothing that the number 26 could have done about that. They are out of this race before it has even started. Well, they will have thought that they had bad luck in race number 1. They were one of the teams caught out by, not through any fault of their own, not having had a chance to get their pit stop done before all the safety cars in race number 1. Let's have a look at it again. So keep an eye on the grey and orange Aston Martin running around 4th place. Now, do they get a tap in from... Oh, I think they get a tap from behind. So that wasn't the Aston Martin's fault. Onto the grass. Absolute passengers at that point. The number 78 into the number 26. But that all really started for me with the car immediately behind the Racar Motorsport number 78. Just a little touch of the rear axle sent the number 78 out of control onto the grass, and then it was pinball wizard time off the apex of turn number 2 that, has well and truly shaken the field up in the early stages of this one. So, The number 8 Toyota Supra, Carol Stout, leads this race by 0.8 of a second, or will it be considerably less than that, but now the safety car is out. Philip Vara in second place in the AMG Mercedes, number 36, so a more positive start this time for the NM Racing team. The number 77 of Roberto Furia and Matteo Martins, so they're in a decent position now to capitalise off the start. They've had plenty of experience of doing restarts from the very front of the field. That car is in third. The Cesar Machado and Adrian Ferrer Toyota Supra number 4 is in fourth place. They'll be hoping to have another go at that number 77 like they did in race number 1. And then the 0007 Aston Martin is in fifth. Let's head down to the pit lane for some thoughts and an interview.
Hello, Andreas. You have a new teammate this weekend, and he's a fast one. He's leading the race. Do you think that you can win the race overall, or you are just adding for the winning the division?
Let's see how it goes. We're hoping to win overall, of course, but yeah, let's see how many safety cars we have in this race and how it goes for us, because in the first race we had a very good pit stop and we finished at P2, so which was very good result for us, I think. So yeah, on the second race we are hoping for the P1, nothing less.
And what's your strategy for this race? You will stop early, or will you try to stop later?
Like Verstappen said, full push, no risk. No risk, full push. Yeah, so yeah, we're going to do late pit stop because we try to keep my teammate in the car as longest as possible, and let's see in which position I get the car, because I'm not probably not the fastest driver, but I think I'm quite okay with used tires on the hot weather, so let's see. Looking forward for my stint.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the race.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Back to studio.
Good to hear there from Andreas Demaitis. Well, at the moment, leading this race is the number 8 Toyota Supra for the Novatec Racing by Speedy Motorsport team. Still under safety car conditions, unsurprising that there are a few notifications on our screen about incidents in the early phases of this race. Incident involving cars 26, 78 and 4 is under investigation. The 26, we know, that is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal Toyota Supra, out of this race. The 78 is the Aston Martin Vantage run by Racar Motorsport, out of this race. The number 4 is the Speedy Motorsport Toyota Supra of Cesar Machado and Adrian Ferrer. So not got the pictures in front of me at this moment, but I wonder, was that number 4 the car immediately behind the Aston Martin that may have triggered this one? So we'll keep up to date with that as and when we get further news on it. Let's actually give you a quick rundown of what's happening in the different classes whilst we're still under safety car. We've not quite yet had the safety car in this lap notification. So Demaitis and Stout, quite clearly, GT4 Pro Bronze leaders at the moment. Martins and Faria in their Aston Martin 77, your GT4 Pro leaders. GT4 Bronze at the moment, it's the number 97 Mercedes, Andres Prieto and Ricardo Costa leading their class at the moment. Marcus Fothergill and Dave Bennett leading in the Cup category. They are currently 19th on the road. Henrique M. Oliveira is first in the GTX category. That's with the F82 version, the older version of the BMW M4 GT4 that's obviously not homologated anymore. GT4 AM, the 777 is your leader in that one, currently down in 22nd place. And then just looking down if we've got any more class leaders. No, I think that is your lot. And not a moment too soon, because safety car is in this lap. Over to Carol Stout to see if Carol Stout can do the same kind of job that we saw from one of the cars that's out of this race in race number 1. The number 26 Toyota Supra was lightning off the line on restarts after safety cars in race number 1. The difference this time, though, Philip Vava in that NM Racing number 36 Mercedes is immediately behind. And I've got to say, Carol Stout is leaving this one late to hit the loud pedal and take us back to green racing. 42 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. Restart number 1 after safety car number 1. Hopefully that is the last time that we say that here today. It's a good start for Stout, it's a good start for Vava, but once again, look at the battle for third place. It's like we saw in race number 1, the number 4 Supra having a go at the number 77 Aston Martin. This time, though, the number 77 Aston Martin is wise to any kind of moves around the outside and holds on to third place. Another of the Speedy Motorsport Toyotas is on the move past one of the NM Racing Mercedes. That looked to be a bit further down the order. Max Huber and Thomas Granzella's number 10 losing out to the number 5 with Thomas Guedes leading things out for that one. Still, of course, before the window of opportunity for drivers to change over. But at this moment, we are further than we saw off the start of the race in terms of green running. Here down the inside, the BMWs going past the Rayo Competição car as gaining another position. This is really where the race properly begins, because that safety car came out so quickly on lap 1. We haven't done a full lap of green. For anyone marooned in the middle of the pack and further down the pack, they'll be like, right, now is the opportunity to start to file up the order. There is your race leader, Carol Stout, in the Novatec Toyota Supra. How quick, though, is the Mercedes AMG in clean air on lap number 2. Notification on our screens. Car under investigation, potential overtake under the safety car. It is the number 12. That's the Land GP Racing Porsche. That's one of the Cup entries. Now, if you were with us with race number 1, you will remember that that is the car that kind of emerged at the very front of the field with a very, very big lead after all of those safety cars in race number 1, mainly because they hadn't properly and legally served their mandatory pit stop. They, of course, tumbled down the order once that penalty had been applied. They had fallen down initially to 30th place. I'm just looking for exactly where they were once everything shook itself out. It stayed in 30th place. It fell to second place in the Cup category. It was quite confusing situation with all the mandatory pit stops. 3 safety cars, and you merge with one of the slower categories in the field, not just in the lead overall, but some 40 seconds down the road. Now, let's have a look at a replay from... yes, that is going to be what is under investigation. Well, at least on that view, we've not got the context of what's going on before, but that very much to me looks like overtaking under the safety car before the restart line. 39 minutes of this race to go, and yet, in fact, drive-through penalty for number 12. So the officials will probably not have an easier decision, or have had an easier decision all weekend. A little bit of miscommunication, perhaps. An understanding of what the rules there were there for the number 12. They will be in the pits for that drive-through. That is pretty much the end of their race. I'll say it, unless there's any more safety cars in this one. So, we've had a couple of laps of proper green running now. Here is your battle for 4th place. And another thing that we saw a bit in race number 1, the Supra is very quick off of starts, restarts, maybe when the tyres and the brakes are a little bit cooler. Then the heavier vehicles, your Astons, your AMG Mercedes, your BMWs, they start to come back on song. And at the moment, it's the 007 Aston Martin that is really, really hassling the back of the number 4 Toyota. 007, Bruno Pereira and Gonzalo Araujo car did not have the kind of race finish that they would have wanted. An incident late on, and they didn't finish the last lap of the race, and were promptly classified in 31st position, having run high up the order far more regularly in the early stages. But of dust being kicked up there by the number 77 Aston Martin. You can feel that this race is
now into a better rhythm than we saw in race number 1. I hope I'm not putting the curse of the commentator on that. As I say, race 1, it was eventful. It was very unpredictable. I think many of the drivers out there, they would have much preferred more laps under green, but as I say, the safety cars each time coming out were absolutely needed. 37 minutes of this race to go, 1 minute 41.797. Carol Stout continues to lead this race. No changes of position in the top 20. I can tell you that there's been a move further down the order. Looks like the number 85 has got a move done. This is the CV Performance JP Motorsport Mercedes AMG. That's up to 22nd place. It's there side by side. There was a moment, but right now we're going to pass down once again to the pit lane.
Estamos com Miguel Cristóvão, que faz equipa com Patrick Cunha num dos esportes da Voz Motorsport. O Miguel está a regressar ao campeonato, foi em 2022 campeão da GT4 Bronze. Miguel, como é que tem sido este regresso?
Difícil, o Porsche não se está muito bem com o calor, temos estado a tentar evoluir o carro, eu também estou-me a tentar adaptar ao carro, estou a guiar pela primeira vez. Mas pronto, a corrida está a correr bem por enquanto, é isso que interessa, vamos fazer o melhor possível.
Achas que nesta segunda corrida podem chegar ao pódio?
Acho que sim, é esse o objetivo.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Back to studio.
35 minutes of this race to go then. Starting to stretch out a bit at the very front of the order. Carol Stout, good pace as race leader as, oh, there was a move down the inside. That looks like that was the 81 BMW going for 5th place past the 007 Aston Martin. Yes, it was. Well, we saw some big moves come in from the Promotion Motorsport duo of Jose Milagros and Nerea Marti. Right now, though, they're having to deal with a bit of a counter-attack from the Aston Martin, which kicks up a bit of dirt through turn number 1. They've still got a slight inside line into 2, but the Bavarian power of the BMW takes it through into 5th place. Looks like as well that the number 16 Supra wants a piece of the action. The Aston looks down the inside once again. It's the Batina Racing Toyota Supra. Sergio Azevedo and Orlando Batina in that one. Had a bit of a quiet race one. It was a race that we didn't talk too much about the number 16. There was too many other things going on up and down the field. But yeah, good to see that BMW on the move. We saw it overtaking a fair bit in race number 1. That was brave stuff down into turn 14. Looks like there's also been a change for 12th place. The number 44 Supra, Gianfranco Motorsport entry, which of course did very well in race number 1. Managed to weave their way through everything that was going on, roll the dice and emerge with a race victory. Well, to show that that wasn't just a fluke result. Either Alfonso and Alexander Area's car up to 12th place, and it's just taken that position overall away from the Andres Prieto and Ricardo Costa number 97 Mercedes. That is still your leader though in GT4 Bronze. So as we move towards the point at which the first pitters will emerge, that'll be in about 3.5 minutes time when the pit window opens. Here is the scrap between one of the Speedy Motorsport Toyotas and one of the NM Racing Mercedes. It looks to be round for 7th position, 7th, 8th, 9th positions. Back once again with the 007 and the 16. This is for 6th position. Drivers will be knowing that there's not long to go before they hand over to their teammates, as the racing Mercedes has a bit of a dance around the back of the NM Racing Mercedes. NM Racing very experienced, of course, of running GT4 AMGs. Side by side, this is for 6th place. Bruno Pereira's 007 is going to be muscled out there. That's a good move from the Bettina number 16. Bettina Motorsport Toyota Supra, bright orange and black machine, gains another position. Far behind there as well is another one of the GT4 Pro bronze entries. The first of those Porsche Caymans. That's the 888 machine trying to gain another spot. The Veloso Motorsport car. Another entry that we didn't see. Oh, big spin! Oh, that's a big off for the Aston Martin 007. That, to me, looked not to be driver error. I wonder, is that some form of failure for the Aston Martin Vantage? That was a very high speed off. Got to say, the number 16 Toyota did very well to avoid any further incidents, and not a surprise, safety car scrambles. My goodness me, that is one of the fastest parts of this Valencia circuit, and for whatever reason, the 007 Aston Martin was not for slowing down into turn 1. That is the Arroyo Competición car, and that's very good to see. Driver out of the car. Well, the safety features of that GT4 machine have done its job, but wow, that was a high-speed crash. That is the biggest incident that we've seen here today, and once again, it rather throws a bit of a spanner at the strategists in this race, because the pit stop window was just about to open, so nobody's going to be able to take an early stop advantage like they did in race number 1. But that is a very, very sudden and quite scary incident for Gonzalo Arroyo's and Bruno Pereira's machine. And, well, most important thing, driver is okay and out of the car. That will have been an incident probably into the barriers around 100 miles an hour once the gravel trap had scrubbed off speed. I just wonder, from the way that car went in, was that rear brake failure? Because the car did not seem to slow down at all into turn 1. Understandably, just making sure that driver is okay before we show any kind of replay on that one. Pit window is postponed, but that's a scary one. That's a really, really scary one. That is not a part of the circuit that you want to have a failure. Now, let's have a look here. So he's way back, and the car just doesn't slow down. That's got to be brake failure for me. Gravel trap doing its job, and thankfully the car just pivots round enough to go in front on into the barrier. The front crash structure and the engine bay has taken a big part of that. Look at the speed that Aston has gone off. That is a huge hit, and testament to the chassis design that the driver of that car was able to walk away. So 29 minutes most of to go. It's a real shame as well, because from a competitive sense, the Araujo car was having a good race. It was solidly up in the top 10. It was looking on for another good result here. A reminder, motorsport is dangerous and can change at a moment's notice. So we're under safety car again for the second time in this race. Understandably so. There will probably be a bit of barrier repair required down there at turn number 1. Let's run you through the order then. So still leading this race, it's the number 8 Toyota, the Nokatech Racing by Speedy Motorsport machine. Carol Stout still at the wheel at it. Did a great job in qualifying 2 yesterday. Took this race from pole position and has led every lap of it so far. Philip Bava in second place in the first of the NM Racing Mercedes entries. That's the number 36. Third place overall, leading in GT4 Pro. It's the Matteo Martins and Roberto Faria Aston Martin Vantage AMR. That's the 77 car. We'll take a short pause and head once again down to pit lane.
Estamos com o Emílio de Velhota, diretor de equipo de McLaren Barcelona SMC Motorsport. ¿Cómo va tu carrera de vuestros coches?
Bueno, ahora justo estamos en un safety car, esto cambia un poco las paradas y la estrategia de carrera. Los pilotos normalmente rápidos intentan alargar la parada, con lo cual esto seguramente haga un poco de mix en la clasificación final. Esperemos que nos juega a favor.
Vosotros han tenido una cualificación un poco difícil, pero en las carreras, ¿cómo ha ido?
Bueno, en nuestra primera carrera ha sido una buena carrera, excepto los coches que han tenido incidente, pero nos hemos visto un poco dañados por el safety car que ha salido y esa posición P8, que en general es muy buena, en la categoría de P bronce nos ha relegado a la sexta posición.
Muy bien, suerte para la carrera. Gracias. Back to studio.
26.5 minutes of this race to go then. Safety car lights still on. Let's continue our rundown of how things are looking as pretty much at the halfway stage of this race. Cesar Machado and Adrian Ferrez, number 4 Toyota Supra, is running in 4th place. Just looking back to whether we've got any notifications further from the incident on lap number 1 involving that car. Nothing yet, but should note as well, obviously the race officials have been a bit busy, of course, over the last few laps. Just to note as well, neither a penalty or a notification of no further action from that incident on lap 1. There is the scene down at turn 1. That is why I imagine that we will at least be under safety car procedure for at least another lap or so. That is understandable barrier repairs and final checks going on down at turn 1. Great response once again by the Orange Army here at Valencia. Boys and girls who without we could not race. So as I say, the number 4 Speedy Motorsports Toyota running in 4th place as things stand. 5th place at this present time, the number 81 BMW, and looks like we are going to go back to green. So again, really quick work by the marshalling team here. I thought we were going to be going at least one more lap, but we are good to go. Barrier's been signed off, and 25 minutes of this race can take us hopefully all the way green running to the checkered flag. Carol Stout this time has gone earlier, has gone a lot earlier, but has it had the same effect as we saw of the first restart? Back to green flag running then, restart number 2, and down towards turn 1 goes Carol Stout. The good advantage over Philip Vava there in 2nd place. Keep an eye out for the Supras. Will they be quick again in the early phases of this one? Bit of a scrap in the midfield there between one of the SMC McLarens and a BMW. That may well have been Manuel Bertolin trying to come through in the GT4 bronze category, number 24 and the number 11. Leader stretching out things in this is going to be the 13th lap of the race. Side by side for the race lead. Now, did Carl Stout have a problem? Did he make a mistake? Because Philip Vava was on him very, very quickly there. That is going to allow the number 77 Aston Martin to get down the inside into the next left-hander and to take 2nd place. So good work there. Up to 2nd goes the car that ran much of the first race in the same position. So Racar Motorsport will be very happy there with how things have gone. The curious thing is, how did Philip Vava find himself very suddenly alongside the race leader? Not really much that Vava could have done there to have held on to 2nd place. Was simply on the wrong piece of racetrack. The Aston Martin got down the inside into turn 14. The rest of the field coming through. Wow, good send there from another one of the Supras. We are now, of course, starting to see pit activity. Pit window is open. It's going to be open for 8 minutes. So a slightly shorter window than normal. Down the inside looking for a way through. I think that's the number 3 of Poets trying to gain positions. A car that we saw in trouble earlier on in the race. Apologies, no, it's not the number 3. It's another one of the same team. I think that's the 119 Lema Racing Mercedes with Bruno Perez and Mark Kastelich driving. At the moment in the order, a little bit further down the top 10. Yeah, across the line in 8th place on that last lap. So they're having a fight with the number 10 of Max Huber and Thomas Grandzea. Meanwhile, activities in the pit lane. So after taking that 2nd place, that's quite a nice call from the Raco Motorsport number 77 squad. Get the car in, try and consolidate the gains in the early stages, and you never know. We saw it in race 1. If there were to be another safety car or another neutralisation of the race in the next minute or so, if you come in and pitted now, you stand to gain quite a lot from it later on in the race. All looking nice and green at the moment. Neutral position, that's what we want. We can see this mandatory stop window, pass through, everybody get in, have the race decided out on the circuit, not in the pit lane. Number 888 Porsche Cayman, very popular GT4 car, of course. Understanding of how the drivers are turning around in this one. Patrick Kuhner will have handed that car over to Miguel Cristobal for the 2nd half of this race. Ooh, now, what's this that's just popped up on our screens? Overtaking under the safety car investigation for the 2nd time in this race for a number 87, which has slightly stumped me for a moment because I didn't think we had a number 87. We'll come back to that one in a moment. There is the number 8 machine. Has not stopped yet. That's why all of a sudden the lead for Carol Stout has gone out to nearly 3 seconds. Mario Ratti in the BMW M4 GT4 Evo is now 2nd and leading in the GT4 Pro category. Work continuing to go on in the pit lane. About 5 more minutes before this pit window closes. Tyre change, in fact, now. That doesn't look scheduled. That looks to be no, it's not Guess. It is the number 6 because it's the Speedy Motorsport Porsche Cayman that is having some work there. Normally you wouldn't change tyres in this length of race, but maybe something wrong with the brakes there that they were looking at on the rear left. 19.25 minutes remaining. So lead car on the road that has pitted. Well, now the leaders are in. Okay, so Carol Stout has come in. What a great job in this first stint of the race. We'll hand the car over to Andreas Zemaitis, over to the bronze driver. This is where we will start to see, as there's a problem for one of the Aston Martins. That looks to be a spin on the infield, as side by side, 3 wide into turn 2. Is that the Speedy Motorsport number 4 Toyota moving up the order? That was up against one of the NM Racing Mercedes and the 888 Porsche Cayman. I do believe these are all cars that have made their pit stops. So this is a proper sprint race now to the end. They're all further down the order right now. Well, we've already seen Cesar Machado making some great moves in race 1. That might be another one to add to the highlight reel. Was indeed. So at the moment it's for 24th place, all of this fighting, but that's because there's a whole flurry of runners, particularly GTX and Cup class runners, who have not completed their pit stops yet. So these drivers, these teams will all cycle their way back up to the top of the order. 17 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Just caught the end of that battle.
It's the number 10 of Max Huber, who is on an out lap. He's just come back out onto circuit to pick that car up from Thomas Ganzea. Another one of the Speedy Motorsport Toyotas in there as well, which by my reckoning should be Jose Carlos Perez in the number 5. More cars coming in. This is really their last opportunity. Thankfully, no safety cars have gone in the way of the pit stop window on this occasion. But if you're not pitting now, you are rather running it tight to the adjusted end of the window at 16:49 local time. So as things have cycled through, look like we've got a new leader here, because Nerio Marti, number 81. Oh, I'm just going to hold fire on finishing that sentence, because there are still cars at the top of the order yet to complete their pit stops. I'll tell you what as well, your race leader, as things stands, has not come in yet. This could be a bit tight for Orlando Battina in the number 16 Toyota Supra. Time is now 16:48. As long as he gets in before the clock turns over, it's going to be okay, but this is rather cutting it a bit fine. Meanwhile, real good scrap going on here between it's the 888 Porsche and another of the Speedy Supras into the hairpin, and oh, look at the number 10 NM Racing Mercedes nips down the inside and gets both of them. That's lovely stuff from Max Huber to gain another couple of positions there. As car off just before turn 13. Now this is the same place where we saw one of the Ligiers off this morning. Now I don't think that car has made contact with the wall. Looks like it was the 430 ProTech Motorsport Porsche 911 Cup car. It's a real shame because that car was doing well. And safety car again then for the third time in this race. Now cars are in the pit lane. Orlando Battina in the number 16 Toyota Supra did get into the pits, but with everything going on, I'm not quite sure. Did he do it before 16:49 local time or not? Well, we'll leave the race officials to determine whether that car got into pit entry beforehand or not. In fact, number 16 is going to lose out big time here as another one of the Porsches there is in trouble. Now, is that the number 5 that we saw having some work in the pits? Oh, sorry, the number 6 Speedy Motorsport Porsche Cayman. I think it was. Well, once again here today, safety car 3 is triggered by a double situation. One of the Supras was going rather quick there around the outside. What was happening there with the number 44 Supra having a bit of a moment? Yes, it was. It was the Gianfranco Motorsport number 44. The confusion here for some of the drivers is, again, for the second race in a row, a safety car has had to be deployed. We've got 2 cars stranded out on circuit just as pit stops were being completed. So it'll all be a question of where cars were relative to one another at the pit exit line to correctly identify the order for what again is going to be another sprint to the finish here. Now, thankfully for the majority of the field, they've managed to get their pit stops in, done, complete before that safety car came into effect. There you see the Snatch tractor towing the first of the Porsches in a spot of bother out of the way. That being the 430 Cup car. As I say, we've also got the number 6 GT4 Pro entry stranded out there on the circuit. Time for another one of our little rundowns. Who are we going to be talking about with 13 minutes of this race to go? Well, I think we are going to be talking about here. I tell you what, I tell you who's gained out of this. Anyone who was literally just completing a pit stop as that safety car was deployed. I think we've got potentially either Nerio Marti or Philip Vava in the lead of this race. Well, no, the number 16's got back out ahead. So Orlando Battina,
Orlando Bettina might have played an absolute masterstroke here. The car, as per I understand it, will have been handed over to Sergio Azevedo. As I say, they left it right to the last couple of seconds to get in, serve their mandatory stop, get back out again. And if they've done that, that is another, like we saw in race number 1, a small miracle. The safety car giveth, the safety car taketh away for many a team today. But as things stand, the number 16 is your race leader. The number 81 BMW M4, that will have been handed out now over back to Jose Milagros, is in second place. Guillermo Arce there in third. Now, the other question here, if you've got any bronze drivers in the higher parts of the order, unlike last time where they could just hold position, their pit stops were done and the other pro runners were yet to do their mandatory stop. Just looking down, yeah, every single car that is running out there has completed its mandatory pit stop. So unlike in race 1, once this safety car goes in, which could be as soon as a minute or so away based on how quick the turnarounds have been from the safety crew here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo today, you're going to have pro drivers fully pumped up, knowing they've got a 10-minute sprint to not only beat each other but also navigate their way through bronze drivers who you would not expect to have the same speed as those pro drivers. So Azevedo in the 16 leads the race. Milagros in the 81 second. Third for Asso in the 36. I quite like that number 77 Aston Martin. Matteo Martins and Roberto Floria nicely positioned here, second of the pro entries. However, they've got their usual nemesis of the number 4 immediately behind them. The Cesar Machado Speedy Motorsport number 4 is in 5th. Andreas Samaitis, another one of the GT4 Pro Bronze entries. That number 8 car that started on pole position is there in 6th place. You see the all-black Toyota Supra just going through shot now. The number 10, Max Huber and Thomas Gonzalez, they've been in the mix of things here today. I wouldn't say that they're completely out of the shout for a podium here. 4th place in the GT4 Pro category right now. And as I say, if they can make some early progress, they've got an outside chance, but a chance nonetheless. Safety car is in this lap. Just to run through your other class leaders. GT4 Bronze, keep an eye out for the number 79. Currently 9th place overall, with Vasco Oliveira still is going to be piloting that one to the end of this race. Pompeo Simers, the number 2, that's another one of the Porsche Caymans from GTX, is its leader, but not by a long distance ahead of the old version of the GT4 BMW M4. That's the number 47. GT4 AM, Vincenzo Darzi is the race leader in that class. That's in the number 30 Mercedes AMG, currently 23rd overall. Keep an eye on the 2 Ligiers as well, the Ligier JS2Rs, immediately behind that GT4 AM runner, but in a battle potentially for a GTX podium. And then let's just go down to Cup as well. Rui Merita, who inherited the win in Cup in race number 1, right now is in a battle for 29th place overall with Marcus Fothergill, another Cup runner. So once again, we're going to have a lot to talk about in the remaining 8.5 minutes of this race. Now, the safety car is coming in this lap, but that is not what I would describe as a perfectly executed backup of the field by the race leader. So this could be a bit of an interesting run down towards turn number 1. Away we go then for, hopefully, the remaining 8.5 minutes of this race. 3 wide nearly down towards turn number 1. It's a good start once again for the number 4 Toyota. Again, the 77 Aston Martin looks vulnerable in the early stages off of a restart. One of the NM Racing Mercedes runs very wide down the inside. The Lena Racing Mercedes 119. That was a brave move. Gains 2 positions in all of that. Oh, steady on, drivers. This could, yet again, if there's any incidents, be another need for the intervention vehicles, but right now it's looking okay. And as I say, I do think we've got a mix of bronze drivers and pro drivers out there at the moment. That looks to be the number 5 Speedy Motorsport Toyota. Having a look down the number 77 Aston Martin. Gotta wait for that Aston Martin to switch on. It normally starts to come on song on the 2nd or 3rd lap after a start or restart. Down the inside, we can see the number 16 have definitely got their bronze driver in, because that's starting to go backwards, having led off the restart. 7 minutes of this race to go. And it's one of those here today at Valencia where absolutely anything could happen. So, into the lead of this race, as out goes one of the Ligiers, and that looks to be the GTX BMW M4 out of the race. That's down at turn 8. Those are beached. And you guess what? It could be another safety car. It could be a 4th safety car in this race. We saw in the Carrera 80 race cars off in that part of the circuit that needed snatch vehicle intervention to get them out, and it's in a really, really vulnerable part of the circuit. Yep, 4th time in this race. Safety car is out. Race is neutralized, and Cesar Machado will have to wait for the moment to overtake. Now they've got the message that the safety car is out once again here. 6 minutes of this one to go in another race where we will use the E word. Eventful to say the least. It's the 7th safety car for Iberian Supercars here today. And as I say, it's definitely one of the Ligiers involved. It's the green and white one, the one that we saw do quite well in race number 1. Yeah, Angel Santos and Alejandro Iribas's Ligier is shown as down the order, and it was the GTX BMW M4 GT4. Let's have a look at a replay. Oh dear, so that's the cause of our safety call. The Ligier down the inside of the BMW. Both of them run off into the gravel. The BMW doesn't spin its tyres up, so at least it doesn't beach itself too much into the gravel. But, well, I'll say it again. Yellows breed yellows here at Valencia today. And that is going to be the end of the race for both of those cars, or the end of the podium battle for both of those cars that were running well in the GTX category. Whilst the safety car's out, let's once again head down to pit lane.
José, un gran stint de tu parte en la primera parte de la carrera y ahora Nerea está liderando la carrera. Parece que es posible ganar.
Bueno, eso es lo que me he concentrado al máximo. He dicho, bueno, aunque salgamos en la 13 posición, realmente solo son 6 líneas. Tengo que intentar dar el máximo, aprovechando el tráfico de las primeras vueltas, e intentar ponerme a liderar la carrera como sea, porque tenemos un buen ritmo, a ver si consigo dejarle el coche líder a Nerea para que ella pueda rematar. Me lo he propuesto con todas mis fuerzas, estaba pensando en mis hijos, para que vean que todo es posible, que nunca se rindan. Y nada, creo que me han dado fuerza desde la distancia, que están allí en Madrid viéndome por la tele. Así que desde aquí, José y Carlos, esta posible victoria, si lo conseguimos, va para vosotros y para toda la gente de BMW que ha confiado en nosotros y nunca ha tirado la toalla.
Si tú tienes tus hijos a apoyar por ti, Nerea tiene su público. ¿Que piensas que es un factor también para que ella va más fuerte?
Por supuesto, nos sentimos muy acogidos por toda la gente de Valencia. Para mí es como mi segunda casa. Todo este público ha venido sobre todo a animar a Nerea y bueno, aquí estamos intentando no defraudarles y para que sea más bonito, pues una buena remontada, ¿no? Y que acabe con un buen final, ¿no? Así que yo creo que mejor imposible, un guión de película.
Muy bien, muchas gracias y suerte.
A vosotros, gracias.
Back to studio.
Good to hear that from Jose Milagros. Well, Jose's teammate, Nerea Marcy, she has the lead of this race then. Safety car is out, and well, further drama. There's a whole mix of cars that have just appeared on the timing screen as under investigation for potential pit stop infringements. There is the scene down at turn number 8. Cars being recovered. So I think we will get racing again here. But this is going to be another, well, it's going to be a one-lap sprint, I think, for
the finale of this race. The Ligier is pretty much to a safe position. The BMW GTX entry will be shortly. Safety car light's still on, so we'll go around for another lap. Naria Marti has a real chance here of a race victory. However, it's going to be tight. Let's once again, before we go back to green, head down to the pit lane.
Estamos com o Orlando Batina. Orlando, foi primeiro stint forte da tua parte. Acabaram por, com alguma sorte, outra vez dos safety cars, sair em primeiro lugar, mas neste momento estão no segundo lugar da Pro Bronze. Achas que é um lugar que podem manter?
Sim, é um bom lugar, partindo de sexto na categoria e na primeira corrida com azares e agora nesta com sortes, conseguimos chegar à primeira categoria e primeira geral, o que é sempre muito gratificante, e agora o Sérgio vai fazer uma segunda parte e aguentar o segundo lugar.
Como é que foi fazer o primeiro stint com este calor e com exigências, com um ritmo elevado também que se sentiu na primeira parte da corrida?
Foi muito melhor porque na primeira corrida sofremos muito com o setup de carro, ajustámos para a segunda corrida e agora foi um carro muito mais prazeroso de conduzir.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Back to studio.
Well, you heard the cheers in the background, and, well, I think I know why, because the field have just crossed the line. The safety car is still out. There is only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in this race. Safety car laps over 2 minutes 45 seconds. I think that was the crew behind the number 81 machine, knowing that they have won this race. The Promotion Motorsport squad of Jose Milagros and Naria Marti, the GT4 Pro entry, will see the checkered flag this time around. Once again, there are a few cars under investigation. Number 12, number 79, number 133 and 707. None of those cars are the ones in the top 10. The 133 is also going to have a stop-and-go penalty converted at the end, but none of this is going to affect things for Naria Marti and Jose Milagros. This is going to be a very special moment. The race is going to finish behind safety car, and on a day where in both races teams have needed to keep their heads in terms of the strategy, drivers have needed to keep their heads out on circuit. We've had 4 safety cars in this race, in this 50-minute race for the second race today. Time has now expired. The safety car will continue to lead them round. It may well go into the pits on the last lap, but either way, it's not going to change things because no overtaking will be allowed before the checkered flag. In fact, the safety car's going to stay out here. The lights have not gone out. It will finish under safety car, and there is going to be a very special moment for Naria Marti and the number 81 crew for their BMW M4. They are going to take race victory, and I've got to say, I think they deserve it. They've raced really, really hard in the middle part of this race to get themselves into this position, particularly after safety car 3. That move on the number 16 is going to be what it's about, and holding off the number 4 Speedy Motorsport Toyota Supra as well. Cesar Machado is just going to finish short of getting victory here. There is the checkered flag. Out of the final corner, it is a win for Naria Marti. It is a win for Jose Milagros. The number 81 BMW Promotion Motorsport takes the race victory. Second for the Speedy Motorsport, number 4 of Cesar Machado and Adrian Ferrer. Also on the podium, all top 3 on the podium in the overall picture, also in GT4 Pro. It's the number 77 Aston Martin. What a day that they have had for Racal Motorsport. Mathieu Martins and Roberto Faria take the checkered flag there. Running down the rest of the classes, looks like it is a win in GT4 Pro Bronze for the number 36 NM Racing Mercedes of Guillermo Asso and Philip Vava. Well done to them, particularly that opening stint from Philip Vava to keep road position in the early stages. Looking further down, GT4 bronze, a top 10 overall finish for our winners of GT4 bronze today. It is the number 79 Dakar Motorsport Aston Martin, Vasco Oliveira and Francisco Carvalho taking that one. Let's have a look at the fuller picture then for the end of race number 2 in Iberian Supercars. There it is, after 23 laps, 4 safety cars and lots more. It's a win for Promotion Motorsport, it's a win for Nerea Marti and her teammate Jose Milagros in the number 81 BMW. Cesar Machado and Adrian Ferrer, Speedy Motorsport P2, Racon Motorsport, Matthew Martins and Roberto Faria P3. Speedy Motorsport, 2 cars in the top 5. Jose Carlos Perez and Thomas Guedes take their Supra through to P4. And then, as mentioned a few moments ago, GT4 Pro Bronze winner, NM Racing Machine, number 36, Guillermo Asso, Philip Vava. Lots of drama for them today, but they've always been able to rise back up the order. P6 in the end for the Orlando Batina and Sergio Azevedo, number 16 Supra. That was the one that led after the second safety car. What could have been if they'd been able to hold themselves at the front, but still a good finish for them today. Their second in their category of GT4 Pro Bronze. Completing that Pro Bronze podium in 7th place, Mark Kastelich in the Lemma Racing Mercedes. That put a few moves on other drivers today. They can be happy with that. Racon Motorsport 79, winners in GT4 Bronze, as mentioned, Oliveira and Carvalho. The 888 Veloso Motorsport Porsche nearly completed the top 10. Miguel Castavao and Patrick Kuna in that one. The top 10 was completed in the end by Max Huber and Thomas Garzella. Just to run through your other class winners in that one, GTX was taken by the number 2 of Pompeo Sinores and Duarte Camel. That's a good result for them in the Porsche Cayman. But this is going to be a special moment for Nerea Marti and Jose Milagros. They are your victors here for race 2 in Iberian Supercars. Not a conventional win, but they will take it. They got the strategy right. They were brave. I think a lot of teams in the early phase of that pit stop window pitted early, probably out of fear of another safety car and a repeat of what happened in race 1. But Milagros and Marti, they held their nerve. They then got their share of luck with the safety car later on at the end of the pit stop window, made that key move in between safety cars 3 and 4. As I say, it was one of those races, there wasn't a long time between safety cars 3 and 4, but Nerea Marti took over first position from the number 16. And we spoke to her before the start of this race, and on top here at Valencia, the Promotion Motorsport team will have a very, very happy Sunday, knowing that they've also got a lot of points in the championship here today with 2 really, really good results. Just to run further down the list, who else took class victories? Rui Merita, 2 cup victories for the number 33. Again, that's a really good set of results, keeping calm. As we said earlier on, that was the key today for a lot of these winners. GT4 Bronze, I have to go quite a way down to find the GT4 Bronze winners. Sorry, the GT4 AM winners. Where were they? They were 22nd overall. Vincente Dazi and Josep Pereira held on to into that one in the number 30 Mercedes for PCR Sport. I think that is all of your class winners. Let's head down once again for our post-race interviews with our winners.
Una victoria importante frente a tus fans. Ha sido un final de carrera muy emocionante.
La verdad que ha sido increíble, salíamos en la posición 12 después de una quali un poco difícil, pero la verdad que ha sido increíble, nos lo hemos pasado súper bien. José al principio de carrera ha hecho un trabajo increíble y luego con el relevo hemos rematado, así que nada, súper contentos, el equipo ha trabajado muy bien, teníamos un coche increíble con un súper ritmo, así que la verdad que súper contenta.
José, con esta victoria de hoy, vosotros estáis en la pelea de campeonato de España.
Bueno, al final venimos del primer y segundo puesto en el Jarama y al que se suma la victoria de hoy, que nos vuelve a poner ahí en la lucha, ¿no? A ver si tenemos suerte y como comentábamos antes, en Jerez no tenemos que remontar desde tan atrás, nos ponen un BOP adecuado para poder luchar desde la pole position, que es donde tenemos que estar, y que sea de una manera más natural. Este coche tiene que estar siempre luchando por la pole position y cuando no lo consiga, pues salir en segunda línea, pero nunca salir el 13, ahí tenemos que hacer algo.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Vamos continuar com as entrevistas. Temos aqui Matthew Martins e Roberto Faria, que ficaram em terceiro lugar. Matthew, o Roberto ainda está recuperado da segunda stint. Matthew, foi uma corrida difícil, com alguns momentos mais acalorados. Qual é o balanço que fazes da corrida?
Sim, foi uma boa corrida, muitos pontos para nós. Infelizmente o Roberto estava bloqueado atrás de um poste quando havia safety car, então o BM conseguia passar em frente de nós, mas pronto, são bons pontos, normalmente é P3 sim, e é mais um pódio nessa época.
Roberto, foi então uma segundo stint difícil para ti. Achas que, apesar do terceiro lugar, que é um bom resultado no final, os pontos que ganham para o campeonato é interessante?
Sim, apesar de tudo, a gente todo mundo viu a largada, e com certeza o piloto que ficou em segundo tem grande chance de ser punido. A gente vai provavelmente chegar com a segunda posição, que é muito bom para o campeonato. Infelizmente a gente deu um pouco de azar na hora que na paragem aconteceu um safety car e a gente não pôde acelerar. E nisso o BMW voltou em primeiro. Mas a gente estava com um pace muito bom, o Aston Martin andou bem essa final de semana e vamos para a próxima.
Mas então vocês agora passaram para o primeiro lugar dos dois campeonatos, se as contas não me estão a falhar, no fundo acaba para ser um bom fim de semana.
Sim, claro. Temos de fazer as contas, mas sim, normalmente ficamos em primeiro do campeonato.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Duarte. E tudo bem, Pompeu. Temos aqui Duarte Camelo e Pompeu Simões, que são os vencedores da divisão GTX, ao volante de um Porsche Cayman da Speed Motorsport. Pompeu, como é que foi a vossa corrida?
Esta corrida foi fantástica. O Duarte arrancou de primeiro, perdeu algumas posições, mas conseguiu recuperá-las, e depois a mim só me coube levar o carro até ao fim em primeiro. Ele entregou-me em primeiro e coube-me levar até ao fim em primeiro e consegui. Tem um sabor bastante doce esta vitória.
Bem, Duarte, esta aqui foi uma corrida com muitos episódios, com muitas peripécias, digamos assim, com situações em que por vezes foi difícil evitar alguns incidentes. Como foi para ti fazer o teu stint com tantas ocorrências?
Sim, sem dúvida foi um stint bastante complicado, falo por mim. Achei que foi, sem dúvida, um stint bastante complexo, com algumas complicações, porque houve muitos acidentes. Alguns contratempos a meio, os pneus não estavam nas melhores condições, a pista está muito quente e limitei-me a tentar fazer uma melhor, a pressionar o adversário e pronto, eu consegui sair com sucesso e entregar o carro ao meu parceiro em primeiro lugar para terminarmos em grande este fim de semana.
Bem, muito obrigado e até o próximo fim de semana, e com esta entrevista despeço-me aqui do Pit Lane, passa a emissão para o estúdio. Back to studio.
Good stuff down there in Parc Fermé. Great to see the emotions for the Promotion Motorsport team, winners of race number 2. That is a big victory for Nerea Marti, the former the F1 Academy driver, and Jose Milagros. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. It was another eventful one in race number 2. This was the race start. We wondered whether we would see more safety cars like we did in race 1. Well, one of them came straight away, triggered by this incident. The number 79 Racal Motorsport Aston Martin into the 26 Toyota Gazoo Portugal Supra. Both cars out of the race on the spot. 2 contenders for victory gone before the race had properly even begun. It's a really bright start from the Nocatec Toyota Supra. Carol Stout, the early part of this race, having to do the job that number 26 did in race number 1. More safety cars would follow, though. This was a big off. This was the 007 Aston Martin suffering some form of failure, probably brake failure. Driver okay, is the most important news that we've received here in the commentary position. Into another restart. The pit stop window opened after the second safety car period, a much less disrupted safety car period in terms of the pit stop windows. They started to give us a fuller picture of who was going to be in competition for the win here today. Big scraps going on coming out of the pit lane. The Speedy Motorsport number 4, Cesar Machado, adding to the overtaking highlight reel, but there would be more. A third safety car would follow. The 430 Porsche in trouble. The number 6 Porsche also in trouble before the end of the race. All of that left the number 16 Toyota Supra in the lead of the race, with Nerio Marti in the number 81 BMW, with a mix of bronze drivers and pro drivers at the front of the field. You knew there would be more drama. You knew there would be more overtakes as those drivers with more experience, more speed would come through. But the race would effectively end with this incident between the GTX BMW and the Ligier that saw a fourth safety car come out that timed us out to the end of the race. Nerio Marti and Jose Milagros, your winners here today at Circuit Ricardo Tormo in another dramatic 50-minute race for the Iberian Supercars Championship. Well, that brings us to the end of racing here today. Do hope you have enjoyed the coverage. If you have, do make sure that you've subscribed to Alpha Live. If you enjoyed the commentary as well, at Andrew Mellor Instagram on your social media, of course. The run-in is properly underway now for the Iberian Supercars Championship. Next meeting will see the paddock head to Jerez for the 31st of October through to the 2nd of November. So end of October, start of November for the next round of the championship before the season wraps up at Estoril on the final weekend of November. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Enjoy the racing in the rest of the season to come. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.